Wow, what's up, everybody? How you doing? Happy Saturday night. Yeah. How's it going? Uh, didn't have a video or anything lined up to start the show with, so I just thought I would just jump in here live and say hello to everybody. Let's see, we got SB Farmers here. We got Tika's here. What's going on, man? Lynn, how you doing? Hello, Lynn. SB Farmers is wave, and he's got a whole bunch of posts here talking about a movie he's watching. Steve Hilliard's here. So Salty Cracker is an interesting bit on the J6 pipe bomber today. We do have that story in the stack. We'll look at it. We'll decide. You know. Might be or not. Mongo just a cog. I don't know what that means. Mongo just a cog. Let's see who else is here. Jonathan Marco says, "Does the notification provide a new start time?" What happens is you have to get the show set up at least 30 minutes advance, 30 minutes before the show, or it won't send out a notification. Sometimes it doesn't work anyway. And I was late getting set up, so I pushed it back an extra half hour. I was like right there getting it at 10. And I didn't want to really push it and then not be ready at 10 and be late and stuff anyway. So, and then Jody's here. What's up? Tickled and listening. Thank you very much. Pat Hacker's here. How you doing? What the F? What's up, man? How you doing? And Catherine K's here. Good evening, Jim and the Jim Soniacs. Good evening to you, Catherine K. It's so great to see you. Miss Just Dawn Soulless Ginger. Hey, Jim. Hey, y'all. Hey, how you doing? Great to see you here. Woodtick Mike's here, too. What's up, buddy? Hey, Tim's here too. Hey, Tim, we can start. Thank God Tim's here. We can finally start. Renee's here too. Good to know. And just so everyone knows, I did shut off the ads already. And hey, how you doing, beautiful? Great. The Cannibal Wizard. cannibalistic wizard is here. Howdy, folks, says Jay Liebgott. How you doing? Mongo, just a pawn. Oh, yeah, okay, that's for Blazing Saddles. I get it now. Now I get it. Now I gets it. Now's I gets it. Well, what's up, everybody? It's Saturday night, and I'm feeling kind of sporty. I went to the bar, and I got me a 40. I got kind of high, and I got kind of drunk, and if you don't know that song, you probably think, what the hell is he saying? Mm-hmm. He says, I really like how Jim acknowledges his chat. Well, I feel like we're having a conversation here. It goes both ways. It's not just me talking to you. You guys tell me things. I learn from you. You learn from me. It's kind of give and take. That's how it is. Hey, Aura's here too. What's up, Audra? I'm sorry, Audra. Why do I always say Aura? It's Audra. Why do I see it wrong? I think it's Audra, unless I'm saying it wrong. Maybe I'm saying it wrong now. Maybe I don't know anything. What is happening? I'm losing my mind. Anyway, as usual, as per usual, there's a goal, as there is with every show. If we get $75 across all platforms, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube and Rumble gifted memberships, or just plain memberships, becoming a member, it gets you, also, we credit that. And also Cash App and PayPal and locals, coins, and Twitch gifted or memberships, whatever. We add those all up. If we hit $75, I add an hour to the show. All right. Once we hit $75, we would add Bellavision. But I lowered that to $50. When we hit $50, we will add Bellavision. And unless we get a single individual donation of $25 or more, then we will add Bellavision immediately, and it'll be a rapid, like, big bang boom, Bella for 25. So please remember to hit the like button. It helps. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. And you know what? If you want to leave a comment on a video, that really helps out too. And if anyone who has left comments, you know that I always interact with almost every comment. I mean, I'm going to reply back to you, or, give you a heart or a thumbs up or something. So the accents make it look like Audra. Correct. It's Audra. Brooks' History of the World. Oh, you know what? I liked Mel Brooks' History of the World Part 1, I think it was. And then I always wanted to see the Part 2, though. At the end, how they show the previews of the Part 2, and they never made Part 2. That would have been a great movie, in my opinion. So, I hope I sound okay. No one told me I don't sound bad, and there's no echo. I was having a problem earlier. It was troubleshoot why I had an echo. But I don't think I have it now, I hope. So anyway, let's get into this first story of the evening, because we got quite a few stories to get through. So I'd like to try to get through them as as the world turns and stuff. Fox News alert. U.S. Border Patrol agents were shot at near 26th and Kedzie Avenue. That's K-Town. Saturday, while they were conducting immigration enforcement, an unknown male driving a black Jeep fired shots at agents and fled the scene. An unknown number of agitators threw paint cans and bricks at border control vehicles. How did I get my cord wrapped around two wheels? How does this happen all the time? I need to get something to hold this cord when it needs to be. Sorry. So, hey, Josh, what's up? It says they ended up making History of the World 2 in 2023. Did they really? Brooks made it? I never seen it. Seriously? Now I got to go look for it. Hey, what's up, Q Wedwas? What's up, man? How you doing? Nice to see you. Great to see you. Did they really make it? Joshua McMahon? Did they really? Okay. All right, now I got to find it. Is it good? Mel Brooks made it, though. Anyway. You haven't seen it yet, though? All right, well, now I'm going to have to see it. And Chicago Police Department was called for assistance and cleared the scene. The shooter and vehicle remain at large, and this is a dynamic situation. This incident is not isolated and reflects a growing and dangerous trend of violence and obstruction. Over the past 2 months, we've seen an increase in assaults and obstruction targeting federal law enforcement during operations. These confrontations highlight the dangers our agents face daily and the escalating aggression towards law enforcement. The violence must end. It must end now. Thank you to all the brave men and women who enforce our nation's immigration laws.
Breaking news out of Chicago. Customs and Border Protection says agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today. It comes amid weeks of rising tensions between protesters and federal authorities over the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. Christina Coleman is covering this developing story for us. Christina.
Hi, John. Right now, authorities are searching for whoever fired shots at federal agents conducting immigration enforcement today in Chicago. The shooting is another brazen act of violence against federal authorities carrying out the president's crackdown on illegal immigration. DHS says Border Patrol was conducting immigration enforcement operations near 26th Street and Kedzie Avenue in Chicago when an unknown male suspect driving a black Jeep fired shots at agents and fled the scene. They say some agitators also threw a paint can and bricks at Border Patrol's vehicles. So disturbing. Chicago police were called in for assistance and cleared the scene. Authorities referred to this as a dynamic situation. DHS released a statement following the violence saying, quote, "This incident is not isolated and reflects a growing and dangerous trend of violence and obstruction. Over the past 2 months, we've seen an increase in assaults and obstruction targeting federal law enforcement during operations. These confrontations highlight the dangers our agents face daily and the escalating aggression toward law enforcement. The violence must end." And again, authorities are still searching for the shooter in this case. We'll continue to track this and report on any developments. Again, they're still searching for the shooter and the vehicle. They both remain at large, John.
Yeah, Christina.
The vehicle remains at large.
Just for clarification, the video that we were just showing you is aftermath of the actual shooting. It's not believed that anybody in that video was involved in the shooting in any way. As Christina said, that black Jeep sped away. Christina, we'll get back to you if we get any new developments. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, that's kind of racial profiling, isn't it, of the Jeep to call it a black Jeep? I mean, shouldn't we just call it a Jeep of, unknown complexion, maybe? Karen's here, says, "Hail all and Bella too." Yes, Governor Newscum. You spelled it wrong. It's Newscum. That's how you spell his name. And yes, I wish they would just arrest these idiots too. I really do. Mel Brooks plays Orson Welles. That would be great to see. I think I want. Who will the mayor side with? Well, the mayor is gonna side with the criminals because he's a fucking commie. Let's be real here. It's a war zone. It is. Chicago's been a war zone for a long time, though. I mean, it really has been. It's an African American Jeep. Yeah, it's a Jeep of color. Yeah, no using the Jeep's name either. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Now we got this from Gregory Bavino, the commander of operations at large. Agents shot at, vehicular assaults, physical assaults, impeding violent mobs, vehicular blockades, illegal aliens. This is what agents were up against 4 hours today. 4 hours today. They were not 4 hours, 4 hours. As they once again successfully conducted Title VIII immigration enforcement in Chicago. That's so a Jeep can outrun a cop car? That's impressive. Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. Hey, Diamond G, what's up, man? Nice to see you. Howdy, friends. Yes. We are friends. And Homeland Security says today, U.S. Border Patrol was conducting immigration enforcement on 26th and Kedzie, known as K-Town, when an unknown male driving a black Jeep fired shots at agents and fled the scene. An unknown number of agitators also threw a paint can and bricks at Border Patrol vehicles. Chicago Police Department was called for assistance. Wait, why does this look exactly like what I read on that other one? Yeah, the guy who faked the seizure yesterday after his wife was arrested after she stabbed her coworker with scissors is also here illegally. Now Boston is making him out to be the next Massachusetts man. Send the entire family back. Oh, yeah. I never meant to let go of my wife. I didn't want them to take her. I hope they take you too, dude. Yeah, take them all. Fake seizure, man. Whose fail is that? Congress's? NGOs? Joe? Maybe. It's hard to say. You know what? And I'm gonna say this right now. If they make any deal with the Democrats and they give in to them with this whole like paying money for anything, we don't negotiate with terrorists. And right now, the demon rats are terrorists. Do not negotiate with the terrorists. Either open the government or leave it shut. But if you leave it shut, bad shit's going to happen, and it's on the demon rats for leaving it shut. I mean, that's it. If this is not how it works, Amazing disgrace. Oh, amazing disgrace is here. It says judges have immunity. Sure, I get it. They should still be held to some standard when they disregard the law. Yes, they should. The judge that thinks she's the commander in chief, telling him you can't do this, and saying man, that judge needs to go. Karen Immergut needs to go. And then pretty good. Suppose we get a cold front sometime next week. Okay, that's talking to someone else. Can we buy a Democrat? Well, I mean, that's the thing. The Democrats are so used to being able to buy people and have to own people. They started a civil war over it back in the 1860s, and now they want these new slaves that they imported into the country to work, cheap labor and stuff. Yeah, we have our own. Rand Paul is our Democrat. A funny thing, I bet you guys don't know this, is do you know who was a Democrat and isn't anymore? Surprisingly, Senator Kennedy from Louisiana was a Democrat. He was the state treasurer, I believe, in Louisiana as a Democrat up until like 2007, 2008. And then he switched to Republican because he said these people went fucking crazy. And so that guy who got all this, says all that stuff and makes all those funny comments and has the quick one-liners. Yeah, he was a Democrat until 2008. Yeah. Just in, Border Patrol agents shot at while conducting immigration raid in Chicago. Shooter at large. Well, I wonder how large he is. Maybe he's a gordita. Streamers need to be taught how to cover court trials and judges, and then report on them. And judges report on. Streamers need to be taught how to cover court trials and judges, then report on them. I mean, there are a few streamers that do a really good job. I mean, Nick Ricada always did a great job covering trials. I know some people don't like him because he had his own personal problems, but that's personal problems. Doesn't matter as long as he does the work and it's funny and it's entertaining and people like it. And, who else? Emily D. Baker does huge coverage, but her chat's a little like, say, Lifetime, movie of the week chat type of thing. And then I don't know, a bunch of people do cover the trials and do a decent job at it. The DUI guy and Robert Gouveia is great, and Bronca, and then but those guys are all lawyers, and that's why they're so good at it. But, normal person like I might, Joe too. Yeah, Joe does great when Joe covers trials. But Joe does better, it seems like, honestly, Renee, when he goes to the trial, watches it in person, and reports back. Then he seems to do that really good. People need to actually go into court and watch. Yeah, Joe does that. That's what Joe does. Joe goes into New York, the federal court, and watches it, and then reports back, which is great to have, But there's big trials, and we'll see what happens. Like if there's a big trial and I get invited onto a stream, I'll definitely go on someone's stream and to talk about a trial and stuff like that. But I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would do a trial coverage myself, really, like that, watching a trial and talking about it, because I know a lot of stuff, but I'm not a lawyer, and I don't have that. I know a lot of Anyway, Border Patrol agents were shot at by a gunman driving a black Jeep in Chicago on Saturday. The shooter and vehicle are at large. Other anti-ICE agitators threw bricks and paint cans at federal agents. Kurt's all right, too. Yes, he's all right. He's good at it, too. Today, U.S. Border Patrol was conducting immigration enforcement operations near 26th Street and Kedzie Avenue when an unknown male driving a black Jeep fired shots at agents and fled the scene. The lawyer you know, Peter Tragos. Oh, yeah, he's really good, too. Sorry, I forgot about him. Yes, Pete's good. He's right. He's near me, too, right here in Florida. Bronca and Mercado had some legendary streams. If you wonder what No Tie will be like, check those out. Oh, yeah, I know what No Tie Bronca is. Bronca's awesome. An unknown number of agitators also threw up paint, can, and bricks. Chicago Police Department were called for assistance, and they cleared the scene. The incident is not isolated and reflects a glowing and dangerous trend. It's just got to keep repeating the same crap over and over again. We watched that video. Oh, well, great news coverage. You did your exact coverage was what I just read off of Twitter. Every little trial, like the repeat criminals that judges let loose, should be shown, not just the big trials. I agree. I try to, I do cover that stuff here, QED. I pull up stuff whenever I see anything about the people, the repeat offenders and stuff. I cover it in, my crime stuff. But I try to get other news stories, and I don't want to be just like a covering crime channel because that kind of, depressing people. I want to cover all different types of news, like anything that's newsworthy that I see about, and I don't really see it covered anywhere. I like to try to cover those, plus other stuff that I'm just interested in. Where did Fair and Balanced go? If you know, you know. As far as I know, Fair and Balanced that's not Fair and Balanced. This is somebody else. I don't think that's not Fair and Balanced. Fair and Balanced was working for a news outlet, I think, outside of DC or somewhere. I thought, or Indiana, somewhere. What am I? I don't know. I mean, I miss Lawrex too, man. Yeah, I miss Jeff. Jeff was a lot of fun and really covered stuff in a very insightful way. And especially, I loved his stuff about when he did the streams of covering about the disasters, the different shipping disasters and stuff. I like that stuff. I really get into it. And hey, what's up, Eastwind Farms? Nice to see ya. And then Ara Moon says, I'm coming in because I love you face. It's absolutely terrible. This is the new America. My face is absolutely terrible, and this is the new America? Oh, my God. You think she's in Indianapolis? Yeah. I mean, my comment was regarding No Tie Streams, not the Christina gal. Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that was right. There was a whole thing, right, with Farron, and then there was a whole thing, and then with Legal Mindset with Farron's sister and stuff. But man, stuff's it's not my concern. Okay, sorry, I miss No, I love your face. Okay, I'm just messing around. I know it's fine. Yeah, rest in peace, Jeff. Yes, definitely. And he's his doggo cam is the whole inspiration for Bellavision. Yeah, good. Those were good times. Yeah. Shooter opens fire at Border Patrol agents in Chicago. Feds confronted by rowdy mob. So it's a rowdy mob now. Well, let's see. There's some video here. Let's see if. Why does it look like they're repeating the same video over and over again? Why does it look like they're repeating the same video over again? They're just repeating the same video over and over again. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, New York Post? Let me, before I do this. So, and then Diamond G comes in with $2 and says, "Are 50 years mortgages good, or should we just do 100?" No, 50-year mortgages are not good. The bottom line is a 50-year mortgage. If you do the math on it, on an actual 50-year mortgage at like say 3%, 4%, wow, you're paying instead like a 3% mortgage. I think 3% mortgage or 4% mortgage for 20 years or 30 years. You're paying 3 times the cost of the home when you're done paying it. You're paying for the home plus then 2 more homes basically in interest payments. So if you were to stretch that to 50 years, you would be talking at least 6 homes you'd be paying for because it compounds. So yeah, not a good idea. Not a good idea to go 50-year mortgage. No, it's not going to be no way. I mean, my advice would be to anyone, and it's not even advice. No, never mind. It's not advice. Not advice. But people, if you can't afford to buy a house, you don't have the money to make the mortgage payment on like a 30 on like a 20 year. I wouldn't do it. I mean, if you know that you're gonna be making more, if you think you can make more money in a few years, or have something coming up where you're working to make more money, like whatever. I mean, maybe you could go like interest only or something. Look into something like that. Talk to an advisor and stuff like that, just to get you by until you can, lock it down. But no, I mean, really, it's rough, man. It is rough out there right now, especially with the way the interest rates have been. Like, what we're gonna pay? Like, I mean, it's like the same thing with cars. People that get like 5, 6, 7-year car loans, 8-year car loans. That's insane. That's insanity. Oh, and so thank you for the $2. And so with that $2, we are now $73 away from the first extra hour. And we are $48 away from Bellavision. Why are they calling for shame? They're really waiting for the new Inglorious Rex book to come out. They've been waiting very patiently for Inglorious Rex 3, and it just Shane's taking so long. They're out there chanting that they want the book. Bronco was a loose cannon. Hard to believe his rants could be anywhere intense. Yeah, he's good. I'll never be able to buy a house because of medical debt. Oh, that's horrible, dude. That's is medical the date? I don't know, man. Medical debt, you should be able to bank. You should be able to like do a Chapter 7 and get rid of that or something. And I don't know if they made you not able to do that. Is yelling shame supposed to intimidate someone? It's not the 1800s. These are just, they all watched that Game of Thrones, and they, for whatever reason, they think that the good people were the people yelling shame, 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 and throwing stuff at those as they were walking. That basically they're on the side of the what is it, the sparrow, whatever his name was. I don't know. These folks went to school with Jim. No, they didn't. Maybe some of them might have actually. The banks will blow our backs out and then take the home. Yeah, that's what they'll do. Need a mortgage to buy a vehicle? Some people basically do like that. They'll go buy a car and they'll get like 8 years, 10-year loans. So there's crazy stuff. Like, it's insanity. And then when you look at it, they're actually paying. It's like, what are you doing? You're paying way more for this car. Like, like their payment is like $20 cheaper a month from a 60 month going to, from a 60 month to like an 86 month or 72 months or something like that. Like, they go, it's crazy. Like, I would never get, if I was going to get a car loan, I would never go never more than 48 months. Never more. That's, if you can't afford to pay for a 48 month, then don't do it. Um, It's really good. I'm glad she found her way to something she likes to do. That's good. Uh, that is our generation. The next generation will be normal for a 50-year mortgage. You think so? I don't think so. Because just think about it. I mean, the money you're going to be spending, like your payments on a 50-year mortgage, because of the interest, your payments are probably going to actually be higher than a 30-year. Because you're still paying, like that money's still getting stretched out. And on a 30-year, you don't really start, you're paying like picayune on the principal for the first like 7 to 10 years. They used to make jokes in California, a 90-year mortgage for a decent house. Unfortunately, it's no longer a joke. A little deflation is good. Deflation. We might be. I mean, I personally think we're in for a correction in the housing market. I think it expanded too fast. It really did. Yeah, it's that interest that'll get you. Yeah, the interest will get you. Mm-hmm. Buy land and homestead if you can. Yeah, that's what you should do. That's what if the government really wanted to do something to help people, they would open up a bunch of land to like they'd have to do it like a lottery for like citizens or something, like people who've never owned a home or something like and then actually do like open up a whole bunch of plots in the middle of where they got federal land and just give it away. Go settle it and build, and it would just have to be like rules that you can't just go take it and then sell it to somebody. You'd have to actually build something there. But I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just thinking crazy. You agree on the housing market correction? Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I was griping about a $1,200 car repair. My mechanic said he knew people that had a car payment higher than that. Yeah. I've heard of people that have a $1,700 and $1,800 a month car payment. I said, what? Yeah, homesteading. Yeah. The shooter was behind the wheel of a black Jeep when he fired the shots on 26 and Cal on McKenzie. Agents conducted immigration enforcement operations on the city's southwest side. South side. Let them restore the small towns in America. That would work. Try to get people to move back to the small towns. Like it really, I mean, considering how everything is, a lot of jobs are virtual now. You're online doing stuff like all these call centers and different things, or technical support, or, any of these things where you're doing like, where you're doing anything with computers, where you're entering data or doing stuff like that. They can all work remotely. So they could all be in make them like bears and poop in the woods. I don't know. Agitators hurled paint cans and bricks at the agents. Chicago cops cleared the scene, and the shooter remains at large. That cop looks angry, telling that person, "Get away from me, get back." Wow, look, why are they getting that? Man, what did they say to this black cop? You think they made him so angry? I wonder if they called him the N-word. They might have. Look at how angry he is. And we've seen a lot of videos with these Hispanic protesters. They seem kind of racist. The towns have infrastructure. Yeah, they do. That's what I'm saying. Get them Section 8 also sets their own prices. The government is paying the bill. Yeah. Get them to move to these small towns. There's really no reason. We had all the stuff. Now, Amazon delivers. It's not like you need to be there. Yeah, well, look at this crazy white lady screaming at this black cop. What she hates this cop for. 10th District. And the incident is not isolated and reflects a growing and dangerous trend of violence and obstruction. Over the past 2 months, we've seen an increase in assaults. Yeah, we saw that. The violence must end. I mean, couldn't the guy afford a bigger megaphone? He's just got this tiny little one. Look at this person wearing a mask. Like, I thought masks were bad. Maybe not. Miramar Martinez was arrested on October 4th accused of driving within inches of a Border Patrol vehicle, running red lights, and driving erratically. Oh, look at that. Somebody broke the window. So, yeah, that's peacefully. Those bricks were very peaceful hitting the cop cars. Very peaceful bricks. Agents opened fire. Martinez pled not guilty, and the case is pending. October 14th, two illegal immigrants used their vehicle to ram into Border Patrol convoy. Venezuelan nationals Yandra Enrique Tanefe Perez and Luis Dorado Perella Ramirez were arrested for allegedly ramming into Border Patrol SUV on October 14th. They were arrested shortly after the attack, but not before it caused a mob of protesters to hurl objects at the agents. And they sure seem to be attacking J.D. Vance's wife a lot. And then Fox News just has it as manhunt underway after alleged gunman fires at federal agents during a Chicago immigration enforcement action. Huh. It's going to be a commercial. Right? Authorities are searching for a man who allegedly shot at the Border Patrol Saturday. They were conducting immigration enforcement in Chicago's Little Village when a man driving a black Jeep fired shots at them and fled. Chicago police told Fox News Digital there's no reports of anyone being struck by the gunfire. Following the shooting, a group of people threw paint cans of bricks. At least one person was detained. City Alderman Miguel Rodriguez of the 22nd Ward posted a video accusing the agents of causing all sorts of mayhem. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they caused that. They caused themselves to get shot at. They're doing things that are unconstitutional, that are illegal. Oh, are they really?
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on...
Really? DuckDuckGo? You think so? Why should I switch? No, I'm not going to wait. So Brian Segura Lopez of the 25th Ward also live streaming the chaos on social media. He appeared to confront immigration agents, questioning them about why they were in the neighborhood, known largely as a largely Mexican-American community. Yeah, it's controlled by gangs in the cartel, that neighborhood. So there you go. Incident's not isolated or reflects a growing dangerous trend of violence.
Were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today. Cameras from our Fox affiliate were there in the aftermath of the shooting. That's the video currently on your screen. There have been weeks of tension in Chicago over the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, amid a legal battle over whether the White House can send the National Guard there. Former acting ICE Director Jonathan Fahey is with us. Jonathan, so a black Jeep apparently speeds by a bunch of ICE officers. Shots are fired and the Jeep speeds off. What's your reaction?
You know, I want to say it would be shocking or something else, but I feel like with all of this rhetoric and all this what's been going on in the last several months with this rhetoric, political rhetoric directed at ICE agents, directed at CBP, it's not surprising that the level of violence against them has risen. And something like this, and even something worse than this.
Hold on a second. We'll come back to this in a second. I want to address this as, hey, Jim, not taking the announcement of the 50-year mortgage at face value, could it be the administration recognizes there's an affordability problem? There is an affordability problem. But a 50-year mortgage isn't going to make it really any more affordable. What that does is it's a Band-Aid on the problem. And then when the correction comes, all those people that got stuck with the 50-year mortgage now have a house that's not worth what they have a 50-year mortgage on. And how many years is it going to take for them to make that, you know what I mean, to get back to how many, they get underwater. They'll be underwater real fast. And it'll be almost impossible to get out from that, you know what I mean? Like, if you had a correction, a housing correction, a 20, 30, 40% housing correction, and they're stuck in a 50-year mortgage. That's brutal, A lot of people would just say, screw it, and walk away from the house. That's what I think. They're probably floating the possible solutions to see which one sticks. Eventually, they'll come up with the right one. There's not really. Here's the thing: it's not really the government's responsibility to be making solutions for this. The solution is that there isn't. There was a run on properties, multiple reasons. Foreign money poured in, bought up a lot of properties from over different countries, overseas, and stuff like that. You have some corporations and funds that are buying up properties to use as rentals. With the influx of all the people that came into the country, a lot of things got turned into rentals that were supposed to be single family homes. Yes, BlackRock is one of them. And honestly, I mean, I'm a homeowner and I don't want this to happen, but I think a correction is coming. Like it's going to make 2008 look like cute in comparison. Put it that way. Linda's here, says, hey, I'm so nice. We're spending time with Jim and Bella to get the news. Yes, it is. Yeah, BlackRock and Vanguard, K Street, they're all doing it. Yep. But yeah, I don't take it at face value. I take it for what it is. That yeah, there is an affordability problem, but that's not really the way. That's like it's the same thing with the subsidies for the insurance, for the ACA insurance. It's not doing anything to correct the affordability of the insurance. Medical insurance rates, premiums have tripled since Obamacare passed. Tripled. So the government giving some people some money so that those people, aren't affected by it, just helps those people and hurts everybody else. Because insurance companies would have to lower their rates in order to keep afloat if all these people stop canceling, instead of the government basically subsidizing them with these subsidies. Oh, whoa. Gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. That right there is Bellavision, folks. That's the Bellavision. That is the Bellavision. Thank you very much, Wrestler Town. Let's see. Yes, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Definitely. Let's see who got those. We got Lori Wagner, got a gifted membership. Sharon Drury, Kath E. Shanette. Gino Bisconti received a gifted membership. Well, what do you know? Gino Bisconti. And Kimberly C. received a gifted membership. Congrats to the new members. Look at that fine beast. Yes, she is. Let me see. Puppy. Yes, let me fix the camera here so we can see her proper like. Like this. And then do this. Wow, she's like all over the bed there. Like half on, half off the bed. Yes, Bella. Yeah, so I think that's the problem. Let me fix the banner too. So let's hide this. There we go. No, hide this. There we go. Let's third. This. Now we are $43 away from the first additional hour. Thank you very much. Very generous. Congratulations, Bella baby. Receipts, damn autocorrect. Okay. Also love the collabs with Joe. His show is so much better organized when you show up. Well, I send Joe stories every day, list of stories, and what he decides to do with them is on Joe. I can't, I can't really, but he does a good job. Joe does. Bella's growling. You hear her? She's having a dream over there. She's dreaming a storm, dreaming a song.
Are bound to happen because because of the rhetoric. And the unfortunate thing is these ICE agents are simply doing a job that they're required to do. And these politicians are, elevating themselves, their status within the Democratic Party by essentially tacitly supporting this type of activity.
It's a wonder, frankly, that nobody was hurt. ICE agents had to call in local police. Are they allowed or are they not allowed to actually, enforce local law and maybe fire back in a situation like this?
Well, they're certainly allowed to defend themselves and also to arrest somebody doing that, because that would be a federal law violation as well. But it just gets so complicated because you have the locality, of Chicago and Illinois as a whole that are basically fighting against the governments, are fighting against the federal government at every step of the way. So they're really not getting the support that they need. And even the local police probably want to support them, but they're not getting the support from their upper level. So it really is just a bad situation. And again, these agents that are out there, these are moms and dads, brothers, sisters, neighbors of so many people, and they're putting their lives on the line, and they're in fact doing what they're supposed to do. And these politicians, it goes so far beyond irresponsible political rhetoric, what's been going on. And it's sad that we're going to have to be either today or down the road on one of these shows talking about some horrible tragedy that in many respects could be prevented.
Yeah, because it's a strange time in this country when law enforcement officials not only get criticized for doing their jobs, but they've had bricks and paint cans thrown at them in Chicago for trying to pick up illegal immigrants.
Yeah, it's really insane if you think about it, and the rhetoric coming against them. They're routinely, as we talk about a lot here, they're routinely compared to Nazis by our highest level politicians, not just some fringe politician. So it really does say it's acceptable to resist them and what they're doing, and it's acceptable to harm them if you equate them to Nazis and delegitimize everything they're doing. And it's not surprising that certain members of the public are responding this way, and it is just, again, the ones that are actually doing their jobs responsibly are the ones that are attacked, which is just the ultimate irony and the tragedy of this whole thing, in addition to the tragedy on the streets today.
So if this person is caught, what kind of prosecution might they face, given that it's Chicago, Illinois?
Well, the good news is there will be federal charges that could be brought, attempted murder of a federal agent and things of that nature, use of a firearm during a crime of violence. So they really are some serious federal charges, which will carry a serious penalty. Just the firearms offense alone would have a 10-year mandatory minimum. But again, your point is overall right, overall good, in that you're going to be still trying a case in Chicago where you have citizens that are really turned against ICE agents. So, hopefully you would get a jury that would convict on the facts rather than nullify these situations. And there's also a plethora of state charges, attempted murder, other types of things that could also be brought against this person. And hopefully people for this type of thing would unite and support a prosecution, and ultimately, hopefully, significant sentence would be laid out in this case, because whoever did this needs to be off the streets, and off the streets for good. And anyone that's thinking about doing this needs to see that message and realize it's not worth it.
Yeah, it is fortunate that none of those agents was hit by that random gunfire or directed gunfire. Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence that that you'd get a jury that would actually convict somebody. I mean, we've seen what happened. I mean, it was on video, that guy throwing the sandwich. I mean, it's just a sandwich, but it's still a crime, and it's on video. When winter comes, will they stop? Generally speaking, winter in Chicago is brutal. So I don't think these people will be out in the street when it's, Arctic blast and all that stuff going on, which that's rapidly approaching, rapidly approaching for Chicago. Within a month, it's going to be brutal in Chicago. But it depends, sometimes it's not bad, but, and then, amazing disgrace says martial law would be a horrible thing for the country. That said, I'd like to see how these protests would function under those circumstances. Well, they wouldn't function if it was martial law. On to the next story now. The U.S. government shutdown forces some overseas bases to stop paying workers. Congress can do a lot more to slow down this rhetoric, but won't. Oh, yeah, they could. It's congressmen out there saying a lot of this stuff. At this point, it's thrown. The target has no confirmed way to know it's a sandwich. Snowballs can have rocks in them. Yeah, no, I know, but that's what I'm saying. But that guy was found not guilty by a jury. It's on video, him throwing something, screaming at him, blah, blah, fuck you, and called him a Nazi and threw it at him. If that's not a battery on an agent, the battery is it's just any unwanted touching. Just touching somebody unwantedly, just going, hey, like this is a battery. That's the law. You can't touch people, especially cops, when they don't want to be touched. Feds and stuff. Oh yeah, they're trying to say now how Mandami's wife is so gorgeous and all this stuff. I don't know. With all these covers, so I didn't really talk about that because I don't care. The longest U.S. government shutdown on record is doing more than grind activities to a halt at home. An ocean away in Europe, local workers at U.S. bases have started to feel the pain. Yeah, that's right. Congress is driving the rhetoric. Yeah, they are. Yeah. 3 number of weeks to water cannons in Chicago. I don't think they'll ever do the water cannons. They just won't do it. At least 2,000 people working at overseas bases in Europe have had their salaries interrupted since the shutdown began almost 6 weeks ago. In some cases, governments hosting the U.S. bases have stepped in to foot the bill, expecting the United States to eventually make good. In others, including Italy and Portugal, workers have simply kept working unpaid as the gridlock in Washington drags on. Yeah, remember all that stuff they said about dog whistles? Well, yeah, but see, they're not actually doing dog whistles. They're actually doing real whistles. They're out there blowing the whistles, and they're saying things like that aren't dog whistles. Like they're calling on people to attack. Like, you have members of Congress, senators and congressmen saying people need to forcefully rise up. What does that mean? Forcefully rise up, if not attack the cops. It's an absurd situation because nobody has responses. Nobody feels responsible, says Angelo Zaccaria, a union coordinator at the Aviano Air Base in northeastern Italy. Yeah, it says, you're right, Jim. Yeah, the thing about dog whistles is a dog whistle is something only dogs can hear. So normal people wouldn't be able to hear it. So if they're saying you're dog whistling, and they heard it, what does that make them? The jobs foreign nationals do at U.S. bases around the world range from food service, construction, logistics, maintenance, and other more specialized roles. In some cases, foreign workers are employed by private companies contracted with the U.S. government, while others are direct hires. Now, I would think if it's a private company who has a contract with the U.S. government, the contract money should already be there. Do they stop paying contracts they're already obligated to pay? Because isn't that money already allocated? Isn't it already allocated? I don't know. And if it's not already allocated and they have a contract, they can always sue the government for their money in court of claims. How local employees are paid varies by country and is based on specific agreements the U.S. government has with each host nation, says Amber Kelly Herard, a public affairs spokesperson for the U.S. Air Forces in Europe and Africa. Shooter opens fire. During the shutdown, Kelly Herard said local employees were expected to continue to perform their jobs in accordance with the work contracts. So they're slaves. They have to work and they don't get paid. Isn't that what a slave is? The AP reached out to the Pentagon with multiple questions on the pay disruption, but was only provided a brief statement that did not acknowledge it. We value the important contributions of our local national employees around the world. The official declined to answer any follow-up questions. The language has become watered down. You don't know what's literal and what's hyperbolic. Well, the thing that you got to remember, though, amazing disgrace, is that whenever it's a Republican says anything, they take it as it's literal. It's like literal. This is what he meant. This is what he's going to do. But if a Democrat says, it's like, oh, that's not what they meant. That's not what they meant. I know that's what they said, but that's not what they meant. In Germany, the government has stepped in to pay the salaries of nearly 11,000 civilian employees that work on U.S. military bases. The nation's finance minister said in a statement American facilities in Germany include the Ramstein Air Base, a critical hub for operations in the Mideast and Africa, and headquarters to the U.S. Air Forces in Europe and Africa. Workers in other countries have not been so fortunate. We are waiting for urgent responses as there are workers struggling to pay their mortgages. Hold on. Mm-hmm. To support their children or even to pay fuel to come to work. He said the union had asked the Italian government to intervene, but that in the meantime, those affected were continuing to show up to work. Unfortunately, we see no political will to solve the situation, but we're asking the Italian government to intervene. In Portugal, a similar situation was playing out at Laies Field Base in the Azores archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean, where more than 360 Portuguese workers have not been paid, according to Paul Terra, head of the Laies Base Works Committee. Pentagon forcing media to actually do their own research. Yeah. Italian nationals. Lol. Terra said the unpaid staff are still turning up because furloughs aren't legally recognized in a U.S. Portugal agreement on the base. Staying away could leave them open to disciplinary proceedings. But this week, the Azores Islands regional government approved a bank loan to pay the Portuguese workers at the base in the interim. Terra said she was waiting to hear when the workers could claim the money. Germany is counting on being repaid once the shutdown ends, the finance minister spokesman told the AP, adding that during previous shutdowns, civilians were paid by the U.S. government. The governments of Poland, Lithuania, and Greenland did not respond to requests for comment about whether they too have stepped in to pay local workers. Most vulnerable at-risk workers. Linda Bilmes, a professor of public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School and an expert on public finance. Why, if she's an expert on public finance, why isn't she working for the government somewhere? Why is she a professor? That doesn't, come on. She said workers at the U.S. military bases who work as contractors are generally most at risk of losing pay during a government shutdown. She added the U.S. government in the past has always paid back full-time employees, including those working at overseas facilities who may be foreign nationals. But the contractors are not always covered, which is why some add extra fees in their contracts to cover potential government funding stoppages. I doubt anyone anticipated this length of delay. In Spain, where the U.S. operates the Morón and Rota military bases in the south, a union representing more than 1,000 Spanish workers said a delay in payments has been resolved last month with the help of the Spanish government. Spain's defense ministry did not respond to multiple requests seeking to confirm its involvement in resolving the pay issue. U.S. shutdown leaves some overseas base workers without pay. Mid-January shut down thousands of people. Staffing bases are missing their pay. Same. These are the same exact stories. Yeah, same exact stories. Okay. All right. And then this story says weekend session gets off the slow start in Senate as lawmakers look for a way out of the shutdown. Yeah. Senate's first weekend session since the beginning of the shutdown yielded few signs of progress. As Senate Majority Leader John Thune wished for a quick vote, never materialized. The impasse that has lasted 39 days has taken an increasing toll on the country as federal workers go unpaid, airline flights get canceled, and SNAP benefits have been delayed for millions of Americans. Saturday sessions got off to a rough start when President Trump made it clear he's unlikely to compromise anytime soon with Democrats who are seeking a 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Tax credits. No, subsidies. They're not tax credits, they're subsidies. He said on social media that the worst health care anywhere in the world and suggested Congress send money directly to the people to buy insurance. Thune said Trump's proposal would not be part of a solution to end the shutdown, but added, it's a discussion that the president and all of us want to have. Oh my God, Instagram just disconnected my stream after 1 hour? If you want to continue streaming on Instagram, you can remove this destination from the stream and re-add it. Oh, let me try it again. Well, that's weird. See if it works. Oh, it's having trouble over streaming Instagram. Oh, well, I guess it's just going to be removed from Instagram. Oh, well. Instagram only got an hour today. Instagram is gay like Michael Jackson, Iron Sheik if he were still alive. Ugh. Yeah. Uh, I guarantee you every day we keep the system in place is a great day for healthcare insurance companies who've been making out literally like bandits. We'll just shut down, then we're going to offer to end shut down. Ron Wyden of Oregon said he welcomed Republicans to the fight when it came to insurance companies, but that shouldn't come at the cost of kicking millions off their health care in January. Well, the Democrats are the one who put this end date on the subsidies. So what? And it's not kicking anybody off health care. It's just saying that the taxpayers aren't paying for the health care anymore. I mean, what is going on here? Senate Republican leaders have signaled an openness to an emerging proposal from a small group of moderate Democrats to end the shutdown in exchange for a later vote on Obamacare subsidies, which make coverage more affordable. It doesn't really make it more affordable because it's only making it affordable for the people who get the subsidies. It's not making it affordable to all the other people that have to buy insurance at those elevated rates. For those enrolled in an Affordable Care Act exchanges, premiums on average expected to more than double next year if Congress allows the enhanced subsidies to lapse. We've looked at the charts. They're not. The premiums are not doubling. The premiums are what they are. It's just they're taking away the subsidies. I mean, that's like if the government was giving you $1 per gallon of gas, and so you go to buy gas. It's like, oh, gas is $2 a gallon, and then they go, oh my God, we're taking away the $1 a gallon we're paying you, and they go, oh my God, the gas just went up 50% to $3 a gallon. It's like, no, it was always $3 a gallon. It's just the government's not paying you anymore. So Senator Jeanne Shaheen, who is leading the talks among the moderates. Jeanne Shaheen is a moderate? Wow. And said, we're working on it. Shaheen and others negotiating among themselves and with some rank and file Republicans have been discussing bills that would pay for parts of government, food aid, veterans programs, the legislative branch, and other things and extend funding. Oh, of course, the legislative branch. You got to pay for the legislative branch. And extend funding for everything else until December or January. The agreement would only come with the promise of a future healthcare vote rather than a guarantee of extended subsidies. It's unclear whether enough Democrats would support such a plan. Even with a deal, Trump appears unlikely to support an extension of the health care benefits. House Speaker Mike Johnson also said this week that he would not commit to a health vote. Republican leaders only need 5 additional votes to fund the government, and a group involved in the talks has ranged from 10 to 12 senators. Here's the thing, too. It's a trap for the Democrats. It's a trap the Democrats have laid for Trump and Republicans to say, like, let's extend it for 1 year. Just give us another year, because what's happening next November? Elections. So then they can run all the ads and say the Republicans are going to take away your health care. We're fighting it. They don't want to vote on it. Vote for us to keep your health care. We're going to just fucking lie to people. So let's rip the Band-Aid off right now and deal with the problem. All right? It's going to hurt. Some people will suffer. Some people will suffer. But the government then can figure out who exactly needs it and who needs the help. You know, there's absolutely no reason why people making $600,000 a year are getting fucking subsidies from the government for their health care, because that's how much they raised it to. People making up to $600,000 a year are getting these subsidies. No. Some Republicans have said they're open to extending the COVID-19 era tax credits as premiums skyrocket. And the premiums have not skyrocketed, it's just that subsidies are going away. But they want to limit who can receive the subsidies. That's right. We're going to replace the broken system with something that's actually better for the consumer. Trump wants Republicans to end the shutdown quickly and scrap the filibuster, which requires 60 votes for most legislation, so they can bypass the Democrats altogether. Vice President J.D. Vance, a former Ohio senator, endorsed the idea in an online post Saturday, saying the Republicans who want to keep the filibuster are wrong. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap! In the words of Admiral Akbar, it's a trap! Republicans have rejected Trump's call, and Thune is eyeing a bipartisan package that mirrors the proposal the moderate Democrats have been sketching out. Of course, give it to the Democrats. Give them what they want. What Thune has refused to negotiate my promise on health care is unknown. Oh, Lisa. It's a trap for $10. Thank you very much, Lisa. And with that, we are now $33 away from the first additional hour of the show. It's the show, getting the show. Bad analogy, gas tanks get filled. The health insurance industry cars a max out of pocket per person household. My premiums went up, so did the max from 5 to 9. Yeah, I understand. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. What I'm saying, though, is, yes, the insurance companies keep screwing us over. So it's the problem is with the insurance companies. Why are we having the government basically give the insurance companies more money so they continue to screw us? If the insurance company is charging $9,000 a month, or let's go crazy, thousands of dollars a month for insurance to people and they can't afford it, guess what? Nobody's going to have the insurance. Then the insurance company is going to go out of business. So they're only able to charge those rates because the fucking government is subsidizing it. They would have to change what they're doing. They screw everybody over nonstop. Maybe we should get back to where you just pay cash to your doctor. You go to the doctor, you give them a chicken and a couple of eggs, and they get to see you. Barter system. To the best of my knowledge, I don't get a subsidy, and my family income is less than $40,000. You're doing something wrong then, because that's those. Unless I don't know why, but maybe it's up to the states. I don't know, but I saw the stuff where it said people were getting subsidies up to $600. It could be the plan too. I don't know. It could be the type of plan. Maybe you got to have like a bronze plan or something to get the subsidies. I don't know. But I saw what those paperwork and stuff that I saw said that families with incomes up to $600,000 got the subsidy. I'm criminally white. Well, that's terrible. The package would replace the House-passed legislation that Democrats have rejected 14 times since the government shutdown began. The current bill would only extend government funding until October 21st. A test vote on the new legislation can come within a few days if Thune decides to move forward. You pay a doctor cash when you go. Then Democrats would have a crucial choice, keep fighting. Well, that's the thing, too. Like most people, that's what a lot of people did, Tim, is they would pay cash to the doctors and stuff for like brand, like checkups, stuff like that. And then they would just have a policy that was just critical, like catastrophic policy. Like if you go to the hospital, it's a hospital coverage. If you go, get admitted to the hospital, if you have some kind of, a broken leg or, need surgery, they had policies, and those policies, if you were young and healthy, those policies were dirt cheap. They were like, 50, $60 a month. But if something bad happened, because they were playing the odds, basically that, well, most 25-year-old people don't end up in the hospital. But now, basically, what they've done is they've taken and they've made everybody with the Obamacare made everybody get the insurance, and everybody had to get the same insurance and the same coverages, and it got everything all screwed up. And for some reason, though, the insurance companies are making bumper record profits. You asked for that, but the local hospital didn't have it. Yeah. Well, they don't. The policies, they got rid of those policies because of Obamacare. They made them all illegal. And no insurance company, you know what I mean? And so I don't know if they're still legal under Obamacare. I don't know. Schumer on Saturday persisted in arguing that Republicans should accept a 1-year extension before negotiating future tax credits. Doing nothing is derelict because people will go bankrupt. People will lose insurance. People will get sicker. Not having insurance isn't going to make you any sicker. Or make you any sicker or any healthier. Joe is coming on in 20 minutes. Are you going on a show? I was not invited on Joe's show. He normally doesn't stream on Saturday night, but it's a special show. I think he's just watching I think Joe is just watching Nick. I thought he said he was going to watch something. I thought. Can't remember what it was, but I think he's going to watch the oral arguments in the tariff case. This says Trump signals no shutdown compromise with Democrats as senators schedule a rare weekend session. Yeah, senators hardly ever work on the weekends. Oh, wow, look at it. An ad for some crap.
It's clear we need to try something different.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer took to the Senate floor Friday with a Democratic proposal to end the government's longest shutdown.
Democrats have said we must address the health care crisis. But Republicans have repeatedly said they won't negotiate to lower the health care costs until the government reopens. So let's find a path.
No, Chuck. The path is you going away. Senators are working through the weekend for the first time since the government shutdown began more than a month ago, hoping to find a bipartisan resolution that has eluded them as federal workers have gone unpaid, airlines have been forced to cancel flights, and SNAP benefits have been delayed. Trump made clear Saturday he's unlikely to compromise anytime soon, posting on social media the worst health care anywhere in the world. Suggested Congress send the money directly to people. Okay, we read all this stuff. So moderates continue to negotiate. It's unclear whether Democrats would support such a plan. All right, and here's this story. Is kind of a follow-up on the thing about the planes. So UPS and FedEx ground all McDonnell Douglas 11 planes following a deadly crash in Kentucky. U.S. and FedEx announced that they have grounded their combined more than 50 MD-11 cargo planes out of an abundance of caution after a crash in Louisville, Kentucky that killed at least 14 people. Medicare is going to $206.50 in 2026, and my supplement is going to $425. It's ridiculous. Seniors can't afford it. Insurance is betting against yourself. You are betting. You will get cancer. A tornado will hit your house. Tragedy will rule your life. It is. On Tuesday, a UPS MD-11 crashed near Muhammad Ali International Airport, having burst into flames shortly after its takeoff headed to Honolulu. The death toll from the crash climbed from the initial 3 pilots to 14, according to social media posts from Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg on Friday. MD-11 aircraft make up about 9% of the UPS airline fleet and about 4% of the FedEx fleet. We made this decision proactively at the recommendation of the aircraft manufacturer. Well, if the aircraft manufacturer recommended it, it kind of tells me they know something's wrong. Nothing is more important to us than the safety of our employees and the communities we serve. FedEx said it was immediately implementing contingency plans to avoid disruption in their delivery operation. I mean, if the manufacturer is telling you, that means they know something's wrong. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. What's my opinion worth? I don't know. According to the aviation analytics firm Circum, Western Global Airlines is the only other U.S. cargo airline that utilizes MD-11s, and 12 of them have been put into storage. Boeing had announced in '98 that it would be phasing out the MD-11 jetliner production. Final deliveries were in 2000. The U.S. cargo plane was built in 1991. The pilots struggled to control the aircraft as it reached a height of 100 feet above the runway while its left wing burned before plunging in flames off the runway. The crash destroyed 2 nearby businesses. Oh, Jay Wills is here. It says, happy Saturday night, everybody. Happy Saturday night. Thank you. And with that, $5, my friends, we are now $28 away from the first additional hour. Just $28 away from the first additional hour of the show. It's a really, really big show. These things happen. Yep. Happy Saturday night to you. Something went wrong. The engine fell off. I say something is wrong. Yep. Something's wrong. Something obviously the manufacturer. It could be what's known as frame stress, fatigue. Planes have that problem because as the plane's flying, they heat up and the metal, the aluminum expands and contracts, it flexes. They get stress fatigue and cracks. So that could be what's going on here. It's the age of the plane. Once they start to get old like that, the things have to be replaced. You can't keep flying with them because they're just going to basically go and fall apart. And there's going to be no. They're supposed to check that stuff. They're supposed to be looking for like micro fractures or anything like that, stress cracks and stuff. But it's one of them things where what are you gonna do? You guys can see Bella, right? She's not behind the thing. Oh, look at her moving on me now. Not behind the thing today, right? We're the only pilots on the plane that crashed. There was 3 people, 2 pilots, and maybe someone else in the cargo or something like that. Maybe a cargo master, and I think other people that died, stress fractures. Yeah. National Transportation Safety Board member Todd Inman said on Friday that the sound of a bell was picked up in the cockpit by a voice recorder. The bell went off for 25 seconds as the plane barely lifted off the ground, and it was likely a warning for the fire that ignited in the wing. Wow. I think it wouldn't be a bell. I think it would be an alarm, like a glaring light, and I think go, rah, 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 fire, 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 something like that. And Tim says, 100%, Jim, but people miss and guess wrong. World is not perfect. Oh, I know. Mm-hmm. That says Carpe Diem says perfect. Mm-hmm. That's like the first time I've seen Bella move. Well, I did implement a new pulley system with new strings and stuff to move her around. So, and hopefully you didn't see the strings because I have to make her more. People want more movement, so I had to create a whole pulley system to move her arms and legs and make her more like animatronic. Jimmy Stewart was a great actor. Yes, thank you. Yes, very much, Mr. Sir. Yes. We forgot about the quality assurance. Yes, we did. The plane had been in maintenance for a month. Oof. And I think if I heard a story, I don't know if it's true. I haven't been able to track down if it's true, but that they were doing they were working on that engine supposedly, and then Wi-Fi butt influencer. Yeah. That is on Amazon. I don't see strings. What a show. Yeah. With all the weird things happening in the world, I sometimes feel like we're living either a Fringe TV episode or a Travelers episode. Sometimes I feel like this could be a simulation. I don't know. I mean, I've heard that stuff. I don't know if it's true. Is it true? UPS is the #1 air cargo service provider for the United States Postal Service. U.S. National Transportation Safety Board is investigating the crash of the 34-year-old freighter at the Louisville airport. Yeah, not too keen on flying right now. Yeah, I know Jimmy Stewart was a pilot. He was wasn't he a B-17 pilot? B-17, I think, pilot in World War II, right? The most recent UPS cargo plane crash was in 2013 when an Airbus attempted to land at the international airport in Birmingham, Alabama, killing both crew members aboard. Stay informed. Receive breaking news alerts. Yes. And let's just see if there's anything different here from just the news. U.S. FedEx ground MD-11 fleet after deadly Kentucky crash. So they're grounding the flights. It killed 14 people, including the 3 pilots aboard the MD-11. So it was 3 pilots, which was bound for Honolulu. So maybe it had 3 pilots because they're going to take turns flying over that long of a trip. I don't know. Both shipping dials move as precautionary, taking on abundance of caution after receiving a recommendation from the aircraft's manufacturer. So the aircraft manufacturer said something to them like, hey, you got to check these planes and see if the engines are going to fall off. And they said, oh, shit, we better take them out of service. We made the decision proactively. Yeah. So, same thing here from the New York Post. They're grounding the planes. A fiery crash. I guess we can. Why is there no sound? Oh. Drone footage reveals the wreckage after the fiery crash. These people are just looking at the buildings and stuff. Nine people who died were working in the buildings. Snarf or want Virgo or was Virgo. Vertigo is an Alfred Hitchcock movie, if I'm not mistaken, right? I never heard of Snarf. Wow, look at that wreckage. Oh, it wasn't Vertigo? No, I think Vertigo is a movie about him being afraid of falling or something like that off a building or something, I think. It was black and white. Spirit of St. Louis. You're talking about Spirit of St. Louis? Oh, wow. You see that? Let's go back. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. Look at it coming through, man. So it like clipped right there. Watch. Boom. It clips right there and blows up. You see it? Watch. It's going to clip. Clip the building and blow up. Boom. Boom. Right there. So the explosion doesn't really look like it was caused by. Like it's right there. See it? Maybe it did it hit power lines? Maybe it hit a power line or something. It hit something. Looks like a big. See the flash, the spark, boom, and then the fireball. Like that's crazy, right? Like I wonder if it hit a power line or something. Anyway, it was Lindbergh. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh, that's crazy. So they're grounding their fleet, and we saw that. So, all right, let's get to the next story here. Nancy Pelosi made $130 million profit in stocks during her congressional career. 130 million, a return of 16,930%. 16,930% return. That's a lot of returns, people. That's like, whoa, like crazy, crazy, crazy money. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, right there, see her, Smiley Pelosi with the big hammer. See, look at this is why I think it was a setup. All right, this is why I think her husband getting attacked by the guy with the hammer is a setup, because there Pelosi is with the hammer in her hand. She was the one wielding the hammer, banging the gavel all the time, and then her husband got hammered with the gavel. Maybe Pelosi sent that guy to teach him a lesson. See, that's the face she looked. She handed that guy the hammer and said, "Here you go. Go take Paul and take it to Paul. Give it to him." I don't know. I mean, there she is smiling with a hammer in her hand, and her husband got beat in the head with a hammer. Well, coincidence? Maybe. You thought it was his gay friend? It's possible. Twink hammer? Maybe. I mean, but, maybe Pelosi gave that guy the hammer to hit him with. Before taking congressional office in 1987, the then 47-year-old freshman and her hubby, venture capitalist Paul Pelosi, reported between $610,000 and $785,000 in stocks in their portfolio, according to a copy of her hand-delivered 87 financial disclosure form. They held a dozen stocks, including Citibank and many companies no longer publicly traded. Portfolio has soared to $133.7 million today, according to the latest estimates from Quiver Quantitative. You have aerial footage of that right after the crash on your page. Wow. The criminal had 3 hammers in his backpack? Well, that's odd. Isn't that odd? Why would you have 3 hammers? Pelosi Inc. by the numbers. $3 million net worth before joining Congress. 16,000% profit. 38 years in Congress. Net worth $280 million today. Got a $9 million San Francisco mansion and a number of wineries owned. Wow. They own wineries. You know who else owns a winery is Gavin Newsom. Pelosi's 40-year career is a perfect example of our system's dysfunction. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene praises Nancy Pelosi's incredible career. Of course she does, after accusing her of treason years ago. I mean, what is Marjorie Taylor Greene? I mean, what is going on? Oh, Congress might not be Pelosi free for long despite Nancy's retirement. Who could continue her dynasty? Well, her daughter or her son, obviously. Paul Jr. or the daughter. I can't remember her daughter's name. That represents an eye-watering profit of almost 17,000%, just short of 17,000. What is up with MTG? I don't know, but she sure don't sound like, I don't know that somebody, it's almost like somebody's blackmailing her, like they've got something on her, because she's completely done like this. Whoop. Even with the power of compound interest, the windfall represents a staggering 14.5% annual return, beating out the S&P 500, NASDAQ, and Dow Jones over those years, around 7 to 9%. She drank the Kool-Aid. Yeah, sure did. Oh, look at, hey, everybody, we got the best viewers on streamvo.org. Remove the space. What do you know? Thanks. Last year, their investment portfolio pulled in an estimated 54% return. 54% return, more than double the S&P 500's 25% gain, and beating out every large hedge fund. Gavin is her nephew. Pelosi's trading is so infamous, it inspired congressional trading ban bills. The ETFs are named after her. Nancy and Paul Pelosi are worth $280 million today, up from $3 million in '87. Pelosi's 2024 disclosure form shows holdings in some 24 individual stocks, including millions in each of NVIDIA, Palo Alto Networks, Salesforce, Netflix, and between 25 and 50 million of Apple stocks, their largest holding. Pelosi's are worth an estimated $280 million today, compared to around $3 million when the Golden State lawmaker joined Congress. Why did Paul not want a response from the regular police when he dialed 911? I don't know. The whole thing is weird to me. Hold on. Those numbers don't make sense. The math doesn't math for me. I know. It doesn't. I mean, how do you go from 3 million to 280 million? That's 100, that's like 100x. And yet, people support Nancy and won't spend some to snap needed people. Yep, that's right. I pointed out NVIDIA 10 years ago. NVIDIA was doing great, and then there was some worry because there was like a chip crisis, because if something happens with China, NVIDIA is going to go. Nancy first ran for Congress in '87 when she was 47 years old. Pelosi won the special election she ran in and took office in June of '87. They have a home in Pacific Heights area, San Francisco valued at $8.7 million, and a crash pad in Georgetown they bought in '99 for $650K. Well, what's that one? What's the one in Georgetown worth now? It's probably worth $5 million, $6 million. The she-wolf of Wall Street is leaving public life as momentum grows to ban lawmakers and their spouses from trading individual stocks, arguing they have access to market-moving information ahead of the public, which is true. In September, the latest iteration of a trading ban bill was introduced in the House. Pelosi is so notorious for trading that past versions of the bills were named after her, and ETFs has attempted to copy her trades. I think what I'll miss most is how she trades, says Dan Weisskopf, portfolio manager of an ETF that follows members of Congress trades, calls the Nancy, after the Queen of Stocks. Paul and Nancy Pelosi have an estimated 133 million in stocks today. It's so high conviction and aggressive. The only reason why you make such trades is if you've got the process that gives you confidence. And as far as I know, they're not buying off technicals. They must be doing it because of information around the companies themselves. Weisskopf said Pelosi's trading style is marked by her prolific use of options trading. You only do that because you want leverage, and you only really want leverage on that kind of trading if you have a lot of convictions, she said. She's buying deep in the money and putting up a lot of money to do it. And we're not seeing her panic. We don't see a lot of flip-flopping on her trade activity. Pelosi, the house where Pelosi was brutally attacked in 2022 is worth $8.7 million. Says NVIDIA was a scam for graphic card purchasers in their earliest days. They faked it until they made it. Oh. Okay. One of Pelosi's greatest hits, he said, has been exercising a call option December, bought in late 2023 at an estimated premium of $1.8 million, allowing the Pelosi's to nab 50,000 shares of hot AI chip stock NVIDIA for $12 a pop, less than 1/10 its market price. In total, the couple paid $2.4 million for the investment, which on paper is now worth more than $7.2 million. When you're supposed to be called an honorable member of Congress, maybe you should look yourself in the mirror and say, I want to do the right thing. No, they don't want to do that. This is an aerial view of the Napa Valley owned by the Pelosi's worth between 5 and 25 million. They own Napa Valley estate. Nancy Pelosi's true legacy is becoming the most successful inside trader in American history. Kirsten Pell's spokesperson for the National Republican Committee. If anyone else had turned $785,000 into $133 million with better returns than Warren Buffett, they'd be retiring behind bars. Pelosi's office did not return a request for comment. And did you know that this girl got married? This girl, Ashley Earnhardt, got married to Sean Hannity recently? I think. Am I wrong about that? Newsmax says Pelosi's income skyrocketed by millions since she took office. Yeah, Martha Stewart went to jail for what? What? Yeah, Martha Stewart went to jail for like minor things. She officially announced her retirement from a house this past week. So she did announce her retirement. If anyone else had turned that kind of money, so we saw that. All right. Same thing from Fox News. 130 million in stock profits, returning 16,000% profit. All right. On to the next story. We've got U.S. official. Iran plot to kill Israel envoy in Mexico contained. I bet Nancy won't move to New York City under Mandami. ATI blew NVIDIA away while they claim superiority. Tunnels are the future for now. Pelosi's father was mayor of Baltimore. Yep. Yeah, he was mayor of Baltimore. His name was D'Agostino. I think, right? D'Agostino? If I got that right? Or is it? No, D'Ambrosia or something like that? Anyway, Italian name.
Certainly should be a new chapter for the Middle East. The question is, will Arab and Muslim leaders take it? And terrorist ideology engage in deconflict a few days ago would have been the first to actually do this, given the alleged trip.
So Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps plotted to assassinate Israel's ambassador to Mexico starting late last year, but the effort was contained and there is no current threat, a U.S. official said on Friday. Well, what's it say? KPT Times says 112 watching and 79 likes. Get some more likes in there, people. Hey, we've been going an hour and 40 minutes. So please, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And please participate in the chat. And please keep in mind that this show goes about 2.5 hours every night, unless we hit $75 in total donations and gifted memberships and super chats, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Cash App, all that business, all that jazz. All right. And right now, we are currently $28 away from actually going an extra hour. So, yes. Likes are free, people. But extra hours cost money. So if you want an extra hour to show, we got about 50 minutes left to show, unless we hit the $28. So we are an hour and 40 minutes in. Got it? Good. The official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said the plot against the ambassador, Ionit Kranz-Neger, is that how you say the name? Neger? Neiger? Neger? Was active through the first half of this year. Or is it Niger? Niger? Anyway, the plot was contained and does not pose a current threat, the official told Reuters. Audra says, here's two. Thank you very much. An Amazing Disgrace goes, please take my money. Thank you very much. So with that, $7 total. That gives us $21. So we're basically blackjack away. Blackjack away. Or basically blackjack away, folks. 21 away from an extra hour. The plot was contained and does not pose a current threat. This is just the latest in a long line of Iran's global lethal targeting of diplomats, journalists, dissidents, and anyone who disagrees with them. Something that should deeply, deeply, deeply worry every other country where there is an Iranian presence. It should. The official declined to say how the plot was foiled or even offer more details about the operation. Iran's mission in New York declined to comment. The United States and its allies have frequently alleged that Iran and its proxies have sought to launch violent attacks against Tehran's opponents. Security services in Britain and Sweden warned last year that Tehran was using criminal proxies to carry out its violent attacks in those countries, with London saying it had disrupted 20 Iran-linked plots since 2022. A dozen other countries have condemned what they called a surge in assassinations, kidnapping, harassment plots by Iranian intelligence. Yes. Iran, bad. Yes. Britain's domestic spy chief, NI5 Director General Ken McCallum said last month that Iran was frantically trying to silence its critics around the world and cited how Australia had exposed Iranian involvement in anti-Semitic plots, and Dutch authorities have revealed a failed assassination attempt. Israel has long been an Iranian target, and particularly so after Israelis engaged in an air war with Iran that included U.S. bombers attacking Iranian nuclear sites in June. He says, I'll pronounce Niger in a way that's considered controversial. Oh, bedtime for me, long day for me. Oh, good night, KPT. Have a nice night. Thank you for stopping by. So nice of you to be here. I'm doing that song in my head now. It's not good. All right, do we the end of this? That's the story. Oh, see. We got Fox News. Jim. Boomer, Jim. Iran directed plot to assassinate Israel's ambassador to Mexico thwarted. It says masked attackers storm pro-Israel event in Canada. Really? Let's see that.
Here's why you should
switch. A plot by Iran to assassinate Israel's ambassador to Mexico has been thwarted, officials revealed Friday. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was allegedly trying to kill the ambassador. That's crazy. They're trying to kill the ambassador. We thank security and law enforcement services for their excellent
Jonathan. Stop! Get out of here! Get out! Get out! Get off this property! Get out! Our city! We refuse to allow Jonathan! In our city! Call 911! Call the police! Call 911! Our city! Call 911! Call Jonathan! Call our city! Call 911! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I don't understand why they're not violently removing these people by force. They came into your property and they're doing this. They have no right to be there. They shattered a window. To me, I would be, I definitely would not be allowing people to do that in my house. Yes. Get the honey gun. Oh, Terry's here. It says, hi, I'm late. Hi, friends. Terry, so great for you to be here. Thank you very much. And with Terry's wonderful $5, that puts us $5 closer. That puts us $16 away, just $16 away from one additional hour of the show. But thank you very much. Yes, Pew Pew solves that really fast, really fast. No gun? That is very scary. Yes, I mean, is this somebody's house or what is this? No, it's not a house.
Get out! Get out! Get out! This is private property! Get off our property!
Oh my god, it's really bad. Where are you? תקשיב, אתה מגזים, תירגע, תנשום עמוק. תפסיק להכניס את הדברים. I'm just gonna lock the door. The door's locked. You're gonna break it.
I'm confused. Why this? Where was this? Canada? Oh, Canada. Wow. Israel. We thank security and law enforcement in Mexico
Here's
for thwarting
why
the
you
attack.
should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private.
Elite Iranian Union plotted assassination of Israeli ambassador to Mexico. This is why I play Fallout. Yeah. An elite Iranian military unit plotted to assassinate the Israeli ambassador to Mexico. The plan, hatched by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Quds Force, was initiated at the end of 2024 and was active through the first half of this year. It's among a string of plots by Tehran to target government officials. Iran rejected the allegation, calling it a media intervention. It should be considered an act of terrorism when it passes the point of peaceful protest. Yeah. I wonder how Canada handled that. You know, because, you know, on one hand, they're idiots up there, but coming to a place like that and attacking those people because they're, I don't know, their religion or, you know, it seems kind of like hate crime-ish. You know, hate crime-ish. And Canada is like a very, you know, very big on going after people. They're too busy killing the ostriches. Yes. Yes, I know. Bella's making a turn, everybody. Look at her. She's making a turn. She's coming out the end. I'm sorry. Sometimes I think she knows I moved the camera and then she wants to move out of the way of the camera. Or something. You saw the string that time? Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. You don't see the string now, do you? Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. 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 Thank you so much.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you, Lisa. With that $16, folks, we hit the goal of 1 extra hour. And now we are $75 away from a second additional hour. That's right. Because on Jim Tells You, you, the viewer, decide how long the show is. If you want the show to go on, you let me know by your very generous and very well, very much appreciated contributions, and actually understood at that time. Well, that's good. Does Iran understand Mexico has a Jewish president? Yeah, I know. It's weird, right? And the show will go on, And so right now we have an hour and 40 minutes left of the show. 1 hour, 40 minutes left of show right now. So thank you very much. We've been going an hour and 50, and we got an hour and 40 left to go. So we could have another hour. It all depends on you. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lisa. Yes, yes, yes. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. I didn't even check my phone. I don't know. What could have been. Okay, so yeah, so they thwarted that attack. And then the AP says alleged Iranian plot to kill the ambassador to Mexico was thwarted by the U.S., Israel, and Mexico. And then this story, this story here is this is a depressing story. It says Universal Ostrich Farms, Edgewood, British Columbia. That's your Canadian government right there that just did this. I went to Bosnia, Somalia, Afghanistan, and I did not serve my country for this BS that's in front of us. The government committed their own effing atrocity. Sergeant Mike Rude, retired. I mean, look at this. This is just brutal. And I don't understand, because if they said that these ostriches are diseased, why aren't they getting destroyed? I mean, they need to, you don't just. And look, they put them in there and surround them with these concrete blocks so that they could just shoot them. So instead of euthanizing them the correct way and keeping them safe, they just shot them with guns. This is nuts. This is just crazy. Look what they did to those poor ostriches. I mean, this is nuts. This is horrible. This is horrible. Yeah. Well, that's why the chicken, this is the same thing that happened with the chickens and the eggs under Biden. They killed I heard 40 million chickens they slaughtered that were egg-laying chickens. But that seems like a lot to me. Maybe it was 4 million or 400,000. I don't know, but they kill a lot. Again, it's a government solution. That's the government. It's always the government solution is just kill stuff. That's what the government does. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is horrible. Just horrible. Ostriches cold. They're calling it cold at the BC farm. Oh no, that's straw. That's not. I thought that was concrete, like blocks that they put up. Tarpaulins cover objects on the ground inside the holding pen. The pen has been filled with live ostriches a day earlier before shooting broke out overnight. They brought in guns and just started shooting the ostriches. That's not how you're supposed to do stuff like this. Canadian Food Agency says it culled the herd that was at the center of a legal battle as its owner stopped killing the flock. The agency confirmed that the cull in a statement saying the order was part of a disease response policy after 2 of the birds were tested and found to be carrying avian flu in December of 2024. It added the cull was carried out by professional marksmen. Weren't people going to eat them? I mean, yeah. The farm's owners had challenged the cull order, saying the birds had no signs of illness, had developed immunity, and were scientifically valuable for research purposes. Yes, there was a more humane way to do this. Yes, there was. Numerous gunshots were heard from the ostrich farm. And CFIA said it would move forward with plans to cull the herd following a Supreme Court decision to dismiss the appeal. The agency announced it would be moving forward. Yeah. Shortly after the decision was handed down, Supreme Court's unanimous decision to dismiss the farm's appeal said the agency's stamping out policy was reasonable. CFI said birds were found to have a strain of avian flu that had not been identified in Canada before and is connected to a human infection in the United States. Yes, yeah, call the party in Canada. Yeah. Cooking is supposed to kill viruses like salmonella. Wasn't already a concern? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know. They lied. It was all about power. Government has to be evil due to the fanatical micromanagers. It's human nature. Yes, it is. The farm owner said the agency's order amounts to a government overreach and that they were ignoring the argument of natural immunity and seeking other ways to avoid killing animals. Well, see, that's what happened. And when COVID happened, everyone said natural immunity doesn't matter. Yeah, they survived the flu, yeah, AIDS, and yeah. It's increasingly clear to me that everyone else, that the ministers of agriculture and health need to intervene and either declare these birds research subjects or explain to Canadians why they are allowed to slaughter without testing. Supreme Court granted the farm an emergency interim stay of the cull while it reviewed the appeal. Farm spokesperson Katie Passini, daughter of one of the co-owners, posted a tearful update on social media after the court's decision to dismiss the farm's appeal went public. Yeah, they had a cold, so they had to die. This is what pain looks like. She's going to lose everything she's ever loved for 35 years. Referring to her mother, who can be seen crying in the background. That's what pain looks like when the government fails you. Federal Court of Canada previously determined that the agency's decisions were reasonably based on evidentiary record that were made in a procedurally fair manner. Yeah, of course they do. Fucking communists and their committees and evidentiary records and committees and agencies. The ostrich farm gained international attention with large groups of protesters camping at the farm for months. The battle over the cull order started in December after the farm owners notified a veterinarian about 2 sick birds at the farm. CFI was in touch with the farm owners before they heard back from the vet. The agency said it received an anonymous tip that birds may have avian flu H5N1. Agency collected samples from 2 sick birds, which confirmed it had avian flu. The birds have since died, and 69 animals died in months following. Only 2 tested positive for H5N1. The farm owner said they believe the virus was brought to the farm by migrating ducks. The protocol called for the rest of the herd to be culled, but the farm owners obtained a court injunction saying the birds have developed immunity and that they're needed for scientific research. Wouldn't that be very stupid if the birds did have immunity and they could have got a vaccine or something from them to give to all other birds? Like, they could have basically got rid of the flu, something. Yes, they got the diabetes. Is best. Diabetes. Farm owners were offered compensation for the destroyed animals in quarter with the Health of Animal Act under compensation, which would be up to $3,000 for each bird. The farm had 399 ostriches, and CFIA had put estimates between 300 and 330. Wait, they don't even know how many birds they had? They had immunity, so they killed them. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Here's the Canadistans of their Rebel News. Rebel News confirms hundreds of ostriches dead following the cull order. Exclusive footage shows hundreds of ostriches laying lifeless in the kill pen built by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Drone footage. Do we see this? Oh, that's like, maybe they had to stay far away with their drone. Well, that's terrible. Somewhere along the way, our government decided to abuse the entity that is the RCMP and used you to do its disgusting dirty work. Ostrich farm supporters face off with federal agents after property lights were killed and rifle shots were heard.
You're choosing death every second you stand here and support the CFIA. You're choosing death. You're murdering every second you hear a shot out there in that field. Healthy, beautiful birds. Healthy, beautiful birds the CFIA has tortured since they came on this land. They haven't fed them. They haven't bedded them. They haven't watered them. They've died on their watch of dehydration. And you're supporting those killing bastards who are going to go on to the next farm, and the next farm, and the next farm, and it'll be your house next. You're supporting them.
There's a lot of good
They have no
They're
conscience.
just caught up in this sick fucking mess of this government.
You're a woman.
Because I know a lot of you signed up to the RCMPs because you believe in the oath that you took. You want to serve and protect your country. You want to see Canada be a better place. And that is why you took that oath. That is why you became officers of the law. You didn't become officers of the law to stand in a line in front of supporters while the CFIA murders innocent animals behind you. You didn't sign up. That wasn't the deal you made when you took that oath. Nobody warned you about that, did they? Did they say, hey, one day you might have to defend a warrant that isn't even an RCMP warrant, that is issued by a government agency that isn't even elected, by an agency given power over the whole food and agricultural industry to kill at will out of speculation and suspicion? You didn't sign up for that. That was not the oath you took. But somewhere along the way, our government decided to abuse the entity that is the RCMP and use you to do its disgusting, dirty work. That is what I'm frustrated about. Not the fact that you're standing here, the fact that you don't see you're being abused by the very system that you swore to serve and protect. And that is wrong, and it needs to stop, and the future depends on it.
The future depends on it. Breaking ostrich harm news. Shooting sounds occurring in the ostrich pen. It appears as though the government workers have executed the ostriches by shooting them and begun covering them with tarps following the completion of the coal order. But, I mean, here's my question. They were saying that these things were super dangerous. They were wearing like biohazard suits when they were going there and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden they just started schwacking them and shooting them and just letting them lay there. And when all the diseases get spread more at that point, I mean, it kind of doesn't sound to me like they were as sick as they claimed. No, I don't know. I'll just keep eating these animals. Crush Feet 78 says, this really breaks my heart. Thank you for covering this. It is sad, and in more ways than one, because it's sad because these animals died and they didn't have to die like that, and they're just getting wasted. It's just like a waste of, it's a total waste. They're basically, and they could have just tested some more of them, see if they actually had disease. If they did have immunity, that would be something you could look into and try to figure it out. So the surviving animals weren't tested for the disease. They just shot them all. Yep, that's what they did. They said, we don't know. They said, once we test one bird and one thing in the herd that has the disease, we just kill them all. I mean, that's like some Nazi shit, man. And it sounds like the protesters in Portland, the officers are just doing their job for the government officials that voters elected. Yes, the cops are just, what are the cops going to do? Say no and then get fired and lose their job? I mean, just following orders, all that jazz. They needed a third party involved. Canada is corrupt. Yeah. It appears as though government workers executed the officers by shooting them. Yeah. We can't forget the government did this to a family. The officers were part of a healthy flock used in groundbreaking avian flu antibody research. Yet the government ordered them killed without testing to confirm if they were sick. Oh, yes, Viva Fry, I know, was all over this. He had the owners on, and I saw his video. He was at the airport and he was sitting down and he was crying, talking about it. It was very touching. What happened to Canada? It was taken over by communists. Canada was taken over by communists. That's what happens. This is what communists get you. I mean, look at what happened when, look at what happened to the Soviet Union when the communists took it over. A lot of killing. These people need to visit a slaughterhouse. They are really out of touch. Canadians and farmers alike continue to demand answers as the outrage grows over the questionable coal. Rebel News reporter Drea Humphrey, who has been closely covering the story, remains on the scene, and we'll have more updates to come. Calgary-based reporter Sid Fizzard also made the trek to southeastern British Columbia after having captured drone footage of the kill pen earlier in the day, caught the moment the CFIA officials began disassembling the fortification. Remember, folks, Canada's right next door. And Snarf says, I butchered deer. I'm good at it. He also heard from Universal Ostrich Farm co-owner Dave Belinsky, who shared his absolute friggin' disgust. I'm absolutely friggin' disgusted after seeing images of the slaughter. How could anybody shoot that many healthy ostriches? Or any animal? My God, it's a massacre. It's an ostrich genocide. Belinsky also slammed the CFIA for refusing to test the birds.
You're looking at the image of the ostriches to this morning. What's your reaction?
Absolute friggin' disgust. How could anybody shoot that many healthy ostrich or any animal? My God. It's a massacre.
A massacre.
Everybody knows that there was no disease in these birds. The CFIA refused to do a test. They never tested one of them animals. And because they want to destroy the science and the antibody program that's going on, with the explicit help of the court system, where the courts would not look at any data, any scientific reports or information after the first initial PCR test when nobody knew what it was, the CFIA blocked all of our expert opinions. And it's led to that. These birds are going to be martyrs, because with the law written the way it is, where a bureaucrat or anybody from CFIA can come on your farm, have a suspicion that you have a disease in your animals, and order the slaughter of them, is not Canada. We got to take Canada back.
What needs to
and
happen?
Everybody has to get excited about this and get rid of the bullshit that goes on in Ottawa and get some realism back into our Canadian lifestyle. It's not a left and right issue. It's not a it's a political issue, but it's not left to right. It's everybody in the country has to stand up to this bullshit.
Wow, he's upset. So I don't know. I can understand, but I think in a way, I don't know. Like, I think they tried to, yes, over 900,000 chickens were culled in Ohio last December. They killed a bunch of chickens all over the country. That's why eggs went up to like $12 a dozen, because they killed a bunch of egg-laying birds, egg-laying hens and a bunch of other stuff. So chicken prices went up a real lot, and natural immunity's on trial. Says low martyr birds. Yeah, I mean, calling the birds martyrs, that's not helpful, I don't think. But so ostriches were big old guinea pigs. Well, I don't know if they're big old guinea pigs. It did the same all over the insane Western world. Like, I don't think they keep saying that the birds were part of some kind of antibodies research. I don't think they were when it happened. I think they tried to do that later and tried to claim something like, oh, we're going to do this and come up with something. But, once the government makes up their mind to do something, it's almost impossible to stop it. Stay tuned. It's a developing story. All right. And now into this story. It says over 5,000 flights delayed or canceled on the second day of FAA cuts as Duffy threatens more reductions. Were there ostriches being used as lab animals? No, not originally. I thought that the farm was. Like they actually were selling ostrich eggs and ostrich meat. I thought, and they had a herd. They were I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they were just looking at them. I don't know. I used to go to Canada a lot when I was young to visit cousins. That farm was there in the 80s. Well, what do? They eat the ostriches? Do they eat the eggs? What were they doing with them? You like ostrich meat? I've heard it's very good. Over 5,000 flights were canceled or delayed on the second day of the Federal Aviation Administration cuts an inconvenience that could get worse, as Secretary Duffy warns of more cuts. As of 3 p.m. on Saturday, flight tracker website FlightAware reported 1,030 flights within, into, and out of United States were canceled, while another 4,211 were delayed. The tracker doesn't distinguish between delays and cancellations caused by the FAA cuts and other factors, but the number of cancellations is several times higher than on the previous days of the week. 8 days a week. Hey, what's up, Mr. Parker? We have bigger issues than birds in Canada. Yeah, I know, but it's a story that people asked about, and so I thought I would cover it. You know, people had mentioned it earlier in the week, so I thought I would throw it in there because they just killed them yesterday or last night. Duffy announced a 10% reduction in flights on 40 locations due to the government shutdown, placing pressure on a thinly stretched air traffic controllers at this week's Wednesday's press conference. And vital personnel have been required to work without pay, forcing the Department of Transportation to take desperate measures. Yes, government overreach is becoming universal. These cuts will come in phases, beginning with a 4% reduction on Friday, a 6% reduction by November 11th, 8% by January 13th, 10% by November 14th. Your meat, feathers, leather, all parts of the ostrich are useful. I am behind. I thought you went to bed. Question. We are still... It's a symptom of a bigger problem. It is. Government overreach is becoming universal. Two hours late. Oops. No, you're fine. It's always great to see you. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 It falls in line with the Amish farms in America. Yeah, they're doing all types of weird shit to the Amish farms in America, especially in Pennsylvania. It's doesn't look good. The impact, it could be seen on FlightAware, with airports targeted by the cuts seeing disproportionately high numbers of delays and cancellations. John F. Kennedy International Airport saw 247 departing flights. 38% of all departing flights canceled or delayed. Newark Liberty Airport saw 200 departing flights canceled or delayed. LaGuardia saw 149 flights canceled or delayed. I wonder... I wanted to go to bed, but I still listen. Are we still 75 for the first additional hour? No, we got the we got the first additional hour. We're 75 for the second additional hour. We have the first additional hour, so we have a whole another hour and 8 to 17 minutes to go, unless we hit the next goal. The number of canceled flights already exceeded that of Friday, the first day of the cuts, which saw 1,070 within the U.S. canceled. The FAA administrator, Brian Bedford, explained on Wednesday that the decision to cut 10% of flights at 40 airports was based on data-driven approach. So I wonder if they're picking and choosing what airports they're canceling the flights from, and if they're purposely doing it in because those were 3 major New York airports that they were like, oh, we're cutting a bunch of flights in New York. So fuck off, New York, I guess is what they're saying in New York. So I bet you they're going to cut them in it says, go easy, Jim. I can't find the Tums. What? I wonder how regulated will bugs or plant-based meat be? I don't know. Jesus a la Buddha, something help me, Homer Simpsons. We have to decide that a 10% reduction in scheduled capacity would be appropriate to, again, continue to take the pressure off our controllers. And as we continue to see staffing triggers, there will be additional measures that will be taken in those specific markets. Again, I think it's a holistic plan. The large hubs, that's what they're cutting. Ugh. Bedford conceded that there's no perfect science here, but their calculations determined a 10% reduction at 40 locations where pressure is greatest. It's the best course of action. Okay, so that's the end of that one. Let's see New York Post, what they have to say about it. It says, travelers brace for chaos after more than 800 flights canceled across the U.S. as FAA orders take place. Oh, good. Thank you, Jim. I have a client that is not paying me my home improvement invoice yet. 3 months work and still not paid. Sometimes life sucks. Well, I hope they pay you soon, KPT. You need to get paid. You can't work without pay. You got to get paid. Okay, let's see. Is this actually going to be someone talking?
Paychecks. Our air traffic controllers and a lot of those who work at DOT, but throughout government, they haven't received paychecks. And many of these employees, they're the head of household. They have their spouse at home. They have a child or 2 or 3. And when they lose income, they are confronted with real world difficulties in how they pay their bills. And so for air traffic controllers, they received a partial payment in early October. The second payment, they got a big fat 0, no paycheck at all. Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be 0. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work, but I'm not naive to understand that they're trying to figure out how they meet their daily obligations. And so because of that, we have seen staffing pressures throughout our airspace. Those who travel will see that we've had more delays. We've had more cancellations. We do not want to see disruptions at the FAA or here at DOT. We don't want that. But our number one priority is to make sure when you travel safely. And that's why, as the administrator and I have been talking throughout the day, his team has been working for the last 24, 36, 48 hours crunching data. We're noticing that there's additional pressure that's building in the system. And again, our priority is to make sure that you're safe. And so we're going to talk about additional measures that we are going to take that's going to reduce the risk profile in the national airspace. And I'm going to turn it over to the administrator to do that. As he walks through what that plan is going to look like, I anticipate there'll be additional disruptions. There'll be frustration. We are working with the airlines. They're going to work with passengers. But in the end, our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible. The administrator is going to talk about all of the tools we're going to deploy. One of them, though, is going to be that there is going to be a 10% reduction in capacity at 40 of our locations. The administrator is going to tell you that this is data-based. This is not based on what airline travels, has more flights out of what location. This is about where is the pressure and how do we alleviate the pressure.
So let's go here. Let's see this. And it says 80% of the New York air traffic controllers called off when they didn't get paid. Well, that's why they were cutting all that stuff from New York, I guess, then. And then carrot, whatever that means. Find a new job, don't fly, planes bad. And Joe, who works for the federal government, says that his net pay stub was $0. And why did they keep regurgitating the same shit day after day after day for weeks? I don't know. What's up, y'all? Yeah, how you doing? Nice to see you. Shut it all down now. And then KPT says, I've been working for my neighbors since 2020, the plandemic, and no one has screwed me since. I just have to wait the 30 days after invoice time. Well, as long as you get paid eventually, they say. Who's handsome for those who live under a rock are Democrats, but I repeat myself. And Ron Swanson levels of government. And okay, I'm back, so I'm always up for a road trip. Flying is faster, but road trips are fun. Yeah, that could be. And brushed off and floss off the bed as I listen. Okay, thank you. Calm down, man. Definitely. And then Dick Parker comes in there. They're Canadians. They deserve what they vote for. I know what would happen if someone showed up on a Texas farm with intentions to slaughter birds. Yeah, could you imagine if Dick, what would happen if government tried to come and kill somebody's cows, somebody's steer, somebody's, cattle? Thank you. Thank you. With Dick Parker's $5, that puts us $5 closer to a second additional hour. That puts us $70 away from a second additional hour. Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. Just want to remind everybody, We've been going 2 hours and 20 minutes. If you haven't already, please hit the like button and please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And remember, for every $75 in total that comes in, including gifted memberships and memberships, PayPal, Cash App, Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, we extend the show by an hour of extra news coverage, extra commentary, extra laughs and giggles with Jim. The market could pay for the controllers. Yes. And yes, sir, a whole lot of us would show up to help. Carrot is the promise of something you will never reach. Oh, carrot and stick, they say. Travelers were bracing for air travel chaos. Chaos, they say. They did under Biden, hens, dairy, and cattle. I know there wasn't that thing. What was it with the? What was it called? The people, the Bundy Ranch. Remember the Bundy Ranch where they went? Obama sent the people there to try to do stuff, and then they ended up having to back down because all the neighbors, everybody showed up with guns. They did it all the time with hoof and mouth, etc. Over 815 flights have been called off nationwide, and more than 550 were delayed as of 7 a.m. Friday morning, according to FlightAware. Delta Airlines revealed it would be axing roughly 170 flights Friday, while Americans plan to cut 220 through Monday. Southwest Airlines was set to scratch 120 flights. All three major New York hubs, JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark, are set to feel the effects. Travelers at Newark were already hit with over 3-hour flight delays Thursday, just hours before the order took effect. Delay. I am devastated, Grace Logeman, 40, said of her Frontier flight out of Newark. I'd be devastated to fly Frontier. Was delayed several hours, ensuring missed a connecting flight to the Dominican Republic for her sister's birthday. As far as the ongoing shutdown, it's hurting me. I'm the one sitting here now. Other major high traffic airports that would be impacted under the order include Atlanta, Houston, Chicago, Washington, Dallas, Denver, and Los Angeles. You're yodeling now, Jim. The drastic plan, which threatens to throw holiday plans into chaos for millions of Americans traveling for Thanksgiving, are being rolled out gradually. Well, what are they supposed to do? Just let the planes crash into each other because there's nobody to control them, no flight? I mean, they have to do something. Otherwise, they'd have to just stop flying altogether. The cuts start 4% on Friday and ramp up to 10% a week from now. The reductions will be in effect between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. and impact all commercial airlines. The drastic plans threaten to throw holiday plans into chaos for millions of Americans. The feds insist the cuts are necessary to reduce pressure on air traffic controllers who have been working without pay for more than a month due to the ongoing shutdown. You can expect people to go into work when they're not getting a paycheck. I mean, it's not a matter of them wanting to do the job, but you can't afford to pay for gas, your daycare, and everything else. I wonder how trains and buses have been affected. I don't know. I mean, because buses probably shouldn't be a problem, but trains, it might be a problem because Amtrak is funded by the government. So, can a fee be added to a ticket to pay the controllers? I thought there is some ticket fees. There's use fees and stuff. I thought that's where all the TSA money came from, the tickets, but they're not getting paid either. Then holy F, I have a flight to Logan on Thursday and tickets to the Pats on Thursday. I had total surprise from hubby, Pats fan from 75 and never been. You guys might have to drive. Might have to get in the car and TSA is only airline security. I know, but that's what I'm saying. But the TSA isn't getting paid either, is what they're saying. So government shutdowns lead to 800 flights canceled. So we're just going to breeze through this real quick because we just talked about it already. It drags the 38th day. By noon, they've slashed 850 flights. Donna Benanuskowitz of Newton, Pennsylvania was supposed to meet her son at the airport so they could travel to Maryland but the flight was delayed 3 hours. So she owns a physical therapy clinic with her husband in Newton, Pennsylvania, and the shutdown is also impacting their business. We're physical therapists, and because the government shutdown, Medicare is not paying, and there's no reason why this should be happening. There's no reason why it should be happening for this long. Oh, what the F? I live in Texas now. I'm going to Boston. Oh, that's a long ride. Never mind. That would be too long. I don't know. I just hope and pray that it doesn't affect you. Hopefully it'll be fixed by then. KPT, I took my husband to a Pats game here, and they really played in Houston, and not the same, but we had a really good tickets. Pats won. We have smart people out here who come up with a solution. We can't come up with a solution to fix this. Republicans need at least 7 Democrat votes for the House-passed funding bill to advance, but Democrats are still refusing to cooperate. The Senate will vote on a funding bill to continue a resolution to open the funding to government for the 15th time on Friday. It's expected to fail. Was at the Vegas airport. The agent was blaming Trump, saying he doesn't want to help poor people. Oh, of course. That's what you call people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Medicare is not shut down. I don't understand it. There'll be excuse for another bailout. Oh, sure. Hey, good to see you. That's right, Mama Pillow. What's going on? So, all right, let's get to this next story here. The Trump administration moves to dissolve the ban on Abrego Garcia's removal to deport him to Liberia. The DOJ said his removal is in the public interest. Now, this guy, he needs to go. The Trump administration has moved to dissolve the ban on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's removal so it can proceed with his deportation to Liberia. In a series of filings overnight, the government attorney said that the Salvadoran native's claim of fear of torture for persecution in the African nation was denied after he was interviewed by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services last week. The attorneys for the Department of Justice argued that the preliminary injunction blocking his removal to Liberia should be dissolved because the government received assurances from the government of West African country that it will not be persecuted or tortured. The government also said the Abrego Garcia's lawsuit to stop his removal is improper because he's a member of a separate class action lawsuit in Massachusetts regarding third country removals. In that case, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to proceed with third country removals. That's right. He was already part of a lawsuit and lost. And then filing another lawsuit is actually a violation of, should cause the lawyers to be sanctioned. Because you can't file a lawsuit and lose and then just file another lawsuit for the same thing. Even if the merits were properly presented here, petitioner's claims fail. The Constitution does not entitle petitioner to process beyond what the political branches have chosen to afford. Abrego Garcia, who has been living in Maryland with his wife and children, was deported in March to El Salvador's Seacot Caribbean Resort, let's call it, despite a 2019 order barring his deportation to Guatemala. He was brought back to the U.S. in June to face human smuggling charges, which he has pleaded not guilty to. He says, we should not have to pay taxes for the year to a government not even open the whole year. I agree. I tell you what, go ahead. You should definitely not pay your taxes. Don't pay them. See what happens. They'll find the time to come get them. Believe me. They'll definitely be not a shutdown when it comes time to collect your taxes. The DOJ called Abrego Garcia a member of MS-13 and said his removal is in the public interest. Yeah, Pat Agger says, good point, Jerry, but I would not recommend it. Yes, I would not recommend it. On Friday, Abrego Garcia's attorneys had asked the U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes to block his removal to Liberia until an immigration judge reviews the denial of his reasonable fear claim by USCIS. The government insists the unreasonable determination of a single immigration officer who concluded that Abrego Garcia failed to establish that it's more likely than not that he will be persecuted or tortured satisfies due process. His attorney says it does not. Actually, it kind of does, because that's what it lays out in the immigration law. That's what their whole job is. Because the government is Congress passed these laws because this shit was happening with people constantly just appealing to not be deported. Abrigo Garcia's attorneys also said the government has cycled through 4 third world destinations, Uganda, Eswatini, Ghana, and now Liberia, without providing the notice, opportunity to be heard, and the individualized assessment that due process requires. Sounds like they just did it. They argued the government has disregarded their client's statutory designation of Costa Rica, despite their country's previously assurance it would accept him and give him refugee and resident status. Abrigo Garcia is currently being held in a detention facility in Pennsylvania. He could have went there himself, except for he didn't. This is not pick your poison. You get deported. How does this guy get so much money for lawyers? Someone's paying for it. Probably coming from USAID money and stuff. Yeah, he's way past due process. Way past. Trump administration moves to dissolve the ban on Abrigo Garcia's removal. In a series of filings overnight, government attorneys said the Salvadoran natives' claim of fear was denied. Attorneys for the Department of Justice argued a preliminary injunction blocking his removal should be dissolved. The government also said his lawsuit to stop his removal is improper because he's a member of a separate class action lawsuit, which the Supreme Court said they could proceed with. He's been living in Maryland with his wife and was deported, blah, blah, blah. Attorneys asked for, Judge Zinnes. Okay. All right, same story. All right. Now we're going to get into some sheets. Hey, we've been going 2.5 hours. I would just ship Garcia off today and tell the courts we did follow federal law. I would. Sauce. What's up, Deep Sauce? We talking sauce. All right. So let me do this. We got an hour. We're into the first additional hour of the show. We are $70 away from a second additional hour. Let me correct this and fix this. Just start another goal. 15 super chats. 1 hour. Okay, that's all done. Yes. Right. Okie dokie. From Smokies, it says drive-by media. Activists from Dems United coached Juliana on how to create a scene after learning she would be arrested. After the illegal alien from Ecuador stabbed a coworker, ICE conducted a targeted stop of her car. She handed her child to the driver, who faked a seizure while being filmed by activists. These made-for-YouTube scenes are being staged to turn public opinion against the deportation of illegal alien criminals. Media hoax exposed an ICE takedown of Ecuadorian illegal knife attacker. This is what they said. They're like, oh, you don't want to get this lady is the worst of the worst. She attacked somebody with a knife and stabbed them. Okay.
I'm not touching the car. Leave me alone. Look what they're doing. He's sneezing.
Stop.
Document.
That's fine. Back up.
This is my wife. She's having a seizure. They're trying to rip the baby out of her hands. He's having a seizure.
Back up.
I want to point out, if he was actually having a seizure, the best thing they could do is get the child away from him, because he could snap the kid's neck or kill the baby while he's having a seizure and his muscles are doing stuff. So the people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because he shouldn't have anything in his hands, especially a child that he could murder while he's having the seizure, which he wasn't having a seizure.
Pittsburgh, Massachusetts. This is what's going on this morning. Stop yelling at her. Stop yelling at her because you feel insecure. I'm not touching the car. Leave me alone.
All Are they doctors? How do they know? Well, because this is probably all planned. They probably told them fake a seizure, and they're probably in on it. These are probably the National Lawyers Guild, the Green Hat people, and Antifa, and all the rest of them. I don't trust any of these fucking people. They constantly lie about shit. They post videos talking about, like, oh, look, they tear gas kids. And you go, wait, what happened? Oh, they were throwing bricks and bottles at the cars and doing all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, some tear gas. They go, oh my, why would you bring your kids to a fucking protest or go to confront ICE when they're doing operations and bring your kids? That's stupid. You know, those people should be charged with child endangerment. This guy should be charged. Mm-hmm. We got this. FAFO Fernando was pulled from his vehicle in the little village after being warned that if he continues to follow, he would be arrested for impeding operations. Fernando ignored the orders, and this was the result. Mm-hmm. Fernando. I don't see anything. I mean, I didn't see a... I don't... This is the shittiest video I've ever seen. I mean, I just hear him talking.
He's kicking. Bro, I'm not even kicking.
Bro, I'm not even kicking, bro. I'm not kicking, bro. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Leave it to MSNBC to glorify a man who abandoned his own child in a vehicle to go and attack federal law enforcement, wielding a hammer and throwing rocks at law enforcement. When he was arrested for assault, they found a pistol in his car that was reported stolen out of the state of New York. He has an active warrant for property damage. Law enforcement rightly looked over the child until they were in safe custody of a guardian. These pesky facts, right? Because it says, when I picked up my granddaughter from federal agents, she had a dirty diaper. Did they have a bruise on her face and was developing a rash? Well, how do you know any of that stuff didn't happen? Because, you know, like, if a baby isn't changed for a while, they'll get a rash on their bottom. That's what happens. My heart aches knowing this could happen to others. Well, maybe tell your, maybe they should tell their, drive off with toddler in car. Maybe they should tell the father not to go attack ICE and federal agents with hammers and throw rocks at them when they have their kids.
We have some new video, not just this angle, that adds additional context to this story, and I want to put it up on the screen right now. In a federal charging document, the Justice Department says that the Border Patrol approached Quinones from over 100 feet or around 100 feet away. And you're watching this video from the Los Angeles Rapid Response Network right now that shows that exact thing happening. Quinones, this is the Home Depot, by the way, around the corner from my house. He is in the far, far end of the Home Depot parking lot, about as far away, not only from the Day Laborer Center, where they were targeting and had arrested 5 undocumented immigrants, but from the Home Depot itself. And you watch them surround and box in Quinones' vehicle right here. Even if the allegations against Quinones are true, that he had a gun in the vehicle and he threw what the Border Patrol says is a rock-like object at the Border Patrol agents, it raises very serious questions about the Border Patrol's ability to care for a young child like the daughter of Mr. Quinones. And I want to read.
No. So if somebody breaks the law, you're supposed to go, oh, they have a kid. You just let them go. Sorry, they have a kid. People have kids that commit crimes. You can't, you can't do anything with them. Mm-hmm. Got this one. It says, Moronic Maria tries to shove a door on a DHS agent and FAFO the hard way. You want to know why their country's a mess? It's because their people cause havoc instead of making it better. Deport all illegal aliens. Yeah, so you're going to watch this. This is crazy. This person thought it was a good idea. Hold on. To come up to the car and start, stopping them from coming out. Oh, there's another one. There's 3 people that should be charged right there with assaulting the federal agents. Actually, battery on an agent. You don't grab them. You don't push doors on them. That's battery. What that woman did, pushing the door on them. The other woman that came up and grabbed them from behind, that's a battery on a police officer. Those are 10 years in federal prison. What just happened there? 3 of them, 3 different people. thought that they're, you don't, this is not playtime. This is not playtime.
Get back! Get back! Get back!
They should have been using, here's another angle, but they should have been using those beanbag rounds and stuff. They should have been getting, beanbag. They should have been getting pepper sprayed. They should have been getting everything. They should have been getting everything. Another angle you can watch Moronic Maria and the others all get detained for assaulting federal agents. Good times watching Moronic Maria and Loudmouth Lupe in the FO phase. The poor agents were exposed to yucky butt crack at the end. So I'll have to watch to make sure we don't see no yucky butt crack. Let's see. This is another short video. Let's see. Another angle, though.
Hey! Leave her the fuck alone! Leave her the fuck alone! Here, come here. I'll help you. I know. I'm recording.
Yeah. I'm recording. That's my daughter. Your daughter's going to prison. I learned from the best. More videos of the anti-ICE protester in Little Village on Saturday tackled against a vehicle on the ground, then arrested. She tries to physically prevent the ICE agent from exiting his vehicle. The assaults on ICE are Mayor Johnson's fault. He needed that? Okay. Oh, wait, we just saw this. Okay. So we just saw that. Don't worry, she's going home. Human smugglers have no place in America, and this one will never be allowed to return. An attorney representing the daycare teacher arrested by federal agents said that the client is currently detained at the ICE facility in Clark County, Indiana, but that she belongs at home. And they said, don't worry, she is going home. She's not going to be here because she had committed human trafficking. They have her. Dead to rights on it. And we got this. It says, a Salvadoran criminal illegal alien, Hugo Neftali Bonilla Parada, was granted a marriage visa in 2011 and lived in Springfield, Missouri. After marrying a U.S. citizen, though, he proceeded to rack up a criminal history that includes multiple convictions and pending charges, including aggravated assault, drunk driving, and meth possession. He's since been removed from the United States multiple times. ICS Springfield, a sub-office of ICE ERO Chicago, took him into custody October 31st. This guy. He's been removed multiple times from the country. Yeah. So he got a visa to come to the U.S. for marriage and then committed all these crimes, got removed and came back, got removed and came back. Why was that guy? The media wants ICE to detain someone and then they will FO. The media wants ICE to DEI someone and then they will FO. No. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. So we're at 68 now, $68 to a second additional hour of the show, 68. And Home Depot cares. Yeah, but when the courts turn them back on the street, they don't do anything of this serious. Yeah, I mean, that's what's got to, the courts have got to stop. The courts have got to stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. For more of the story, let me close a couple tabs here. Just give me a second. And we got this. It says the Green Machine isn't deterred by Compton's reputation. Border Patrol agents encountered a dangerous subject during an enforcement operation in Compton. What started as a routine field interview quickly revealed the truth. The illegal alien from El Salvador is a member of the 18th Street Gang and previously removed from the U.S. If you're previously removed and you come back, that's an automatic 10 years. Automatic 10 years. You can't say kill on here anymore. FO is freaking out. Okay. The takedown isn't just another statistic. It's a reminder that our agents are the thin green line defending our American communities from dangerous criminals living here illegally. Thank you for making America safe. Thank you for making us safe. And then this is a plumber in Pensacola, Florida, chases down an illegal who just robbed a woman. Liberty Valkyrie's cutie. Blessed to live in the Gulf of America where our citizens aren't afraid to be heroes. They're empowered to do so. F speech control. Yes, I agree. F that speech control. Let's see here. So this is going to be, it says, an illegal breaks into a woman's truck and local business Larry Downs Jr. Plumbing helps catch him. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, don't call 911 police for me. I don't have a phone number. You know, yeah. Not breaking in my truck.
This guy right here?
Yeah.
You want me to grab him?
Don't call 911 police for me. I don't have a phone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's him.
So right here, his name is Torres Molina Eduardo Ortiz, white male. What's with all these white people committing these crimes? I'm telling you, all these white people committing crimes. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at him. Like a hana, hana. Yes, another white guy. Operation Midway Blitz has been incredibly effective in unexpected ways. Children of illegal aliens have caused the attendance drop-off rates to double. This means a lower student-to-teacher ratio, which is exactly what parents want. Illegal should be see, that's right. 105 likes, 113 followers. The like button is free. That's right. Hit the like button. White people are terrible, horrible. They are. They're the worst. Here we go with your white people, Jim. I know. I keep trying. I keep trying to get them under control. They just won't stop. I tell them to stop. They won't listen. Something's got to happen. Something's got to happen. Mm-hmm. Revoke and repeal all hate language legislation. It's not in the Constitution. I agree. There's no I in denial. There's a lot of rivers named after you, denial. I don't know. I mean, I don't want. I don't want any kids not going to school. I mean, I know it costs us money, and we don't want them in the country per se. But if they're here, they got to be educated. And you don't want this. You know, this is not. Seems yucky to me to say this like this. They should be afraid to go. I don't want them afraid to go to school. You know.
What kind of drop are we seeing? Is it that significant? And also, what have these families been saying?
So we looked at the first 8 weeks of the school year, partially because the district has been saying that attendance hasn't really budged the entire time that kids have been in school, which has been about 9 to 10 weeks so far. But what we've been hearing on the ground is that attendance had been dropping off after the federal government announced Operation Midway Blitz, which many people know is the federal government's kind of new-ish immigration crackdown essentially on Chicago. That was announced in early September. And so we wanted to see if there was an attendance difference between those weeks. And we found that there was. Typically around this time in previous years, attendance usually drops off by 0.5 percentage point, but we saw that nearly doubled in this school year after Operation Midway Blitz was announced. And while the data doesn't tell us the whole story, they're just numbers. They don't tell us why kids aren't going to school or why that drop off is bigger. We talked to nearly 20 people, teachers, lots of parents, community organizers who said that, that is being driven in part by fears of ICE from families, especially those in immigrant and Latino heavy communities.
Wow. Let me see here. Hold on. What do sharks and humans have in common? They both nurse their young for almost a year, or they have the same, 9 months. Thank you for the $2, Dick. And that puts us at $66. $66 away from the second additional hour of the show. And it's a really, really good show. I want to pull this up because Mr. Sharkman said he found the Bella's baby on thing. So let's share this tab and let's look and see. I don't think there's this looks like it, but that one didn't have a mustache unless it had a mustache and it got. I mean, that looks like it. Maybe Bella ripped the mustache off. This is a Labbit cow mustache plush. That actually looks like it. I think that's what it says on the back of it, but I don't remember it having a mustache. But that does look like the baby. I don't remember it having a mustache now, though. There it is right here. Similar things. Labbit plush, Labbit, mustache, brown cow, spots. Well, there you go. He found it. He founded it. Sharks don't nurse? I thought they did. They're both afraid of great white sharks. Quite frankly, how many of these kids will end up using anything from school because they end up as gangbangers? Saying Latinos are heavy? We just poor peasants, we can't relate. What am I missing? The great ones. Dick. Okay. The great ones are white. Yes, they are. You're overthinking it. Schools are funded by taxpayers, so illegals should not attend. Homeschool them. Okay. I just don't want. I just don't want. The thing when she said about the kids to be afraid, wanting them to be afraid, seems cold and callous to me. You could say we want them to be deported, we want them to go home, and you don't have to want scared children. Like, I don't want them to be scared. I don't want them to be afraid like someone's going to hurt them. You know, what a cute Bella baby. Yeah, that's Bella's stand-in for when she needs to go to the potty. Does look like it didn't know it was mechanical. Sharks have embryos, but only one survives to birth. I need shark milk to keep moving. Was that like what Camelot drinks? Let me fix Bella's picture. It says thank you. 108 people hit the like button. Thank you very much. That's right. Thank you to the 108 that hit the like. Anyone else, please hit the like button. We've been going 2 hours and 54 minutes. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. So massive fraud exposed. A Somali restaurant in Minneapolis claimed to be feeding 6,000 children every single day. Investigators say they fed just 40 kids in 6 weeks while pocketing $12 million in federal cash. Insane.
In December of 2021, the FBI installed a surveillance camera overlooking this building just off Lake Street in Minneapolis. At the time, it was Safari Restaurant, which overall took in $12 million in federal child meal payments through Feeding Our Future. Safari's former co-owner, Salim Saeed, is on trial alongside Amy Bach, the Feeding Our Future executive director. Safari claimed to feed 4,000 to 6,000 kids a day. Its invoices and meal counts shown to the jury alongside the video. An FBI agent testifying that an average of 40 people came and went during the 6 weeks it was surveilled. The FBI set up a total of 12 cameras at sites claiming to serve extraordinary numbers of meals. Another was at a deli in St. Paul, also registered by defendant Salim Saeed, which claimed 1,800 meals per day. The video shown to the jury showed an average of 23 people a day coming and going. The jury was shown dozens of invoices, meal counts, and emails seized from Feeding Our Future's headquarters in St. Anthony. Some showed links to websites that randomly generated names and ages to create rosters of children who were served meals. Many were signed or sent by Amy Bach, who's charged with wire fraud, along with bribery for the alleged kickbacks that she received. Her defense attorney tried to raise doubt when it cross-examined the FBI agent that they didn't see the back entrance where it's possible meals left packed in trucks for delivery. He pushed back, insisting they'd still see congestion. To that volume, he said, I would say it would not make any sense.
That case became one of the biggest COVID-era frauds in America. And the kicker, Minnesota's own Department of Education had red flags, massive spikes in reimbursement requests, impossible meal counts, and they still rubber stamped the paperwork. Now, this new audit proves what everyone with a brain has been saying for years: incompetence starts at the top. When the governor's own office is sloppy with receipts, how can he possibly keep his agencies in line? Republican Senate Leader Mark Johnson said it perfectly. Quote, sloppy accountability at the top breeds waste and abuse everywhere else. And he's right about that. You cannot preach fiscal responsibility when you are overpaying employees, losing state property, and mismanaging vendor payments.
That's right. There's been massive amounts of fraud in Minnesota, you see. All the Somalis, they're stealing all the money. They are the captain now of stealing.
And it's not just the Feeding Our Future mess. We've also got the Autism Services fraud case, another multi-million-dollar scam in the same state, involving clinics billing for therapy that never happened. And to make it worse, some of those same providers were linked to the Feeding Our Future network. It's the same pattern: inflated invoices, non-existent oversight, and zero accountability.
That's right. Zero accountability. It says the hypocrisy of the Portland police is on full display. They allow protesters to block access to the ICE facility for months, but Kamala Harris is in town, and all of a sudden the perspective changed, and they're forcing Tommy off the public easement. Yeah, so there's a book signing for Kamala Harris, and they're really going at it.
Show me.
Like, this is going to be private property. So
This is public sidewalk.
Yeah, it is private sidewalk up to this line.
No, we have to be able to walk through here. That makes it public.
Just because you can walk in front of a...
It's a public sidewalk.
Just because you can
It's
walk...
a public sidewalk.
Just because you can walk in front of a driveway,
Yeah.
somebody is...
But it's literally a public sidewalk. They can't own the sidewalk.
That's what I'm saying. If
They
you
can't own
do you
it.
have a house?
Yeah, and
So
the sidewalk is not. It does. We don't own the sidewalk.
Sidewalk that
Yeah.
goes through your driveway?
Yeah,
It's
and
your
it's
driveway, right?
yeah, but it's
So
still public.
but
The
people
sidewalk
cannot
is
drive-
public.
They cannot park on that.
It's called public easement.
Right, so this
People
is
have
gonna
to be able to walk on the
I
public. As
understand
long as
that.
we're not blocking
Yeah.
it, you can't
But
make us
you are
leave the
blocking
public.
it, though. So
No,
if
I'm
you're
not.
gonna be-
I'm completely out of the way. Okay, look, I'm on the sidewalk. There you go. Yeah, that's so ridiculous. 1 foot makes a difference, right? No, that's untrue. You guys can say whatever you want, but that's bullshit. That's absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Portland police. I don't speak retard. Me neither. Mama Pillow says, my grandson is autistic. Therapy made a huge difference in his abilities. Makes me really mad they stole the money for that. In my town, waiting list is miles long. Yeah, they did. They stole a ton of money. I think $40 million in autistic funding in Minnesota. And we got this. It says, an assault captured on camera outside of Kamala Harris's book tour event in Portland. Far left protesters were in the bike lane when a delivery guy on a bike asked them to move. Most moved, but one guy appeared to back into the bike on purpose, and a fight broke out. Let's see.
Hey.
Oh my God.
It's the soy battle. Yeah, they're hiring European police trained officers so they follow European policy. That's what sure seems like to me.
We all seen that shit. Hey, go ahead, Jason, right there. I got it all on camera. I got it all on camera, bro.
Yeah. That's just sold on me.
They fucking bumped him off his bike. No, you guys fucking bumped him off his bike and then tried victim. The fuck, I got the whole thing on camera.
You okay? Man, you're bleeding, dude.
Really?
Yeah, you've got blood all over your face. Are you okay? Do you want to talk to the police?
Yeah, he said, you bumped into him on purpose. We fucking seen it, bro. We got
Do you have napkins on you or anything?
I don't got shit, man. Can you help me out?
I don't have anything either.
You and me both. You and me both.
Yeah, you are bleeding.
Antifa fighting is like fucking Pee Wee wrestling. Yeah, it is. It's funny though. It's cute, you know.
Can I get
It's
like
just scratches.
It's like right here.
fucking
That
asshole?
dude tried to come up and punch you and he hit you like a little bitch. It looked like he was like a little fucking...
And he kept it going when it was done.
Yeah.
You did say to get out of the way several times, dude.
Yeah. I see, we got it all on video, bro. We got it all on video.
What? You came here to
Chop, chop, $3 Chop, chop, $3
Just don't engage, man.
I'm trying not to.
Try to get home because you need to. You
Yeah,
got
go
some
clean
right
that shit,
up
for
at
real.
the top
You
of your
don't know what
head.
these people got, bro.
Yo, can I get this clean here? What the fuck?
Do you want to go in the?
Yeah, can somebody wipe me?
I promise you it's safe. I can rub it on my face. It's used for pepper spray, but it has like smooth out proper.
Yeah. Fucking I'll throw it down to someone, but
you was bopping that bull. Good shit.
Thank you for
walk
helping.
away! Get the fuck away from me! Walk away! Walk away! I'm done with you. Fuck off! Walk that way! I'm not talking to you. Fuck off! Yeah.
I bet you the cops arrested him. Are you okay? Yeah, well, Antifa says that you ran into them on your bike, so we're going to arrest you for, we got this story, which I kind of briefly discussed with Joe, but it kind of blew past it. Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach has filed 6 felony charges against Coldwater Mayor Joe Caballos, a Mexican citizen and lawful permanent residents, for allegedly voting illegally in several elections. Non-citizen voting is a real problem. It's not something that happens once in a decade. It's something that happens fairly frequently. Yeah. What do you know? We have people that aren't citizens voting, and it happens all the time.
Good afternoon. We are tracking breaking news at this hour. The mayor of Coldwater accused of election fraud. The charges come hours after he secured a second term in office. Attorney General Chris Kobach charged Mayor Jose Joe Ceballos with 6 felonies, 3 counts each of voting without being qualified and election perjury. Kobach claims Ceballos is lawfully living in the U.S., but is a citizen of Mexico, making him ineligible to vote.
Oh, I love the Flammenwerfer.
The mayor illegally cast ballots in the August 2024 primary and November 2022 and 2023 general elections.
In large part, our system right now is based on trust. Trust that when the person signed the registration or signs the poll books saying that he's a qualified elector or that he is a United States citizen, that the person is telling the truth.
We reached out to Mayor Ceballos for comment, but have not heard back yet. The Coldwater City Council, though, released a statement on social media saying the mayor called them in for a special meeting over the noon hour to, quote, discuss recent events that have transpired with the Kansas Attorney General's office. While the recent allegations involving the mayor are understandably concerning, we will allow the proper legal process to take its course before making any further comments, unquote. Ceballos is expected to be in court for his first appearance on December 3rd.
Yeah, I think it's the bigger story. The bigger story is an illegal non-citizen as a mayor. Yeah, and like the city council doesn't care, so they know about it. So the city council knew that he was illegal and they didn't care. I should just know better to think when it gets worse, donuts come up with something even more ridiculous. Yep, the demon rats, yes, they do. Yes, and this is just one that got caught. There's plenty more scumbags around. Yes, tons. Tons. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Jose Ana Martinez was arrested for lewd molestation. He has an immigration detainer hold. Reports are that Anya Martinez is accused of abusing a girl when she was 8 or 9 years old, again and again and again when she was 12. Wow. Look, he's got some kind of thing stuck in his face. Some kind of, what is that? Stuck in his face. Man is charged with 2 counts of lewd molestation. February 25, the girl exposed to her therapist. Girl said it started when she was 8 or 9. Oh, what do you know? Another white guy. Male, white. Gender, male. Race, white. Ice hold. Wow. Jose Anya Martinez molested an 8-year-old girl, and he's a white man, according to the cops. We've got to get something about this. Pedophile and molestation of minors is a very common practice among, I don't know, death penalty, deportation. Get them the fuck out of here. We got this in Davidson County, Tennessee, yesterday. Marcos Palecos Amaya was arrested after he allegedly fired an AR-15 across several locations in South Nashville before leading officers on a chase. That thing on his face is called ugly. No, he had like something like almost looked like an earring or something stuck in his face. Looked weird. Elon made the "This is not a Flammenwerfer." No, a Flammenwerfer was the tank. It was like a small tank that had, it was a Flammenwerfer tank. You only grab couches with tacos. Yes, that's my favorite. That's my favorite Mexican war movie, Taco Lips Now. Teardrop tattoo? Maybe. He has an immigration detainer hold. According to court records, Palacos Amaya has previous felony theft and burglary charges out of Williamson and Rutherford counties. He was on probation at the time of his arrest. It was a face piercing. That's what I thought it was, a face piercing.
The man you see in this video is behind bars right now after Metro Police say he carried an AR-15 into a South Nashville shopping center early today before leading officers on a car chase. Fox 17 News' Hope Salmon's now live outside Plaza Mariachi, the shopping center in question, with what she has learned about this guy.
Metro Police say this all started right here in the Plaza Mariachi parking lot. They say that suspect drove through firing the rifle, and that sparked a manhunt that lasted more than an hour.
Oh, it's very scary.
Where was this?
People are responding to this video when Metro Police say 24-year-old Marcos Palacios Amaya walked into Plaza Mariachi grocery store Wednesday morning with an AR-15, a place James Stratton says he has worked for more than a year.
I've never heard or seen anything like that, but that's pretty crazy to actually know that that was nearby.
Investigators say Palacios Amaya admitted to firing shots at several locations in South Nashville to scare people. He also claimed to have shot at locations in Laverne early in the morning.
Because it's pretty dead here during the day, but yeah, I don't know. Thank goodness it wasn't during like peak hours or something.
And Adina Lopez says she brings her kids to art class just a couple doors down from one of the locations.
I'm very worried because, especially because I have kids.
Police ended chasing Palacios Amaya through South Nashville before using a spike strip near Bell Road and Stewart's Ferry Pike. Fox 17 News did some digging and found he's on probation for felony theft in Rutherford County. He also has theft and auto burglary convictions in Williamson County.
MNPD says no one was hurt and that suspect could face felony charges.
Why, oh, why are they classifying these people as white? It screws up all the crime data the criminalists are going to depend on in the future. Yeah, it does. That's why they're doing it. That's exactly why they're doing it. He's not high or anything. No, he didn't look high or nothing, did he? Yeah. So here it is. Wait, did I screw up? Okay, hold on. I thought I had another story linked to this. Hold on, let me go back. Let me see if I thought there was another thing. Booking information. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. So here's his control number. He's housed criminal. Oh, look, another white guy. Another white guy. Look it. Here's his criminal. Palacos Marcos Palacos, white, male, restricted housing. Felon in possession of a handgun felony. Well, that was a rifle, looked like to me. We got another one. Davidson County, Tennessee. Jamal Al-Kahari has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman he was driving home as a rideshare driver. He's as white as you, Jim. I know, he's whiter than me. What are we going to do? Send him to Liberia, too. Send him somewhere. Court records show Al-Kahari has a lengthy criminal history before the Nashville arrest. His criminal record includes multiple charges over Maricopa County, Arizona. Maricopa County, Arizona in 2020, including harassment and stalking, as well as a reckless driving charge in Kentucky. Grand jury indictments. Oh, here we go. So let's see. There's actual video here. We're going to have to see. I'm going to have to check him out, too.
Tonight in Operation Crime and Justice, a man on Metro's most wanted list behind bars charged with sexually assaulting a woman while working as a rideshare driver.
Now, Fox 17 News did some checking and discovered that the man managed to get behind the wheel for a national transportation company despite having had a previous criminal record. Fox 17 News' Madeline Nolan's now live on Broadway with one woman's warning tonight.
Yes, Scott, Metro Police say that Jamal Al-Kahari was captured in Detroit after being on the run for more than a year. Now, records show that he was working for a black car company right here in Nashville, despite having a pretty lengthy criminal history.
I actually tan very nicely. I get pretty dark.
A night on Broadway turned into a nightmare for Heather, who asked us not to share her last name. She says she ordered a ride home in October of 2023 and was assaulted by the driver inside the vehicle.
I told myself, like, just don't move a muscle, and if he thinks that you're sleeping, he'll stop. And he didn't.
Heather says the driver was Jamal Al-Kahari, a man with a record that stretches back years. Court documents show multiple charges out of Maricopa County.
Why would she think if you pretend you're sleeping, he would stop? How about just saying, stop, no, don't, get away from me, hit him, do something? Did she think it was like a bear? If she played dead, it would leave her alone? I mean, that just proves that some of these animals are worse than animals. Because a bear or an animal would stop if they thought you were dead. If you played dead, they'd leave you alone. But this Middle Eastern guy is not going to do it. Fear, definitely. Probably. You're a fry boy like my son. Nashville used to be such a beautiful city. I'm heartbroken this is happening in America. Yeah, so probably fear is probably why she froze. Twist his nuts or something. Yeah, do something, though. Fight back.
Arizona in 2020, including harassment and stalking, and another charge in Kentucky for reckless driving. A few years later in Nashville, he faced grand jury indictments for aggravated kidnapping and sexual battery involving an incapacitated victim. Heather says the terror didn't end that night. She shared video of who she believes is Al-Kahari coming back to her apartment days later, trying to open her front door. She called 911 4 times before police arrived.
He came back to my house 2-3 days later, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and tried to open my front door. And I was inside my apartment, and I was just in fear and complete panic.
I confirmed Al-Kahari had previously worked for Uber and Lyft, but public records list his most recent employer as Burton Transit Nashville, a private black car company with hubs in Nashville, New Orleans, Las Vegas, and Seattle. I emailed Burton Transit multiple times on Friday and followed back up with them on Tuesday asking to confirm his employment and explain why he was hired despite his criminal history, but have not heard back.
Go figure. Have not heard back. Dick says she enjoyed it, Jim. I'm not going to say she enjoyed it. I'm starting to sense I'm sensing there's something more to the story, though, because by him coming back multiple times to her house and stuff, there's video of it. Like there's something here not being said. That's all I'm saying. There's something more to this that's not being said. A multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Yeah, it's possible she sues the shit out of them. And Joe says, my grandpa was a couple shades lighter than you, Jim. Okay, he was almost too male, too pale, too stale. Obviously, he thought she enjoyed it. Yeah, he did. He thought, did we see a mental capacity in these charges? Maybe. Maybe. My daughter's best friend warned us years ago about foreigners not following our laws. She's American Mexican and told us to be wary of the Canaries from Mexico, or the Carnies from Mexico. I'm sorry. I'll tell you the story of my daughter who could blend in with any ethnic group without an eye thinking anyone. She was beautiful. No one cared about her race. Okay, brushed and floss. Good night, all. Well, good night, KPT. Thank you for sticking around so long. I really appreciate it. We got ICE arrested a Mexican criminal, illegal alien charged with concealing the body of a missing 37-year-old Megan Bose in a storage container for 2 months, abusing her corpse and obstruction of justice. Yes. Illegal alien Luis Mendoza Gonzalez was charged in April but released by an Illinois judge after his court appearance to freely roam Chicago streets. That's right. The judge said, well, we don't have any evidence he actually killed this woman. He just had her dead body decapitated in a bin, you know. So how do we know, How do we know? How do we know? The Waukegan police officers discovered the 37-year-old victim, Megan Bose, in a container in his yard after she'd been reported missing on March 9th. Her body was found decapitated and in a bleach storage. Oh, you can't read that. Sorry. In a bleach storage container. Mendoza was charged in April, but Lake County Judge Randy Bruno released him from custody at the conclusion of his court appearance, where he was immediately allowed to roam freely on the Chicago streets. The criminal alien is currently being held at the Lake County Jail in Waukegan. Everyday ICE is arresting sickos like criminal legal alien Luis Mendoza Gonzalez and stopping them from terrorizing Americans. This depraved alien was charged with concealing the body of a missing woman in a storage container for months and abusing her corpse. It's absolutely repulsive that a judge freed this monster and allowed him to walk free on Illinois streets after allegedly committing such a heinous crime. Under President Trump and Secretary Noem, Megan Bose and her family will have justice. Secretary Noem launched the Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Voice Office. The Voice Office was shuttered by the previous administration, which left victims of legal alien crime without access to many key support services and resources. The office was first launched in 2017 by the Trump administration as a dedicated resource for those who have been victimized by criminal alien crime. If your loved one has been impacted by crime committed by an illegal alien, you are not alone. Call Voice and let your voice be heard. This says, Joe, I was born a towhead and I was white as Casper. I usually go out after 5 p.m. So you're a big fan of the steel toe? You're a towhead? You're a tow boy? Audrey, I'd love to hear. I can post a picture of my nieces and nephews, but most would think they're not related to me. Hey, Saxony Rainey. What's up, Saxony Rainey? How you doing? Right. She has tried, though my daughter was teaching her and teaching my daughter Spanish. Okay, cool. My son is a spitting image of my Swedish grand uncle. Good female friend of mine might be related to you. She's white. Clearly, he bought a mystery box off eBay. Yes. I'm still baffled how many illegal can be a mayor of an American city. Yeah, right? Crazy. It's crazy. Crazy time. All right. And this is Chicago Flips Red says that at 87th in California, 2 elderly black men, including a 73-year-old Charles Baker, a client and friend of one of our Chicago Flips Red supporters, were killed. Reports say a 21-year-old Latino suspect, illegal alien driver, had liquor on his breath, but was only given a ticket for failure to reduce speed. His name still hasn't been released. This is unacceptable. 2 elders lost their lives, and the public deserves transparency and accountability. If the situation were reversed, we all know the outcome would be different. Chicago cannot keep protecting certain people while our community continues to bury its own. We will make sure the story's told. And this is exactly why we're flipping Chicago red. I want a spin-off of Dexter called Sinister. He's just a foreigner and he leaves all kinds of evidence, but the police still can't seem to arrest him. Oh, this except mine was white, towhead, blonde is a person for very light, almost white blonde hair. Oh, okay. Okay. Burnt to a crisp. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's see. This is a nice video here for these people. Let's see. I hope they don't use any bad language. Make Chicago uncorrupt again.
So earlier this evening, we received a DM in the Chicago Flips Red DMs. There was a car accident on November 5th on 87th in California where 2 elderly people were killed by a Latino man. They won't release his name. I am the barber of the driver, the 73-year-old Charles Baker, and his friend were killed by 21-year-old that they reported to have liquor on his breath and was released with just a ticket for failure to reduce speed.
And see, first, Chicago, by this is being a sanctuary city and state, you don't have to ask immigration status. That's one thing that's a problem. Next thing, this is why it's so important to have ICE here and to establish law and order, because if they don't release it, and it's all, when you have a problem with them releasing things in Chicago, it's likely because it is an illegal alien. And that's just, I'm not trying to be biased, but that's usually what it is. And this is the problem. This is why we must end these sanctuary city policies, these sanctuary cities and state.
And Alexei Julianus, whatever that man's name is, Secretary of State, he gave all of these illegal aliens driver's license. Sure, and their accidents are at an all-time high. And insurance is going up. They always ticket these people. Nothing never happens. They go to court, they dismiss it. But right here is 2 elderly people that were killed.
American citizens.
Chicago citizens. They will not release a name. They released this man with just a ticket, and he just killed 2 people drunk driving at 21 years old. This is why we need the Department of Homeland Security here. This is why we need ICE here. This is why we're requesting for President Trump to send the military in, because it's only going to get worse, and the mainstream media is not going to talk about this. They're not going to let you guys know about what's going on because they are told not to and they're paid not to. Mm-hmm. So hopefully we'll have some more information that we can release. Prayers and condolences to Mr. Baker's family and the other friend that was killed as well. And yeah, we have to, this has to stop. There's no law and order. You see our mayor ran to the United Nations for help. And for what? Knowing that this just happened on Wednesday.
I bet you he won't do a press conference about this.
I bet
you he won't talk about this.
Or Pritzker.
I bet you they won't. So this is what we're up against, guys, and this is what we're fighting.
What they're
all
fighting.
Hands on deck.
I hope they get all hands on deck. I hope they can take care of it and get it taken care of. Would make a lot of sense. They could get some good stuff going. So let's get this going. Yes. Sinaloa cartel associate arrested. A major multi-agency operation. United States Border Patrol assisted the DEA to execute a warrant at multiple homes tied to a large-scale narcotics and firearms trafficking organization operating in the Seattle area. One target, a Mexican national linked to the ruthless Sinaloa cartel, is now in custody along with 9 others. Multiple firearms were seized, approximately 100,000 fentanyl pills and 34 kilograms of fentanyl powder. Holy shit, that's a lot of fentanyl. All suspects are now in custody facing federal charges for conspiracy to distribute firearms and narcotics. Wow. Let's see. A couple Dracos. Ooh, that's a target pistol. Ooh, this is a little SP5. They got a couple of SP5, MP5, like little, I wonder if those are centuries or if those are actual legit MP5s. Those are some nice guns. And that's a lot of pills. Sorry, I was muted. Damn it. I'm sorry. I just want to let everybody know that we have an hour, about 7 minutes, and left on the goal to get another hour. I don't think we're going to hit it, but I'm going to go a little bit, and no, that was me. I had to mute because I was going to sneeze, and I didn't want to sneeze into the microphone, so I hit the mute button. I got a cough button, but I got to hit it again to shut it off. So let's see. We've got Portland anti-ICE agitator under investigation for impeding ICE operations targeting gang members. Yeah. Bring out the lead. Definitely. So let's see here. Here's the story from a lovely lady. Homeland Security Investigations has launched an investigation into the Portland anti-ICE activist who was captured on viral video disrupting Immigration and Customs Enforcement operations in North Portland neighborhood. HVLI, what's that? I don't know. The agitator, who had been recklessly driving through the neighborhood to impede ICE operations, was stopped by ICE officials on Thursday after blowing a red light and nearly colliding with a school bus while tailing federal vehicles, which she attempted to box in multiple times with her Mustang. The Post-Millennial captured the incident during the exclusive ride-along with the ICE Seattle field office. You guys talk about the J6 pipe bomber. I didn't get there. I didn't get to that. I'll jump to that in a second. Anti-ICE activist gets pulled over by ICE, threatening with arrest after Portland impeding ICE operations. Woman driving a Mustang in red light, blah, blah, blah. So let's see here.
Or behind you, walk on this one.
Oh,
it is, man.
all right. Oh, no. Maybe.
Upland Drive, one of the previous locations we had pickup before.
Hey, Reddish, that Mustang's coming on you pretty fast. She just ran a red light.
Sure, I'm with you.
Yeah, that's a fast little car. She's right behind you now. All right, just slow down. Let me do this.
Yeah, come down here, fine road.
Okay. Turn on the lights, turn on the lights, turn on the lights, turn on the lights, turn on the lights. Turn on the lights, turn on the lights. Hey, wait. Turn on the lights. You're impeding with the federal investigation. We have you on camera. We actually have news reporters with us in the vehicle. Your case will be referred over to Homeland Security investigation for prosecution. You will be arrested. This is your last and final warning. Hold on a second, guys. Give me your license, please. I will once again tell you, you have cases in danger. Put your vehicle in park and shut it off, please. I understand.
I'm just a mom. No, it doesn't matter what you're doing.
You are almost causing an accident. You are surrounded by federal agents. Okay, I am the Deputy Field Office Director here, ma'am.
We're here at the Mustang.
Stand by. We're running the name. We're going to refer this case over for enforcement action.
I'm just a mom, please.
You got it?
Please, I'm just a mom, please.
Please, I'm just a mom. Wait, is there pictures of her giving her the finger and doing all this stuff?
Turn around and get out of here.
I'm getting out of here.
Here you go. Slow down.
Yes.
Hey, guys.
I do it for Jim to avoid the re from them. I don't know who the re is. You're fine. Jail them. Definitely jail them.
Everybody break away.
I'm going home.
Kylie, look at me. Look at me.
I'm just a mom. I want to go home. She lies, though. I'm pretty sure she does something else.
Okay, I need you right now. Take a deep breath. I want you to pull over right here and go home. Okay? Take a deep breath.
I'm shaking.
You may leave. Please turn around. I'm going to stop traffic for you. Go. Okay?
New York's moving.
She suddenly realized she's in this shit.
You're great, Kylie.
Why'd they let her go? I don't know. Because they're trying to not be, It's just a mom. She's not done something to involve herself. Yeah. Oh, another one. It's all these women, these moms. They're like over here. I don't know what that was all about. All right. So, ICE Field Office Director speaking to the Post-Millennium confirmed the referral for potential criminal prosecution. She placed our officers in danger. She blocked our vehicle several times. We gave her multiple warnings to leave. This time, enough was enough. Their behavior included agitators posted up throughout the gang-ridden neighborhood acting as spotters who used vehicles, whistles, and horns to alert illegal immigrants to ICE activity. Wait, does this movie just what?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no. Maybe. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights.
Oh wait, why did they play the same fucking video again? All right. The activist who earlier in the day was filmed flipping off ICE agents, blaring her car horn. I don't know. Sorry. Potato voters. Yep, potato voters. Until these people are arrested, convicted, this won't stop. That's right. Dark olive skin. I love things went on the records. They would stop. Yep, if these things went on the record, they would stop. No. If I did that, driving an electric Mustang. If I did that, I'd be in jail. Fuck this shit. Yep. She threatened with arrest, but ultimately let go. Secretary Note said enough is enough. All right, so what is this? Oh.
Oh, you like that? Just, I'll stay back.
He's
left. There's those three people.
I don't have any sympathy for any of these people. If the incident unfolded to intensified ICE activity in Portland, where agents on Thursday conducted multiple high-risk arrests targeting gang-affiliated illegal aliens. Just hours before the traffic stop, SRT officers pursued and apprehended a previously deported subject who crashed his vehicle and fled on foot through dense woods. So, yeah.
Oficiales de inmigración. Ustedes en los Estados Unidos ilegalmente, no papeles o permiso que. Ajá, sí, está bien. Con mi celular, sí. All right.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let me jump over here. We'll jump into the story. This will be the last story, unless we some miraculously hit the goal, but I doubt it. So this will be the last story. This might be the biggest scandal and conspiracy in American history. Many heroes were involved in bringing this to light. Some we can name in the coming days. Some who want no recognition, and there's much more to this yet to be told. The former Capitol Police Office, a forensic match for the J6 pipe bomber. So proud of your true investigative journalism. You have courage to dig where power wants to silence. Shine light where others want to look. Luke Rudowski says, unpopular opinion, but give her immunity immediately if she will point the finger at the politician and agency head that authorized this. Agent also Kash Patel, what's going on here? Forensic software has identified former U.S. Capitol Police Officer Shawnee Ray Kirkhoff, who quit the U.S. Capitol Police 6 months after January 6, as a 94% match to the January 5 DC pipe bomber. So this is the person they're saying. And I think she went to work for the CIA after the 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. Something about those eyes tells me crazy. It says a Capitol cop has been accused of planting the pipe bombs and then got a job at the CIA. Man, I don't know. I don't know what this has to do with this. I think Tim posted this on the wrong thing or something. Based on how the bomber bent down to place the items, we knew it was likely a female. More info on this is coming. It seems this may be a terrorist in question, but why did the Capitol Police officer plant the pipe bombs? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Thomas Massey says, this is the biggest scandal of my lifetime. Steve Baker did what an $11 billion agency the FBI could not do, or worse yet, covered up. He identified the J6 pipe bomber, and she wasn't working alone. Kash Patel needs to make a statement tomorrow when this breaks. An abundance of counsel from trusted parties, after abundance of counsel for trusted parties within and outside government, we've hit the pause button so those interested parties can have some more time to look at the J6 pipe bomber evidence. There are things they need to do internally. This is a real story. When it breaks, it's going to be huge. There are a lot of moving parts, but we do need to give them the time to do what they need to do. I know everyone's been waiting. Believe me, tensions are running high. There's been a lot of sleepless nights in the last 2 weeks, but this is a game changer, and we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that right now. I was up at 3:30 a.m. preparing the video clips for the release this morning's Glenn Beck program. Contrary to what so many ex-complainers will say, this wasn't a hype stunt for views and clicks. And no, the government didn't silence us. Glenn and I were both pretty amped up to put it all out this morning, and we were both very disappointed when the decision to postpone was made. I've heard that this isn't the bomber and this was clickbait for some. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Lesbo psycho. I don't. They knew all along. They all knew. It could be. I don't know. I'm just reporting on what I see here. It was Plan B if the insurrection plan didn't work out. That's what I'm thinking. The government's investigation to the J6 pipe bomb was going nowhere 2 weeks ago. Today, I can tell you that has all changed. A bunch of people got pretty spun up yesterday. Hang tight. It's all coming. Yeah, here's the, this is the person carrying the bombs, and it's a woman. And, and here's the Blaze media reporting on this. I hope someone figures out what caused the 12 Capitol Police to commit sideways. I know what you're talking about, the to self-delete. Wonder if she was instructed by Bowser. Capitol Police officer, a forensic match for the J6 pipe bomber. A computer program that compared the bomber's gait to Shawnee Kirkhoff produced a 94% match. 94% match isn't that good, if you ask me. A forensic analysis of the former female Capitol Police officer's gait is 94 to 98% match to the unique stride of a long-sought pipe bombing suspect. Source close to the congressional investigation of January 6 told the Blaze evidence has emerged recently that pointed towards law enforcement possibly being involved. They were effing in on it. A software algorithm that analyzes walking parameters, including flexion, knee bend, hip extension, speed, step leg cadence, and variance, rated Shawnee Ray Kirkhoff, 31, of Alexandria, Virginia, as a 94% match to the bomb suspect shown on video from January 5th. Like, if it's not this lady, she probably should sue the shit out of some people. Oh, and Mr. Anthony, a soldier of Providence, just wanted to let the chat know that he's just getting home, and if someone has $6, he will give 10 gifted memberships to cover the $66. If someone else will cover the 6, he'll cover the 60. So it's up to you guys what you want to do if you want to keep it going. Audra says, I've got the 6. And they personally pegged the match closer to 98%. Kirkhoff, who was a Capitol Police officer for 4.5 years, left the department in mid-2021 for a security detail at the Central Intelligence Agency, sources told The Blaze. Wow, so she went to the work. Oh, and then Mr. Soldier of Providence gifted 10 memberships. Let's see who got those memberships. And that would be John Henry received a gift of membership by Anthony F., Soldier of Providence. Alfonso Riley received a membership. FledX received a gift of membership. Who's Handsome? Dick Parker, Saxon. And Brian Ogden received a gift of membership. Ford Doxy Mom received a gift of membership. Chain of Custody received a gift of membership. Colorado Mountain Girl received a gift of membership. Oh, Anthony says, don't dox me. I'm sorry, Anthony. Dick Parker came in with 5. Trumpinator came in with 6. And Audra came in with 6. Oh, my God. So, wowzers. Wowzers. I'm sorry. The man still keeping me away from my membership. Okay, let's go. So, hey, Jim and chat. What's up? So let's do this.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, so I have to do some math now. So that's 60, and then Dick Parker with 5. Thank you very much, Dick. Trumpinator with 47. 47 with 6, I'm sorry. And then Bella with 6. Audra with 6. Why did I say Bella? What's wrong with my brain? So we definitely hit the goal there. So let me... Joe loved that drop. 94% is an A where I come from. Well, they said 94 to 98%. So thank you, Soldier. Kentucky Iris says, awesome, Anthony. I never get one. Beautiful Cat says 2023. So let me do this math here. So we got 66 and then another 11. So we are, so there's that. And then that was, so we are 66. That means we are 64 away from a third additional hour. Right now, we are 34 away from a third additional hour. Thank you, Soldier of Fortune. Yes, Soldier of Fortune. If you're not on the list by now, you're doing something wrong. That's all right. We have the same color hair. I don't know. I never get a free membership, Bama says. Well, there's no way that I could fix that. That's unfortunate. So let me go in here and do this. And we did hit the goal, so I'll start another goal for an hour. And we are $64 away from a third additional hour. 15 shooters steal, 1 hour, start goal, boom, 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 boom. There we go. All right. Okay. Keep your fingers crossed. Eventually you'll get one, I think. I listen all the time when 30 people were watching can't get a membership. Do you have them turned on, Beautiful Cat? You have to go in and your settings and put accept gifted memberships on. You have to make sure they have. Cannibal Wizard says, I saw a video of the Fallout 4 mod that replaces all enemies with Liberty Primes. Is it purely a gag mod because you can't make it more than a minute before you get murked? Yeah, that would be bad. I mean, how do you supposed to? That would be bad. So that's the story. CIA spokesman Liz Lyons stated that the subject worked in campus security. Kirchhoff's residence in Virginia appeared to be under the watch of law enforcement officers on Friday night. Blaze editor-in-chief Christopher Bedford was pulled over by local police after stalking to serve the home. He was allowed to leave. It's always been on. Yeah, there's a thing like I don't. It's somewhere in the set. Like you click on a thing. There's like 3 dots or something. You click on it and it says "Turn gifted memberships on." The FBI, which has failed to solve the case in nearly 5 years of investigation, but indicated that it was closing in on after Blaze News brought its investigation to intelligence sources, was feet from Falls Church address of the pipe bomb suspect just days after January 6th. Former FBI Special Agent Kyle Serafin realized Friday that he was doing surveillance next door to the woman now suspected of being the J6 pipe bomber. The FBI put us one door away from the pipe bomber within days of January 6th, and we were deliberately pulled away for no logical or logically investigative reason. And everything about that tells me that they were involved in a cover-up and have been since day one. Oh, so they have video of her walking when she was playing soccer and then walking there. Mm-hmm. They were effing in on it. Serafin proposed doing a knock and talk at the door of an Air Force civilian employee whose address was tied to a vehicle that picked up the bomb suspect in Falls Church on January 5th. Serafin's team spent 2 days watching the man, but Serafin's request to go face-to-face with the person of interest was denied. The team was pulled off that case the same night. So wait a minute. So that's all the three dots say is participants' timestamps. All right, let me go look real quick. Let me see what's up here. Okay. Maybe if you click on, I think if you click on the memberships, if you click on like where it says something about memberships, and then there's three dots there. Yeah, if you click on like, okay, this is what you do. All right. If you click on, okay, here. All right, I'm going to do this. Share this tab instead. All right. I'm going to show you how to do this. All right. So if you go to like right here, if you go to click on show your support, all right, the dollar sign, all right, and then click on membership, like you're going to unlock membership, and then this screen pulls up, okay? And then you click on these three dots right here, and it says gift membership settings. You click on that, and you allow gifted memberships. You got to make sure that's on, okay? Did you get that? That's how you do it. Nothing says term memberships on. I think I just show. I hope I walked you through it. And then Anthony, Fortune Soldier of Fortune, just wait. How did you do that? How did I do that? Rilzik, you click on after a gift donation. There should be a message in the chat that allows you to accept gift memberships. Yeah. Okay. So Anthony just gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. See who got those. Brewholic 101 got one. Michelle Zisbo, Beautiful Messy Ball. Audra, no, not Audra. Nana, 1776. Yeah, if you go like you're going to buy a super chat, go to membership gifting. Then there's 3 dots on the top. You can turn it on. Yeah. Diamond G. I thought the audio sample of Jim using a transformer descendant of Optimus Prime. And then Brian Oldenkamp just gifted 5 memberships. Dennis B, Ken Phillips, and Lynn's received one, and All the Marbles, and Famatufu, 1974. So we are having a membership. And then Anthony just gifted 5 more memberships. What is going on? Julie Mumford, Mr. K, Gilly Claude Lewis, Catherine Myers, Lisa Faltersack. Thank you.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
And then Brian Oldenkamp just gifted 5 more memberships. David D received a gift of membership. Boo-hoo, Sadie, Scott, and Vanilla Gorilla received, we're trying to get the rest to turn green, Brian Oldenkamp says. Well, I greatly appreciate that. I have to do some math here now, though, because we got the 5 from Anthony, and then another 5 from Anthony, then another 5 from Brian Oldenkamp, then another 5 from Anthony, then another 5 from Brian Oldenkamp. So let's see. Hold on. We're trying to turn people important to us green. Yes. You're trying to get them green. All right. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. So that's 25 times 6. That's 60, 120. And another 30. So it's $150. So that means, holy crap. I got to hide this and then do this math here. So, I can't believe I'm getting a calculator to do this. So let's clear 150 minus. Okay. So that means we got the 3rd hour, the 4th hour, and we are 64 away from a 5th hour. Okay. All right. That's right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Wait, you just gave another 5? Get out an abacus. You guys are killing me here. You gave another 5. That's awesome. I greatly appreciate it, though. So let's see now. No sleep till Brooklyn. That's right. So 300-yard wink received the gifted membership. Belzoo, William Wellborn, Cat Mama, and Aramoon received the gifted membership. Wow, thank you. Now I have to go back and do this again and go. Actually, I think I owe I think there's a double one here.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
You're about to call it. I guess I'm gonna start. I don't know. So I'm just getting home from the VFW. Well, thank you. How have you not turned green? Are you challenging me? So, and then that's another 30. So that means we're 34 away from a 5th hour. So let me do some math here. So, so I'm just gonna end the goal here for a second. End the goal. Remove the goal. I'm gonna start a new goal just so we can keep track of this, and it'll be for let's see, that's 1 hour. That was an hour. So it's gonna be 3 hours. 3 hours. Another 3 hours of show coming at you. Another 3 hours of show. Start rocking. It must be Pumpkin Moon. All right. I think that's right. Right. $34 away from a 5th additional hour. So we had 4, 5, 6.5 hours. So yeah, it's roughly there. That's about right. That's where we're at. So if I give 50,000, Jim would stay on for a few weeks. I would try. I mean, you would have to probably watch me sleep for a little bit. Yep. Audra, it says, if I got a question, why aren't you green? He should be. Oh, dude. Did you do it again? You're killing me, Smalls. Oh, man. So Anthony just gave another 10 memberships. And so Sonorum got one. Death Networks got one. Tater Salad got one. Debbie got one. Darth Kitty got one. HHH Custom Knives got one. Rebecca M got one. Arnold Newton got one. ME got one. And Samantha Katz got one. Jim's going to be up all night. It looks like Jim is going to be up all night. Jim is not going to sleep tonight. Yeah. Yeah, someone is a crazy man. But, so that is going to be another one of these.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
And with that, we have another hour now added to the show because we hit that. That's 60. So 34. So that's 26 off of that. So that puts us at $49 away from a 6th hour. Oh, so let's, well, I appreciate it from everybody. This is going to be, yes, Jim's going to be up all night. You're going to be up all night. I'm going to try. I'm going to stay up. J-Dubs, what's up, man? I'm going to do it. I got a bunch of stuff. Okay, well, don't, Anthony, don't be giving money away if you can't afford it. I don't want anybody to ever give money away they can't afford. I greatly appreciate every dollar I get, and it means a lot to me that people actually like it this month. The man keeps me from my membership. I think there's something going on, Joe. You must turn it, Joe. You must not have them turned on, is all I can tell you. You got to go in and you follow my tutorial on how to do this. I'll show you again how to do this. You go on here and you can click right here where it says support for Jim. All right. And you can click either membership. You click on where it says unlock member only perks. Click on that. And then here where it says membership. Click right here on this 3 dots, and then it says gift membership settings. You click on gift membership settings, and you go allow gift memberships. That's all you got to do, and you can get gifted memberships. Joe says, it's on, I promise you. Okay. I don't know why you never get it then. Rilzik, I'm not doing it again. I know you're fucking with me, and I would say it's funny, but it's not. Wait, how do you turn it on again? Potato Biden, maybe they punish you for having Biden on your screen name. Jim can't believe YouTube is evil. No, I believe it. Turn what on is turn on the gifted memberships. I just showed how you turn on gifted memberships and you could accept them. I think you need to restart your YouTube app. After every gifted membership, there's a message to turn them on. Yeah, it probably is. You can click on, I think if you click on the person's gifted memberships, it'll tell you to turn them on too. Seraphin said he was given the same details publicly since 2021. There's a personal reaction to it, which is the complete vindication that the things I've been saying and my recollection of being briefed on this stuff has been accurate for years. I've never changed my tune. The FBI tied a DC Metro Rail smart trip card allegedly used by the pipe bomb suspect to an Air Force civilian employee, but determined that the man purchased the card. He did not use it. The suspect allegedly used the card to travel to from DC to stop in Falls Church after planting the bombs. The Air Force civilian employee had purchased a smart trip card a year earlier. Settings does not appear on all devices. iPad, iPhone are different. There is a thing too on if you click on the gift of membership thing, I think you can click on it and it pops up. Yes, I click on it and it tells me how much a membership is. It's okay, guys. I like being different. It says Lady Bama says I've triple checked it. My luck is horrible. The forensic study arranged by Blaze News revealed that Kirchhoff was up to a 98% match to the gait of the pipe bomb suspect. Findings were confirmed by several current intelligence sources reviewed the study results. The source who did the comparison said the software rated the match at 94%. He puts the figure at closer to a 96, 98% match, including a combination of human intelligence and software analysis. Samples of Kirchhoff's gait were taken from January 6 Capitol Police CCTV security video and compared to unedited video of the hoodie-wearing suspect walking through an alley near C Street to place the pipe bomb at the Capitol Hill Club at 8:16 p.m. on January 5th. Two other sources familiar with the gait analysis who viewed the video and software analysis told Blaze News they concurred with the video samples matched the gait of the gray hoodie-wearing suspect. Serafin was an FBI whistleblower. Biden fired him. Oh, no. And once again, Anthony decided. Anthony F., Soldier of Providence. Hey, it fixed your name now, Anthony. What do you know? When I made you a mod, it fixed your name. Huh. Very interesting, isn't it? It fixed it on there for some reason. Anthony F. Soldier of Providence gifted 5 memberships. It's fixed it there, but not anywhere else. That's weird why it's fixed it there. And let's see. Molly Brown got a gifted membership. Nanner Nose got a gifted membership. AI World Champion got a gifted membership. Gene Nelson got a gifted membership. And KZ received a gifted membership from Anthony F. Soldier of Providence. You don't see a change? Well, here, I'll show you. If you look at the screen right now, I'm going to put it up. Look at what it says. It says Anthony F., Soldier of Providence, gifted memberships. So that's what's showed up right now on my screen. So I don't know. I don't know why it works like that. It changed when you became a mod for some reason. I don't know. It's something weird going on. Something weird going on with YouTube. That's all I can say. But thank you so much. And let me look and see. So that's another 5. So that's another 30. So that means we are now just $19 away from a 6th additional hour. And yes. You believe me, but on your phone, you're still doxing myself. I know, but I could look at the screen and you can see what it says, Anthony. What does it say on the screen? Beautiful Cat says, love your show regardless. On iPad, iPhone, tap $sign and 3 dots at the top right corner will get you to allow memberships. Hit the more than join the membership should be towards the bottom. I'm betting Google has Google Plus remnants from old code. Probably. It's just some weird stuff. You're falling in love with Grok. I like Grok a lot too. The mystery of the pipe bombs have hung over January 6th for nearly 5 years. Yeah, it's the difference between a channel name and handle name, Dick. And I don't know why it's doing some weird stuff, but it is. The FBI said an unknown subject placed the bombs under a park bench at the DNC and Capitol Hill Club near the Republican National Committee building between 7:54 and 8:16 p.m. the night before the riot. Discovery of the devices between 12:40 and 1:05 respectively drew already depleted police resources away from the Capitol just as a huge crowd breached the grounds. A joint session of Congress convened at 1 p.m. to take up the challenges to the certification of the Electoral College vote for the 2020 presidential election. Kirchhoff was a Capitol Police officer from 2018 until mid-2021. He was a member of the department's Civil Disturbance Unit and a training officer on the use of less lethal crowd-controlled weapons that were extensively used on January 6th. Use of losing lethal force on January 6th. Blaze News reported on Capitol Police surveillance video showing Kirchhoff and other CDU officers repeatedly using lethal force on January 6th crowd using less lethal weapons. At least 16 members of the early crowd on the Capitol's West Plaza were shot above the waistline with kinetic impact projectiles fired from above on the lower West Terrace. Yes. Blaze News approached numerous intelligence officials 2 weeks ago with questions about findings from its investigation, which suggested that Kirchhoff matched the description and behavior of the suspected bomber, based on her distinctive walk, slight limp, and 5'7" frame and other factors. This could be a huge story if they break it open. Yeah, if it's true. Yeah, they tracked grandmas with their phone locations. They knew who it was. That's what I'm saying. They conducted all logical steps. Footage of the pipe bomb suspect walking with a backpack on the night of January 5th was compared to January 6th security video of Officer Kirchhoff in various places on the Capitol grounds. Yeah, if she did it, and should the gift membership button be blue or black? I have no idea what color it is. Hold on a second. Can we go back to the very Chinese algorithm and can tell someone by their walk, etc.? I don't know. Security video of Kirchhoff in various places, Capitol grounds, and footage of her playing professional soccer in Columbus, Ohio in 2017. They need to catch her and flip her. Blue. They need to catch her. Blue is on. They need to catch her and flip her. Oh, yeah, no, blue or black. The gift membership thing should be blue when you turn it on. Blue is on. To the right. It should be moved to the right. Okay, thank you. Mine is blue. Yeah. Pipe bomb video that Blaze used in its analysis was not the footage released by the FBI. A video sleuth who embarked on more than a year-long investigation told Blaze that the footage made public by the FBI was manipulated to downstaple the frame rate. Although it shows the same scene as the FBI video, the clip used by Blaze came from another source and is demonstrably clearer and much smoother. Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun told Blaze News he is eager to learn the results of the pipe bomb investigation, but he said he had no awareness of any Capitol Police officers' involvement in pipe bomb planting. I had no knowledge that it was being carried out, nor were they carrying out with any authorization from the chief's office. I am unaware of any legitimate reason that any Capitol Police or other law enforcement officer would be involved in the planting of those pipe bombs. The possible solution to the pipe bomb mystery could have far-reaching reverberations. Several officials familiar with the government's investigative efforts said a new work is urgently needed to determine whether there were co-conspirators who aided and abetted the crimes and to learn if federal agencies or employees knew who was involved in the bomb hoax and participated in nearly a 5-year cover-up. The FBI has faced questions over its failure to make the meaningful investigation progress despite offering a $490,000 reward with the ATF along with a $10,000 reward from Metropolitan Police Department. Former FBI Director Chris Wray claimed the Bureau conducted an exhaustive investigation. In congressional testimony, Wray said January 6 was an indictment of the right-wing domestic violent extremists. He said white supremacy fueled the domestic violent extremism. It's one of the major threats to the nation. So it was the prospect of a Capitol Police officer being the perpetrator, if confirmed, could recast the entire story of January 6th. It could start to unravel the carefully crafted, zealously defended Democrat narrative that massive crowds of Trump supporters stormed the Capitol as part of an insurrection to keep Trump in office and deny Joe Biden the presidency. Yes. Yeah, Sunshine says, "Hey, Jim. Hey, everyone. I've been lurking, but I have to say, wow, at all the donations tonight. You guys are great." Yes. The donations tonight were wow. Just wow. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Wow. A lot of memberships came in tonight. Let's see. 5, 10. See how many memberships came in. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 60 memberships came in tonight. That's a lot of memberships. Yeah, give me a break. It was a coordination between Nancy Pelosi. That's right. Fox is guarding the hen houses with the investigations. That's what I think. At the same time, the FBI was not solving the pipe bomb mystery. It was carrying out the largest investigation in its history to hunt down the thousands of Americans who went to the Capitol after Trump's January 6th speech at the Ellipse. The FBI under Wray worked in concert with the Biden Department of Justice to put hundreds of Trump supporters in prison. Secret Service reaction to the bomb. The U.S. Secret Service response to the discovery of the pipe bomb was under a park bench. at the DNC building drew fire from congressional investigators and the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General. Speculation that the Secret Service knew the DNC pipe bomb was a dud began when U.S. Rep. Thomas Massie released Capitol Police security footage showing agents acting nonchalantly after a Capitol Police counter-surveillance officer informed them that he found a pipe bomb in the bushes behind the DNC. Agents stayed in their SUV eating lunch for 2 minutes before getting out to investigate. They stood feet from the suspected bomb and allowed pedestrians to walk past and vehicles to continue driving within feet of the device. Commuter trains that passed directly next to the DNC building continued to run. Yes, 60 memberships and it ain't even Christmas or Thanksgiving. Rebecca was gifted a membership. Thank you to whoever it was. Well, it was either Anthony, Soldier of Providence, or Brian Oldenkamp gifted a whole bunch too. I think. Or Town gifted 5 memberships. Anthony gifted a bunch. Brian Oldenkamp gifted 5, 10. So probably Anthony, because Anthony gifted 45 gifted memberships tonight. Yeah. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 45. Yep. Anthony gifted 45 memberships tonight. Whew. That's a lot of dim. The ones that can't turn green can just go ahead and become a member. Otherwise, it's weird that some can't ever get a free membership. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't understand the algorithm. I don't get it. The FBI put us one door away from the pipe bomb suspect within days. 2 weeks ago, Blaze News reported Anthony says, I was medically discharged because of my PTSD and aggression. I think it makes me a better soldier, not a reason for a discharge. Now I am needed again, but I'm getting paid to sit on the sidelines. A user known as Armitas on social media said the video released by the FBI has been manipulated to reduce the frame rate. He also provided evidence that the pipe bomber first tried to plant the devices outside the Congressional Black Caucus Institute and a congressional rooming house on C Street the evening of January 5th. Shortly after Blaze News reported on his findings, the FBI released higher quality footage of the pipe bomb suspect. Strange how that works. Armita said he believes the device planted next to a bench in some bushes at the DNC building at 7:54 January 25th was retrieved at 4:40 a.m. on January 6th and replaced shortly before or nearly simultaneously to the discovery of the bomb at 1:05. The device appears to have been broken by the bomb suspect outside the Congressional Black Caucus Institute on January 5th. Much public discussion in the case dealt with the rare Nike Air Max Speed turf sneakers the suspect wore and whether the person was familiar with the areas around the D.C. building and Capitol Hill Club. Armina says he believes the suspect knew to take a mini shortcut at the corner of 1st and C and escape through a well-hidden church garden gate after planting the second device behind the Capitol Hill Club. Gate analysis software can get accurate results even if the suspect is walking at a faster than normal speed. It can also recognize gait on a video shot from a long distance. It does not require the kind of video resolution needed for facial recognition, the analyst said. The bombing suspect's head was covered by a hoodie and a COVID-19 mask on January 5th. The jerky motion seen on the video released by the FBI would normally make gait analysis more difficult. The FBI's lack of progress in solving the pipe bombing case drew increased criticisms from Republican members of Congress. In a July 2023 hearing, Massey grilled Wray about the video of Massey and Earth showing the man who apparently discovered the bomb at the DNC building. Blaze News later learned that person was a plainclothes Capitol Police counter-surveillance officer. Have you interviewed that person? We have concluded all logical investigative steps and interviewed all logical individuals at this point, Wray replied. Wray repeatedly stated that he would not discuss details of an active investigation, which prompted a rebuke from Massey. We can handle classified information, and we can fund your department, so you need to provide that. 900 days ago is when this happened, and you said you had total confidence we'd apprehend a suspect. We found videos that looks like somebody, a passerby, miraculously found this pipe bomb at the DNC and then notified the police. Miraculously, I say, because it was specifically the precise time to cause the maximum distraction from the events going on at the Capitol. Well, again, I don't want to speculate about specific individuals. I'll tell you that we have done thousands of interviews, reviewed something like 40,000 video files, of which this is one, assessed 500 something tips. This will be called Gate or Walker Gate. Yeah. I'm very suspect of this clown, too. Who told Trump to appoint him and why Biden kept him? Massey grilled Steve Dettelbach, then director of the ATF, for not providing information about the pipe bombs or what ATF did on January 6th. Are you willing to confirm that the pipe bombs planted on Capitol Hill Club and DNC on January 6th could not have gone off within the 60-minute kitchen timer they were placed with the day before? Respectively, Congressman, I do believe that this does go into the area of the investigation which the ATF is supporting. The FBI is the lead, and I cannot comment. He would not answer which ATF official was the incident commander for the pipe bombs or whether the device were planted as part of some training exercise. In an interview with the House committee, the head of the FBI said it would be Investigation 101 to interview whoever found the pipe bomb at the DNC. It has the odor of mendacity. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. In any investigation, whoever discovers the device is somebody you need to talk to, right? Because they could be the one that planted the device in the first place, said Steve D'Antonio, assistant FBI director. You know, so that's just investigation 101, but I am not aware of this video, and I am not aware of that person. 13 months before taking office as FBI director, Kash Patel seemed to raise the possibility that the pipe bombs were fakes. If the allegations about the bombers aren't true, Patel said on the Benny Show, or there was some government ruse or some FBI rogue source or whatever, I don't know because I don't have the case files. Then there's another corruption scandal, and on that around an election time narrative. Kirchhoff was born in November 1993 in Hamilton, Ohio, the youngest of three daughters of Brant James Kirchhoff and the former Patricia Marie Hennon. Patricia Kirchhoff died in August 2024 after a long battle with pancreatic cancer. Among her skills, Shawnee Kirchhoff says she can solve a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. She completed the 2018 Boston Marathon in 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 9 seconds. Kirchhoff attended Olentangy Orange High School in Lewis Center, Ohio, about 20 miles north of the capital city of Columbus. She was a soccer standout, top academic achiever who earned National Honor Society membership. She was the starting varsity goalie all 4 years. She earned second team All-State honors in 2011 and first team All-Conference her junior and senior years. She allowed only 12 goals in her senior season. Kirchhoff was the only goalie for Blast FC Girls Academy in Delaware, Ohio for 6 years. She went on to play goalie for Division I Temple Owls in Philadelphia. She started 9 games as a freshman and recorded the highest save percentage in the Atlantic 10 Conference. She started the next 45 games across 3 seasons. She also won academic honors, including the Philadelphia Inquirer Academic All-Area Women's Soccer Team. This odor permeates the entire city of mendacity. That's right. It says 2 U.S. Capitol Police counter surveillance officers walked towards the Democratic National Committee building on January 6th. One of the officers would discover a pipe bomb under a park bench behind the DNC. Yeah, that person needs to get talked to, like. Men's Desk, a city. Dick says, Anthony, I keep hoping to find out I have... No, you don't want to find this out, Dick. You don't... No. No, you don't want to find this out. Don't say stuff like this. That's not good. I understand what you want to do, and I salute you, but not that way, buddy. She collided hard with University of Pennsylvania midfielder Ali Traska and went down face first in the grass. To hear someone scream like that, I knew instantly it had to be something serious. Kirchhoff underwent 5 hours of surgery at university for a broken tibia, one of her 2 bones running from her knee to her ankle. Her mother later learned that she saw her daughter's face turn beet red on the field like it not be good. When I saw her on the sideline, I knew it was probably over. American Athletic Conference preseason goalkeeper of the year suddenly faced the end of her college soccer days. Injury and surgical repair left Kirchhoff with a slight limp in her right leg that would become a fateful thing a decade later when investigators studied her movements on January 5th and 6th. The season-ending injury ended up being a blessing in disguise, Kirchhoff said. She'd long been interested in Temple's Pro Ranger program, a partnership with the National Park Service to produce park ranger law enforcement officers. Weeks after her broken leg, she was offered an accelerated track in the program. She played a season in the Women's Premier League in Columbus Eagles Football Club. It's going to sound demented, but when I say this, I'm grateful I broke my leg because had I not, I would not have pursued my dream job. She was hired by the Capitol Police in 2018. She testified in the January 6th criminal trial that she applied for her current job before January 6th and left the United States Capitol Police in good standing. The Capitol Police did not respond to Blaze News' request for comments on the pipe bomb case. Blaze News also reached out to the FBI and DOJ, but did not get a reply at the time of publication. Yes. What I want to know, R.E. Chris Ray, did he get replaced? Would the replacement be worse? Well, it has to make you think, though, that why Biden kept him, because they knew he was going to do what they wanted. That's the obvious thing. That is the obvious thing. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do this. Go back to this story. I want to go back because I jumped forward to that one. Police helicopter footage and CCTV footage shows the driver recklessly driving before losing control and crashing his vehicle into pedestrians outside of a gay bar in Ybor City in Tampa, Florida. Ybor City. At least 4 people were killed and 13 others injured. The suspect was identified as 24-year-old Silas Sampson. He was taken into custody. Silas Sampson.
Yeah, we got 2 that are racing on the highway now. So
I
just went over them, okay.
I'm Lemon and Glen, Zone 5. Complainant watched 2 male subjects get out of a black Hyundai into a blue and gray van.
No, they're going to be GOA on this.
FHP's attempting a pit.
You can bring me 10 and I'll leave it one of that loss.
Air 5, disregard. Yeah, we got 2 that are racing on the highway now. So
you see that? He crashed into a group of people. Overnight, at least 4 people were killed and 11 others injured after police pursuit ends in a vehicle crashing into pedestrians outside a gay bar in Ybor City area of Tampa. Tampa police said around 12:45 a.m. Tampa Police Air Service saw a car speeding on I-275. Police believe that it was one of the vehicles they saw racing earlier. When the driver got off the interstate, police attempted a pit maneuver and failed. When they got close to 7th Avenue, they disengaged due to the danger of doing a pit maneuver in that area. Authorities said the driver then lost control and crashed into the Bradleys and hit over a dozen people. Victims were on the bar's patio. The suspect who was arrested is being charged with vehicular homicide, and other felony charges are expected to follow. Oof, this looks bad.
Out! Everyone clear! Go! Out! Move! Make a move! Make a move! Oh my God! Faster! Let's go!
That's crazy. Why aren't people rioting in the streets demanding common sense vehicle laws, like they do when people are shot? We got this. We got a man accused in hit and run threatens to punch reporters in your ass after court delays plea hearing for the 5th time. This case has been scheduled 5 times for plea hearings and 3 times for trial over 3 years. Prosecutors charged Quentin Ward with hit and run involving great bodily harm for a crash September 21st, 2022. Ward did not have a valid license at the time, and the Wisconsin Department of Transportation said he once held a probationary license, but it expired before his first revocation ticket in 2018. He is still driving without a license. So, this guy ran a woman over and then took off.
Hit and run crash at 16th and Lincoln. Hit and run crash at 16th and Lincoln. The case postponed again, the 5th time it was scheduled for a plea and moved in 3 years. Your reaction to that?
sadness. I'm just frustrated.
Ward's non-existent license was suspended and then revoked. A 12 News Investigates tally shows police issued him 35 tickets. Video we obtained in our year of reporting shows him admitting to police.
I got a lot of tickets. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't got no license.
Okay. Mr. Ward, why'd you keep driving without a license?
Why you got in my face?
Hey, did you get a ride today?
You better bag back. I'll punch you in.
State of Wisconsin versus Quentin Ward.
Both sides agreed to a delay, citing communication issues between Ward and his attorney, who wouldn't elaborate. Judge Jorge Fregoso setting one final plea date, and if that falls through, a trial date.
This is not coming back off the trial calendar. I'm putting this right back on, and it's going to be top priority because this case is just so old.
It's crazy, right? They just keep pushing it. They'll probably just let him go. Imagine debating allowing little orcs to live among us.
Hit and run crash at 16th and Lincoln.
We got this. It says, just in, Miami-Dade deputy Devin Yamito shot and killed near Kendall in what officials are calling a targeted ambush. Yamito, 27, worked out of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. Yaramillo. He joined the department in 2024. Law enforcement sources say he was shot in the neck during a scuffle. They believe the suspect targeted him in retaliation for a prior call. One suspect reportedly took his own life. Another was taken into custody. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Anthony. You trust people. You trust people, and sometimes I mean, it's sad. It really is. You don't want to go through life where you don't trust anybody, but by trusting people, sometimes they're going to let you down. Those people, and it's not your fault that you can't trust other people. It's their fault for not being a good person. Oh, I knew I had another thing on this story. 4 people were killed and at least 13 injured when a man drove into a crowd outside the Tampa, Florida building. 22-year-old Silas Sampson was arrested on multiple charges. So this is Silas Sampson right here. Oh, this is
2 FHP units attempt a traffic stop on it, and the vehicle flees, and then they attempt a pit maneuver. After that, unfortunately, this vehicle went at a high rate of speed down 7th Avenue, and tragically, just west of 15th Street, or just east of 15th Street, hit over a dozen people. And at that location, we had 4 that were deceased and 11 others that were injured.
I would like to see more video to make sure they didn't try to pit the car again and cause this. Just saying.
They were all adults. And we had 4 that were here that tragically
it's their
lost their
fault for
lives.
not being trustworthy.
They were out in Ybor having a good time, expecting to go home safely. And a careless, reckless driver takes everybody's lives in his hands and just ended this night in a situation that's never going to be the same for these individuals. 2 FHP
Now I want you to notice this guy has a tattoo on his chest right here on his neck that says "Trust no one." That's what this guy has on. That's the type of person he is. Little old Silas, bless his heart. A king of oneself. This is the person. Yeah. And he lived. Of course, the piece of driver survived. No. Of course, the piece of shit driver survived and 4 other people were killed. This is right over here in Tampa, Florida, and this is why I don't go to Ybor City where the animals are. Street racer Silas Sampson slammed into a gay bar.
Yeah, we got 2 that are racing on the highway now. So I just went over MLK.
It is, Christy. Good morning to you. That's right. It has been hours since this happened in the middle of the night at this point. But as you can see behind me, still a very active, much less heartbreaking scene. If you're familiar with Ybor City here in Tampa, very popular spot to go out, especially on a Friday night. Everyone was just out here walking, having fun, and then tragedy happened. Now, we could tell you that the establishment behind this City of Tampa police car, they've kind of blocked the scene, but the car crashed into a crowd of pedestrians before smashing into the front of a place called Bradley's on 7th, which is kind of a bar, nightclub. Again, very popular spot, especially on a Friday. Now, Tampa police in a press conference a few hours ago say this all began just after 12:30 this morning when their air unit spotted 2 cars racing on some local streets a couple of miles away from this area. One of them then merged onto the highway, I-275 southbound, and TPD's air service began tracking it from above. It exited off a downtown interchange exit and then headed this way. That's when Florida Highway Patrol troopers got involved. They were basically the closest units. They tried a pit maneuver, but it was unsuccessful because of the driver's high speed. Troopers say they disengaged for safety reasons. And then moments later, investigators say the vehicle continued east into Ybor City here, speeding down busy 7th Avenue and right near North 15th Street where we're standing, lost control, slammed into a crowd and the front of Bradley's on 7th. And that's when witnesses like Howard Hopkins, who you're about to hear from, say chaos erupted and officers rushed to help.
I was right there about to sit down with the pizza, and it just happened. Tables went everywhere, chairs went everywhere, some bodies went everywhere. It was pretty bad.
Now, police say 4 people who were all over the age of 20 were killed, 3 here at the scene, 1 later at a local hospital. We know 11 others were injured. 1 is in critical condition. Tampa Police Chief Lee Burkaw called this a senseless tragedy and say both TPD and FHP are committed to getting justice for the victims and their families. Now, the driver within the last few hours has been identified as a 22-year-old man from Dade City. His name is Silas Sampson. We can tell you he's in custody this morning and he's facing 4 counts of vehicular homicide with additional felony charges expected as this investigation continues. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Regina Gonzalez, thank you so much for checking in with us here this morning. We appreciate it. And as you heard Regina say, we did hear from officials a bit earlier.
Yeah, so I'll put that back on the second. I just want to just Anthony, Dick is 100% correct with this. There is this shit called karma, and it's a bitch. So those persons that robbed you, that will come back on them eventually. Definitely will. Stay strong. Live the good life. That's correct. I wish you only the best. Though the new cop cars have the grappler devices, only some places have those. And then we got this from Felzoo for 5. Says, idiots in cars are the worst. I nearly hit a deer earlier, and an a-hole behind me raged on his horn at me for braking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll happen. Thank you for the 5. Okay. It says, Jim, maybe we need a palate cleanser once in a while. Getting punch drunk on 6 hours of Doom might be too much. Maybe a cat video or a dry bar joke short. What's the good life? I live alone, no kids, no family, and time keeps slipping on. Well, oh man, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know how old you are, Anthony. You're saying you joined because of 9/11. I think that would put you probably around 40, 42, 41, 42, maybe 43, maybe a little bit older. I don't know, depending on if you were an older guy when you joined, but if you were, say 20, 20 years ago, 24 years ago, that would put you around 43, 44. I mean, you're not too old to have children at this point. You could still get married and have kids and stuff like that. Drunk women videos like donut operating. I could try to find something, but let's finish this real quick.
This morning at a press conference, and we do have that here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's play it out.
This morning we had a tragic incident where at least 4 victims senselessly lost their lives and 11 others were injured as a result of a careless, reckless driver. As you would imagine, this is a complex investigation involving multiple agencies, and I will provide preliminary information about what we know right now. This morning, just around 12:30, our air service was in the area of Hanna in Nebraska, and they saw 2 vehicles that appeared to be racing going westbound on Hillsborough Avenue towards the interstate. They see one vehicle go on the interstate southbound on 275. The other vehicle breaks off. Our air service goes over the radio and asks if any units are in the area. They're following the vehicle, our air service, going south on 275. This vehicle exits in the downtown area, and at that point, our partners, FHP, and one of our units sees this vehicle in the area of Nebraska and Palm. At that point, 2 FHP units attempt a traffic stop on it, and the vehicle flees, and then they attempt a pit maneuver.
Oh, I wish I could vote for Brandon too.
Unfortunately, this
Brandon
vehicle
Herrera
went
would
at
be
a high rate
awesome
of
in
speed down
Congress.
7th Avenue, and tragically, just west of 15th Street, or just east of 15th Street, hit over a dozen people. And at that location, we had 4 that were deceased and 11 others that were injured. And what I can tell you is all the victims were over 20, and they were all adults. And we had 4 that were here that tragically lost their lives. They were out in Ybor having a good time, expecting to go home safely, and a careless, reckless driver takes
A careless,
everybody's
reckless
lives
driver.
in
That's
his
right,
hands,
man. Fucking
and just
Jesus.
ended this night in a situation that's never going to be the same for these individuals. You know, at this time, I'd like to have Sergeant Gaskins from Florida Highway Patrol talk a little bit more about what FHP did.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, responding to a request for assistance from our partners with the Tampa Police Department, FHP troopers engaged this driver, a 22-year-old Dade City man. They attempted an unsuccessful pit maneuver. As the vehicle continued into the Ybor City area, my troopers backed off. They disengaged, backed off. And shortly thereafter, we had the crash that you see behind us here. 3 people deceased on the scene, 1 person deceased at the hospital. Florida Highway Patrol is leading with charges of vehicular homicide at this point, with additional felony charges to follow. Our advanced traffic homicide teams, they're doing the investigation. It's going to take a while for them to get all the facts and everything together. But again, the charges, the gentleman that is involved with this is in custody, and we're working with our partners to open up the Ybor City area as soon as possible. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank the Florida Highway Patrol and the State Attorney's Office, and also.
Yes, I would like to thank the Florida Highway Patrol and all of them too. Great here. Emojis. I want to just looking at something here. All right. Sorry. I got. So this is this person. Horror on wheels. Samson has just been detained. All right. Oh, look at this. This is going to make everybody upset. I know you guys said you wanted to get some stuff. I'm going to try to look for some stuff. Can I call this racism? I don't know. I don't know. Why would it be racism? But, a four-time convicted felon on parole for rape and released under Kathy Hochul was just arrested for raping a 12-year-old girl in New York City. Police say Eric McMichael grabbed her, pushed her to the ground, and brutally raped her and should have never been back on the streets. Chippy Chipper, bring on Chippy the Chipper.
Breaking now on 12. Police say a 27-year-old is under arrest, accused of raping a 12-year-old girl inside of a housing complex in Williamsburg. Investigators say the attack happened Thursday, and that man is now facing a slew of charges. News 12's Rob Flax is in downtown Brooklyn with the latest. Rob, what have you learned?
Yeah, Amanda, we are standing here in downtown Brooklyn in front of the Child SVU. Yeah, that's right. We're standing outside of the Child SVU building here in downtown Brooklyn, where 27-year-old Eric McMichael was taken out of the building and into a car headed for court moments ago. We want to show you that video. McMichael can be seen keeping his head low as he was walked out of the building. He faces charges of rape, burglary, sexually motivated, sex abuse of someone physically helpless, endangering the welfare of a child, and sex abuse of a victim under 14. All of this for attacking a 12-year-old girl in Williamsburg Thursday. Now, he was arrested at 146 Clay Street, which we're learning is a shelter. We're also learning he has 4 prior felony convictions, including for rape in 2019. He's also currently on parole for a burglary.
Currently on parole for burglary, convicted of rape, and he's out on the street raping kids. What the fuck is wrong with this society? I swear. Yes. There's no way to sue judges and mayors and governors for releasing these people to offend again. I mean, there's got to be some way to hold them responsible. Civil suits. I'm sure the problem, though, is that the courts will protect themselves. They'll say you can't sue for this, you can't sue for that. I've got a long piece of rope I'm willing to donate. Yes, for this person, it definitely. And Dick Parker says that he's 64 and his mom died when he was 26. He'd give anything to be able to hug her again. Joe says, I say these rapists get released from jail when the victims get unraped. Since that can never happen, neither can their release. I concur. Yeah. This is the same story. It says, career criminal out on parole with prior rape and burglary convictions is now accused of raping a 12-year-old girl in Brooklyn. Eric McMichael, 27, tried to hide his face from cameras after his arrest. Police say he grabbed the girl as he entered the Cooper House's building. He told her, I'm going to violate you, then shoved her to the ground and assaulted her. He ran off when another person appeared in the stairwell. The victim was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. Well, this is the person. Always be aware of the tarantula heads. That's what I would say. Yeah. 2020 BLM never ended. Yeah. Breaking news. There is now a child molestation vaccine. One shot and it's cured. I don't know. we got this. This man slashed a woman in the face in an unprovoked attack at the 34th Street subway station on November 4th around 5 p.m. The victim suffered a visual wound above her eye and was left bleeding at the scene. The suspect was arrested but released the same day. So the suspect slashed a woman's face with a knife on a train station and just got released. Just gets released the same day. Yeah. This is so ridiculous.
The witness left.
I got his information. I got a witness and I let him leave. I didn't realize that you guys I was walking the guy up the steps. So I gave me the steps, flipped me the bird, gave me the middle finger. See that? Oh, well, she just flipped me the bird and gave me the middle finger. Thank you.
She flipped me the bird and gave me the middle finger, so I slashed her in the face. Okay. Yeah. If a bartender can go to jail for overserving a drunk person who drives, then a judge should go to jail for criminals they released who killed someone. Yes. 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 Oh, we got this story. New Hampshire's first transgender elected Representative Stacey Lawton pled guilty to child exploitation charges. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with Audrey. It says you guys have a lot to catch up on, and then Audrey held to the yes. Yeah, you got, I don't know. You can make the effort, Anthony, and if she doesn't want to reciprocate, and if she wants to, either, then do it. Life is short. You only have so much time, and so he reportedly, this person, this first transgender elected rep, Stacey Lawton, he had a partner who worked at a daycare that sent him pictures of children, of kids. Eric Swalwell campaigned with this guy. Look, here's Eric Swalwell campaigning with this man pretending to be a woman. Oh. Yeah, see? And he's got a fake clergy badge. It says, I'm clergy. Mm-hmm. And things that didn't age well. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, he was caught. New Hampshire transgender rep Stacey Lawton pled guilty to. He was sentenced in February and faces up to 30 years in prison. He posted his deranged video running away from police, claiming they won't catch him. This didn't age well.
You won't get me, you goddamn police!
Good riddance. Stop saying we're all pedos. Stop being pedos. Mm-hmm. It's Eric Swalwell and Beto O'Rourke's friend. That's right. They hang out with this guy. Is the partner also charged? You would hope so. You would hope the partner would have been charged and put under the prison. Gundam Zig says, my dad checked out 18 days after my 26. Lou Gehrig sucks, but it was a mercy. If he was around, I probably would have managed to get married instead of dirt napping alone. I don't know if Dick is correct, Anthony. You don't forget the things you did. You regret the things you didn't do. Charge him like Hassan's dog. Beto O'Rourke and Eric Swalwell campaigned with Stacey Lawton, the transgender state rep who just pleaded guilty to child exploitation charges after asking his partner, who worked at a daycare, to send him nude pictures. Look at this. Here's Beto with the and there's Eric Swalwell and Beto. Wow, what do you know? That's why Islam is on Team Democrat, by the way. Islam is a religion of tolerance. They tolerate the beheadings, rapes, pedophilia, gender mutilation, and suicide bombing. Join us. Stop Hillary 2016. Mm-hmm. Breaking update. Danville Public Schools released a statement after he exposed their teacher, Sabrina Morris, a man pretending to be a woman, for making a post online threatening to shoot people over pronouns. Morris will reportedly not be present on school grounds while the school conducts an investigation. The teacher made violent threats in the name of radical gender ideology. He needs to be fired. Yeah, so it just says, upon learning of the post, DPS immediately began reviewing the situation in accordance with division policy. The employee involved will not be present on school grounds while the man. Yeah, so here's this man pretending to be a woman threatening to shoot people over pronouns. Pronouns! Pronouns! Yes. Trans teacher threatening violence to push woke agenda. Sabrina Morris, a man pretending to be a woman, is a teacher at Danville Public Schools. He made posts online threatening to shoot people if they don't put made up pronouns in emails. Would you feel comfortable with this person teaching your kids? Put the pronouns back in the email. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. The district released a statement claiming he's under investigation. Is not going to be at school grounds following our expose. We saw that. They removed them from their school website. Sabrina Morris, a trans teacher who threatened to shoot people over pronouns, has been removed from the school's website after we exposed them. Don't worry, we have the receipts. Here's the before, here's the after. Why are they all like this? It's an epidemic. Get the kids out of public school. Critics target specific behaviors like threats of violence, which undermine trust and safety in schools rather than teachers as a group. The case involves a teacher explicitly wanting to shoot over pronouns. Yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, and we got another one. Look at this. So, breaking update. Virginia, huh? He's in good company with Jones, their new AG. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's a fugly thing. Yes, it is. Yeah. Dick's right, Anthony. Get after it. You're middle aged. You're not even, I mean, you're 40 is the new 30, buddy. I hate to break it to you. So get out there and get at it, man. You know, one day at a time, take one step at a time, focus. You know, you're a soldier. You got to make a plan. Get a plan and execute it. That's what you do. And by execute the plan. You know, focus, get a vision, a goals, set good goals, and just move forward towards them, whatever they are. Always keep charging forward. Always keep moving forward. You're not on the downside of any bell curve, Anthony. I'll tell you that right now. Breaking update: the man at the center of the viral Los Angeles gym women's locker room incident has a violent past. Grant Freeman, who now goes by Alexis Black after taking his ex-wife's first name, was convicted in 2022 for brutally assaulting his wife, breaking her jaw, and causing other serious injuries. Court records reveal Freeman's long criminal history, including domestic violence, drug trafficking, resisting arrest, painting a disturbing picture behind the viral incident. So this is the person that was doing stuff. And remember the black woman that was an African-American woman? They got kicked out of Gold's Gym over this?
How are you? Did you tell me or not that women like to see dick?
I'm asking you a fucking question.
Exactly. Get out of the way now. No. Now he knows how to be a man, right? Now he knows how to be a man. Stay out of the women's locker room. We don't want it. He needs to have his gym membership revoked for that shit. And the woman told you. He assaulted me. The girl told already. We already filed reports. No.
That's fine. I want the video.
You can't get rid of me for this. I'm a woman and I have every right to not want a man in the restroom when I'm naked. There are girls naked in there. Look at them walking in there like it's okay. It's not okay. I understand. I'm not causing.
How are you?
Gold Gym stands by their man. Disgusting. I heard he'd broken his ex-wife's jaw and stole her name as his female name. What a sick F. Yep. Gold's Gym be like, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got this out of New York. It says, he's going to get his ass beat at a gym really soon. Yeah, probably. And he says, people my age have typically started a family I'm struggling with, have started a family I'm struggling with both. It'll happen, buddy. It'll happen. You know, first you don't want to settle for just any woman, just the first woman that, whatever. You have to make sure that it's going to work out, But I can tell just from our interactions that you've got a lot to offer someone. You're not very insightful. You're dedicated. You're patriotic. You know. Only in New York, calling gang tracking a First Amendment violation. A bellwether for what's coming in New York is the fight over NYPD's gang database. Commissioner Tisch and law and order defenders see its preservation as a major victory. But even at last week's New York City Council meeting, the database is being reframed as a free speech violation. New York Council member Tiffany Caban, who is also a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, used her remarks to portray the entire gang database as political persecution. She dismissed the work of NYPD's social media analysis and research team and ignored the role social media plays in documenting gang-related threats and violence. Pictures on social media shouldn't be results in individuals getting imprisoned. So perhaps the black and brown men who find themselves on gang databases based on social media posts shouldn't be there or be arrested solely on that. We should have the First Amendment and free press and make sure we're not punished for political speech. What's this say? Too late. Caban collapses two unrelated issues, gang documentation and political speech, into the same narrative. But that only works if you pretend a gang database is a form of punishment. It isn't. No one is arrested for being on it. It's not a warrant or probable cause. It's simply an intelligence tool that helps detectives track violent crews and anticipate retaliation, especially when conflicts are openly orchestrated on Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. Her claim that pictures on social media are putting people in prison also doesn't hold. Courts still require independent probable cause. Being listed in the gang database doesn't trigger handcuffs. It gives officers situational awareness in neighborhoods where a few crews drive most of the violence. Her second claim that the database punishes political speech falls apart the same way. SMART isn't criminalizing free speech. It tracks the online spaces where threats, beefs, and violent plans are posted in real time. Even critics concede that social media is now central to how crews organize, recruit, and escalate conflicts. Why would police ignore the very platforms where gang conflicts are publicly broadcast? The alternative is policing with blindfolds on. Yeah, these communists, these democratic socialists, they're communists. They should be just...
Pictures on social media shouldn't result in individuals getting imprisoned. So perhaps the black and brown men that find themselves on gang databases based on social media posts shouldn't be there or be arrested based solely on that. In addition, if we're talking about tyranny and consequences for social media posts, I agree. We should have the First Amendment and a free press and make sure that we are not punished for political speech, which is happening right here in this city under a Trump administration. Pictures on social media shouldn't...
She's a cancer on the council and also tight with Zoran Mandami. They want to strip the NYPD of any and all tools that actually get bad guys off the streets. They're using way too many words to say DSM members support gang-related criminality. Yeah. Gang lead teenagers currently into life. Gangs tempt, exploit, and ruin children's futures. All those defending and strengthening gangs and cartels are doing the work of the devil. This is a crazy story. Crazy story. Former teacher shot by a 6-year-old student awarded $10 million in a verdict against the ex-assistant principal in Virginia. The jury returned its decision against Ebony Parker, a former assistant principal at Rich Neck Elementary School. Abigail Zwerner was seriously wounded and ended up having multiple surgeries. Parker was accused of ignoring warnings that a 6-year-old boy might have brought a gun to school. In January 2023, the child shot Zwerner once while she was teaching her first grade class at Rich Neck Elementary. The bullet went through her hand and into her chest. Parker faces a separate criminal trial this month on 8 counts of felony child neglect. Wait, what? So the principal was charged?
The moment went by very fast. I thought I had died. I thought I was either on my way to heaven or in heaven. But then it all got black. My next memory is I see 2 coworkers around me, and I process that I'm hurt, and they're putting pressure on where I'm hurt. The moment went by very fast.
So this elementary school in Newport News, Virginia, is 90% of the students are eligible for free or reduced lunch, indicating a high level of economic disadvantage among students. Oh, look at this. Federal prosecutors. I think, shouldn't the parents have been charged as well? Was the kid black? I think the parents were charged. I think the mother was charged in this case. I think the mother was charged, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the mother was charged. Yeah, the principal was told the student had a gun and did nothing. Yeah. Federal prosecutors have opened a corruption investigation into Democrat D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser following a trip paid for by Qatar. Dun, 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 dun. Qatar is Hamas Qatar. Before, no kings. After. California police shoot and kill a carjacker and murder suspect in a wild shootout in front of an In-N-Out. License plate readers alerted authorities to a car linked to a carjacking and murder. Yeah, Anthony, F., you should move to Texas or California. If China or Russia do a land invasion, it'll be from those places like in Red Dawn, not Rhode Island. License plate readers alerted authorities a car linked 31-year-old Andrei Medajasevich did not stop for police. He exited the vehicle and opened fire on officers and their squad cars. Medajasevich ran towards an open In-N-Out with patrons inside. He fell to the ground while still firing at officers. Officers provided medical aid until paramedics arrived and assumed care. He was transported to a local hospital. He was later pronounced deceased.
Get out.
Wow, that sounds like some fireworks going on there.
Shots fired.
Darn fireworks are very loud. It bothered the dogs. The dogs don't like the fireworks.
I'm good. I'm good.
Another officer, huh? Yeah, the bullets yet. I don't know. Hoodlums are the worst with guns, yeah. The guy stumbled from all the fireworks, yeah. I think it made him nervous when he was running, and it just, the noise bothered him, so he just fell. Sounds like they're killing ostriches. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's like an ostrich killing festival. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see here. We got, Tim Pool posted this. It says, I'm willing to assist with the security guard's legal defense. He tried stopping a shoplifter who fought back and ended up shooting the criminal. It's unfortunate, but this guard shouldn't be punished for fighting for a fight started by a criminal. Spirit Halloween security guard shot, killed shoplifter for stealing less than $90. Cops. Albuquerque, New Mexico. A security guard working at a Spirit Halloween was arrested after he allegedly shot and killed an unarmed shoplifter that was trying to make off with less than $90 worth of merchandise. According to a criminal complaint obtained by Law and Crime, the incident began around 5 p.m. while 25-year-old Josiah Armillo was working security at the Spirit Halloween. Another man, 41-year-old Chase Beltramo, allegedly grabbed multiple items and exited his store without paying for them. Armillo noticed Beltramo and immediately reacted. Armillo tackled the man to the ground and pulled him to a steel pole before the man fell to the ground. The pair reportedly began to fight, and at one point, Armillo climbed on Beltramo and began to strike Chase with what appears to be his fist. The two fight, during which Josiah, while on top of Chase, draws his firearm. Wait, who's the... Beltramo managed to wriggle free. Security guard allegedly threw him back to the ground, saying, "Don't effing move or I'll shoot you." The complaint explicitly noted on Beltran's second escape attempt he did not hit Armillo back, and investigators said there was no indication the reported shoplifter was in possession of a weapon. He allegedly put his gun back in a holster and pulled out a can of pepper spray, which he administered to Beltramo's face. Finally, Armillo pulled his gun out once more as Beltramo managed to climb on top of the guard and hit him, at which point 3 gunshots rang out. Beltramo was shot in the upper left torso and left buttocks. Investigators reviewed the security footage and witness video and said they did not see Chase ever make a threat or be armed at any time. Well, wasn't he fighting? You know, I yeah, them adding the $90 shows their political leanings. Oh yeah. Although authorities determined that Armillo was just in stopping him from stealing, he exercised excessive force by using his weapon. Wasn't he getting struck and fighting the guy? I don't understand. I don't know. Okay, yeah, no. This story. Plays. We got here. Okay. Oh, this story. This is goofy. This is Stephen Crowder. Says, back in May, I asked Nancy Mace why no one was ever convicted or charged if her evidence on a silver platter was real. Yesterday, her ex filed a lawsuit claiming she made the whole thing up. This just got interesting.
You know, most investigations, when you have someone come forward, you just have some hearsay. You just have, hey, I saw this. I did a lot more than that. I literally delivered on a silver platter. Here is evidence that you can use right now to go make the arrest, and they haven't done it yet. And, you know, that's why, you know, I'm so passionate about this. It's like,
why do you think they haven't, though? Because that is not normal in these cases. I mean, especially after Me Too, where we have men who were
accused, and you have to balance. I have a son and I have a daughter, and I'm very worried about her with predators, but I'm equally worried about him being falsely accused. We've seen men be railroaded, and it turns out they didn't do anything. So if there's all of this evidence, why do you think there have been no charges, no convictions, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be anytime soon?
Well, I think that SLED confirmed this week that they were going to provide whatever their investigative file is over to the solicitor at some point. But this is the problem with South Carolina. It is a completely corrupt system. So one of the attorneys, for example, of one of the predators in this case, headlined a fundraiser for the solicitor who's taken this case by handling it herself. So her last fundraiser before her reelection last year was headlined by one of the attorneys for one of these men, or one or more of these men. It's just the conflict of interest is massive. The attorney general who should be championing this case is going to run for governor. I might run for governor. So, when you have these conflicts of interest, there's a political bias, I believe, underneath.
Rep. Nancy Mace's X Files lawsuit claiming she falsely accused him of rape and plot concocted with friend's estranged wife. Great work at being respectful and continuing to ask questions. All the questions you and Gerald asked were extremely fair. Gerald made a great point. Their names shouldn't be made public until the accusations are officially dealt with in a criminal court. It's South Carolina's fault. Mace is insufferable since college. What?
She's in the door. Office. She even knows the door. Yes, she does. Oh my God. She knows the door.
On the road again.
I can't look at her. Oh my God. Why is she in pajamas? I hate when they put music. Believe Women. Yeah, remember that woman? Believe Women? Yes, we're going to look at this. Her ex files a lawsuit claiming she falsely accused him of rape. Yes. Any story you tell me I've seen worse and I'm still championing for a better world. Suck it up, Buttercup. You make me want to pull a George Patton. Or a George Patton or a Don Corleone. You could be a man. Great movie, but I know you are a man, so that's not fair. Well, at least she's covered. Yeah. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. Nancy Mace's X Files lawsuit against claiming she falsely accused him of rape in a plot connected with friend's estranged wife. What video is this on, I wonder? Oh, this is stupid. Nope. South Carolina Rep. Nancy Mace's ex-fiance filed a retaliatory lawsuit against her on Thursday, claiming that she inaccurately portrayed him as a sexual predator as part of a larger scheme she concocted with a friend's estranged wife. Why would it be a retaliatory lawsuit? Wouldn't it just be a lawsuit? Yeah. Duck and Felony says, I'm 38, no kids, never married. It'll be all right, dude. Don't worry. Businessman Patrick Bryant filed the lawsuit in Palmetto State, Charleston County on Thursday. In it, he accuses Mace of organizing an elaborate ploy to take him and Eric Bowman, a mutual acquaintance, down through a fabricated assault story the Congresswoman explosively revealed in a speech on the House floor in February. Mace delivered an impassioned speech in February. She outed 4 men she accused of drugging, molesting, and filming multiple female victims, including herself. Bryant, her ex-flame, was among the men she accused. The pair broke up in November 23 during what he described as a period of heightened paranoia that pushed Mace to hack his phone and place a tracker in his car, according to the complaint. Oh my God, she put a tracker in his car and hacked his phone? What? That's insanity. That's some insane stuff there. Bryant claimed that he found May sifting through his phone and accusing her of installing a secret app to pilfer pictures and other data without his knowledge. While the dispute was ongoing, he alleged Mace and Bowman's estranged wife cooked up an elaborate ploy to convince an unnamed Jane Doe, who previously worked for the businessman, that they found video of the employee being gang raped on his phone. From there, the Congresswoman allegedly told the impressionable Doe that the video was taken at Bowman's home and that he and Bryant and John Osborne were all involved in the act. The victim insisted she had no idea what they were talking about and had no memory of the incident, but Mace kept pushing and said she had evidence. What Mace did not tell Doe is that she concocted an entire false narrative of an assault to blackmail Bryant, gain leverage in their separation proceedings, and try to ruin Bryant for her personal gain. I don't understand. How they weren't married, so what do you mean a separation agreement? The Doe victim filed her own lawsuit against Bryant, Bowman, and Osborne in May. In it, they are each being sued for battery, conspiracy, and inflicting emotional distress, with the Doe claiming she was raped and photographed while incapacitated at Bowman's home. Bryant insisted he was the only victim, according to the complaint. Mace, a mother of 2, is wading into South Carolina's gubernatorial race while involved in multiple lawsuits stemming from her notorious House speech. She quickly responded to the new lawsuit and brazenly highlighted she just got Bryant sanctioned in court and that she and Doe are still waiting on him to pay our legal fees. Yes. It's Anthony. Remember this. Life is made of hills and valleys. The valleys are deep and dark. You just have to remember that when you're on the hills to slow down and enjoy the view. It could be crazy. You could be married to one of these crazy bitches like Mace. Yes. It's almost as if Patrick Bryant is asking me to write another check, Mace said in a statement. Mace added that she plans to file a motion to dismiss and counterclaim abuse of process, conspiracy, and you guessed it, more attorney's fees. Bryant is suing for defamation, invasion of privacy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The 4 men Mace publicly accused were investigated by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, but none were charged. Now, I want to just remind everybody that SLED was the stellar team that investigated the Murdaugh case and came to the conclusion that, he killed his wife and son and somehow got no blood on him whatsoever. Brian Musgrave, the fourth man Musk accused during her speech, filed a lawsuit against the Congresswoman in March and has largely been excluded from the ensuing litigation. There's going to be a problem, though. It's going to be a major problem with any lawsuits against her because if she only talked about it, if she only talked about it on the House floor, she's going to be protected by the speech and debate clause. Murdaugh had debts he couldn't pay. Yeah. And those people that he owed the money to, where'd all that money go? They didn't ever explain. Like, they kind of claimed that he had like a $1,500 a day pain pill addiction. That's insanity. There's no way, man. Like, Oh, There we go. Here we go. Zoran Mandami is already announcing he will begin confiscating New York business owners' property and having the government take ownership. Starting on day one, we will expand the city's special enforcement program. The city's going to step in and send them the bill. If that doesn't work, the city's taking over the building. We are putting the worst landlords out of business. He says we're going to take over the building so it's theirs and it's the city's. So you mean like seize the means of production, like communists.
Starting on day one, we will expand the city's special enforcement programs, doubling fines for hazardous violations and tripling them for conditions that are immediately dangerous. And when a really bad landlord, like this guy, refuses to fix it, the city's going to step in, make the repairs, and send them the bill.
Okay, watch next.
If that doesn't work, the city's taking over the building. We're putting the worst landlords out of business.
He says, we're going to take over the building.
So it's theirs. It's the city's.
So you mean like seize the means of production,
That's
like
exactly
communists?
Wait a minute.
So he's saying the quiet part out loud.
Yes.
And people voted for it.
That's right.
Starting on day one, we will expand the city's special enforcement program.
Mm-hmm. New York City is in serious trouble. Yep, they are so effed. This. And we got this breaking just days after winning the New York City mayoral election. Zoran Mandami flew to Puerto Rico and attended a mosque where the imam called October 7th a silver lining. Utter disgusting. I didn't know there was a lot of mosques in Puerto Rico. It says, I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, never heard of a mosque in the island. And to see a Palestinian flag, it makes me sad that this type of ideology is being spread everywhere. All the terrorists are being celebrated and rewarded for the murder, rape, and kidnapping and torture of Jews and people in Israel, including Americans. The saddest part of all this is that actually the Israelis who have been there for Puerto Rico in the times of need, terrible times. United Hatzalah of Israel sent a delegation to provide psychological and medical aid after Hurricane Fiona. How one tiny Israeli aid organization changed an island, Puerto Ricans, an unexpected arrival of Israeli aid group in the wake of Hurricane Maria has transformed their lives. Israeli receives humanitarian award for hurricane assistance in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has the largest Jewish community in the Caribbean with an estimated population of around 1,500 to 3,000 Jews, while other lands like Caracas have historically significance as major Jewish center, and communities are present in places like the Bahamas, Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you to Bermuda, Bahamas. Come on, pretty mama. Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go to the Kokomo? Puerto Rico, the island's Jewish community, is concentrated in the capital of San Juan, which has several synagogues, a Jewish community center, and a kosher grocery store. Yes, yes. Yes, Dick, you should change your avatar to a tiger. Congratulations, that's what you all voted for. Just like terrorists, pedos, and the French, the only good commie's a dead one. You're right about the life of Pi. Tiger's name in the Poe story, Richard Parker, was a cabin boy eaten by his shipmates. Watch this. James Carville admits if a Democrat is elected president in 2028, they will pack the Supreme Court. Shannon Bream. That's the president's warning on the filibuster. He's telling Republicans to do it now. Change it now because his warning is this. Democrats will blow up the filibuster and change the number on the Supreme Court.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. A Democrat is going to be elected in 2028. You know that. I know that. The Democratic president is going to announce a special transition advisory committee on the reform of the Supreme Court.
What do you think about that? Do you think that'll happen?
That's the president's warning on a filibuster. He's telling Republicans, do it now, change it now, because his warning is this is what Democrats are going to do, blow up the filibuster, change the number on the court, do the whole thing. There are a number of Democrat voices the last few years who have been saying this prominently. It's not just James Carville. We think about former Attorney General Eric Holder. A number of sitting lawmakers have said they want to change the makeup of the court. It's something I asked Justice Barrett about in a recent interview, and she said, listen, a lot of this stuff is set by the Constitution, but not all of it.
Right.
But judges should be free to do their jobs without worrying about political interventions.
So the president's saying Democrats are going to blow up the filibuster if they win back Congress anyways, so Republicans might as well do it now, get the shutdown over with, and use it while you can.
Exactly. But as Senate Majority Leader John Thune said, the votes aren't there in my caucus. They all know what it's like to be on the minority and to only have that filibuster as your only tool, and they don't seem willing to give it up.
Who y'all calling y'all? I won't be voting a Muslim or a commie and a liberal. He's my anti-trifecta. Yeah, Snarf, Jim's still up. Yes, Jim is still up. Jim is still up. Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe. Anthony, did you ever listen to any of the Alan Parsons Project? Like, he's got a couple of good songs that are based. Jim, yes, Jim is still up, Snarf. Jim is still here. I like how she says caucus. 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 See caucus. He's got a good song. It's called The Raven. And based on Edgar Allan Poe. It's a good song. A lot of good songs, actually, though, from And with that, I have actually successfully completed all of the tabs that I had open. Now I have to open some more tabs. That's what's going to happen here. But let's do this. Before we do that, let's go to my bookmarks. See what we got on the old Twitter. Maybe we'll get a video that I can play for a little cake in the rain. Apologies. Now that's two people I know in New York City that didn't vote for him. Did I get that thing you sent me? I didn't get anything in the mail. No. Top Iowa judge found slumped over the wheel and driving the wrong way on a highway. Iowa's chief judge, Adria Kester, 55, was arrested Tuesday after reports of a truck rolling the wrong way near Boone. That drivers say she looked unconscious and was slumped over the steering wheel. A witness climbed through the back window and put the truck in park. Deputies say Kester was unsteady and could not walk on her own and refused to answer questions or take a field sobriety test. A cup with liquid that smelled like alcohol was found in the vehicle. Kester was charged with operating while intoxicated. She was released later that morning without bond. Of course, the chief judge was arrested, so they're going to get no bond. They're going to get released.
Witnesses reported that Judge Kester's truck was moving slowly in the median on Highway 30 near Boone. Law enforcement say one person had to climb inside to stop it. A Boone County deputy wrote Kester appeared heavily intoxicated and unable to walk. She was arrested early this morning, released without bond, and ordered to complete a substance abuse evaluation within 30 days. Witnesses reported that...
Oh, that's crazy, right? Her family is from Ukraine and she works for the CIA. Tells you everything you need to know. Oh, they're talking about that J6 pipe bomber. They're saying that her family works for the CIA. Tells you everything you need to know. That's the alleged pipe bomber firing at the beginning response, taking headshots. There she is, taking headshots at people. Miriam Israel Byrones Pesos was a convicted drug trafficker whose rap sheet also includes arrest for hit and run and child molestation. After illegally entering the country and serving time, he was transferred into ICE custody after a federal prison honored our detainer. Briones Pesos' removal order was reinstated and ICE removed him to Mexico on October 31st. Number of law enforcement officers needed to arrest a criminal alien. Uncooperative jurisdictions, 8 to 10. ICE needs more officers to help protect the public and unpredictable behavior by an at-large criminal attempting to evade justice. two cooperative jurisdictions. ICE can arrest a criminal alien with as few as 2 officers in a safe, controlled location like a jail court lockup. So they need 8 to 10 officers to do it in uncooperative and only 2 to do it in cooperative. And this is Ilhan Omar went into a full rage, lashing out at other Somali clans' refusal to back her clansman, Fatah, and instead voted for Jacob Fry, calling the rival clans to be expelled and pushed out, especially since they were translating her Somali-speaking videos to the American audience. Minnesota politics are turning into a Somalian primitive war clan. Is that true? Did Fry win? Did Fry win? Let's see, Minneapolis mayoral race. It says Jacob Fry has won re-election. Jacob Fry has won re-election as the mayor of Minneapolis, defeating challenger Omar Fatah in a recent election held on November 4th. Fry secured 50.03 of the votes in the ranked choice voting system, marking his 3rd term in office. It's not like he's any better, but they use the ranked choice voting. Votes are ranked up to 3 candidates. If no candidate receives a majority, then the candidate in the fewest votes is eliminated and their votes are redistributed. He secured his 3rd term. So I guess that's why they're mad. So let's see what she has to say about it.
qofka Soomaaliga ah waa qof cadow sare ah. Dadkaas oo kaleetana magaaladayna nool dhex nool yihiin. Waan aragnaa anagoo dhan. Qaar waxaa jiro aan dhahno qofkan wuu iska hadlaa. Micno ma leh. Kanina adeerkay waaye biliis waxa dhihin. Waxaa laga yaabaa ka fishaabyaalkeen waa taqaaniin dadkan ka hadlaayo. Starbucks ka la fadhiistinay masaajidka marmar inuu imaadana laga yaabaa. Xafladaha isla tagtiin. Waa taqaaniin dadkan ka hadlaa inuu guriga la deganahay. waa aragtiin dadkaas iska qabta meel ma gaarin anaga Soomaali hadii aan nahay inta dadkaas ay nagu dhex jiraan oo aanan dhehaynin qofkaanaytii hana dhaafo.
No, the Somali didn't win. The Somali didn't win. There was some kind of, that's what they're saying, there was some kind of clan dispute between. No, Fatah didn't win. Fatah did not win. Jacob Fry won, the white guy, but he's just as bad. He looks like a tired meth zombie. Yeah. So that's why, this is what Omar's pissed because a bunch of Somalis voted for Fry.
dadka aan difaacna annaga kuwa annaga rabo maalin ilaahay keeno in xabsina la geliyo maalin ilaahay keeno been naga abuuro maalin ilaahay keeno video yaal af Soomaali aan dhihin soo sheego wax baa aan soo sheegnay oo meel hadhoodi aad ka galaysid male ileen maanta oo dhan ma taagnaan kartid ma dhihi kartid aniga hadalkan kuma hadlin because shaqaan noo taala anaga waa shaqaynoynaa idinka idin difaacoynaa wadankaanaan difaacoynaa sharciyo aan suubinoynaa maanta oo dhan kuma soo taagnaan karno videogaaneyti aniga hadalkan ma dhihin maanta oo dhan meel nala taagnaan karno taas idinka idin taala inaadan soo dhawaysanin dadkaas maalin ilaahay keeno ka shaqaynaayo sida Soomaalida wadankan ku nool ay wax ku noqoneen.
We work to block and undermine Somalis in this country from gaining power. This is like she's got to go. Breaking, the U.S. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals just ruled that schools cannot force students to use preferred pronouns. The ruling states that there's no evidence that the use of biological pronouns would disrupt school functions or qualify as harassment under Ohio law. Big win for Ohio families. Yeah, Supreme Court cases provide a clear answer. A school district may not restrict personal speech on matters of public concern unless the speech would materially and substantially disrupt school activities or infringe on the legal rights of others. In the case current posture, the school district has fallen far short of meeting this demanding standard. It introduced no evidence that the use of biological pronouns would disrupt the school functions or qualify as harassment under Ohio law. They were trying to force kids to use preferred pronouns. Where are the consequences? Joshua Castro arrested while working under Katie Hobbs for human smuggling. 2 Mexicans paid him $20,000 to smuggle them in. He's not being tried on these charges. Where is Pam Bondi going to act? When is Pam Bondi going to act on this? Yeah, so a state employee that works for Katie Hobbs, who has connections to the cartels.
Was Joshua Castro, and he was a fairly low level at the Arizona Department of Agriculture. A records check tells us he was a food inspector at or near the Nogales border with a salary of $44,000 a year, and he was wearing his uniform when he was arrested. But he is accused of charging a Mexican man $12,000 for a ride in a car north from the border and charging another man about $7,500. Court records show Castro was arrested north of Nogales on April 10th after Border Patrol agents saw him driving with two passengers in the rear seats of his car. Agents had seen Castro driving in the area the day before and recognized his vehicle. The passengers turned out to be two Mexican citizens who stated they just crossed the border. Governor Katie Hobbs' office sent us a statement that reads in part, the governor strongly condemns the actions of this former employee, and that this took place outside of work hours in the employee's personal vehicle. Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman sent us a statement that reads in part, it's no wonder Hobbs vetoes every piece of meaningful border security legislation when on her watch, her own state employee is being arrested and prosecuted for human smuggling.
Oh, that's some crazy shit, man. It says, Zoran Mandami says, my MEP will continue to not be of assistance to ICE whenever they're trying to terrorize New Yorkers. I think it's important to bring the end to civil immigration enforcement. Yeah, so Zoran Mandami says that, he wants no more deportations. He wants to stop deportations. He's going to fight.
Commissioner Tisch received a heads up from ICE that that raid would occur on Canal Street. Now, apparently she did give the Adams administration a heads up. If you were in his shoes, how would you have reacted to this? Would you have said, yes, NYPD officers do not interfere with ICE, but how would you have acted as mayor?
What I will continue to do is be someone who will stand up for New Yorkers when Donald Trump is seeking to fulfill his promise to create the single largest deportation force in American history. And my NYPD will continue to not be of assistance to ICE whenever they are trying to terrorize New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
Should she act in the right way?
I think that it's important to continue a separation between NYPD and ICE, and I think it's important to bring an end to a chapter which Eric Adams said on national TV where he opened the door to civil immigration enforcement.
Commissioner Tisch received a heads up from ICE.
A taxi cab in Brooklyn was caught completely blocking an intersection near a train station, refusing to move even after being told he was blocking traffic. When confronted, the driver insisted on staying put, preventing anyone from passing. Police sources say this comes just days after another incident involving a taxi driver who disrespected officers, rolled up his window, and told them, we don't care, Mandami is here. For licensing, email, viral video.
Not letting me go through. And he's telling me to go straight. He doesn't want to.
Oh, wow. This is crazy. Let's see what he says.
You are blocking the lane. You are blocking the lane. It's not blocked. You can get through. You're blocking the whole lane.
EBT users are now flaunting their overflowing carts after getting another taxpayer-funded reload. I don't know. There might be music. If there's music on this, I'm gonna mute it. Okay. Some crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff going on there. Yeah, I think this guy thinks he's the president's opposition instead of mayor. I hope that they actually start arresting some of these politicians. American shows how a local Walmart, and says he has never seen it so stocked. Everything is just filled to the max. Only one thing has changed. People on Snap and EBT aren't getting payments. That means when you go to see a Walmart empty, know it's your tax dollars paying for it.
All right, this is more
Like, I have never seen this before. And it's starting to freak me out a little bit because I have never, at this time of night, seen everything this full. Like, and there's nobody here stocking anything. There's nobody here. There's a couple people, but that's about it. Like, everything is just filled to the max, which is unreal. Let me know. Something's going on. All right, this is more.
Yeah. Rocky McCobb says, when my ex was on meth or whatever, she got EBT and came home with an insane cart of groceries, tons of frozen crap. That's right. If you are not a senior citizen or disabled, you should not be on food stamps or public housing for over 5 years. Commie Mart. I should go to Walmart and check. Yeah, I thought they were going to be stealing everything. That's what they said. They were going to steal everything. Remember? They're going to steal everything. And some states like California started releasing some EBT funds, and right on cue we get videos that say, look at me, pantry's packed, arms tatted, nails done, the pantry's full, that's good for the kids. But when mom's working 80 plus hours a week with 3 kids are staring at empty cabinets, something is broken. It's not hate, it's frustration, and it's growing. Oh, wow, look at. So someone went to POV EBT releases food camps for my 6 kids. But I don't understand. I'm not going to play it because there's music. But why would you go buy all that stuff? Why would anybody go buy all that stuff on the one day? Why wouldn't you spread it out? You know, like stuff gets stale. They open stuff, it goes stale. You know, I don't know why you would go buy it all at once. It doesn't make sense to me. Because I don't know, man. Like this stuff pisses me off because it's not, you know, we shouldn't be rewarding this type of behavior. We really shouldn't. Yeah. And I don't know, she doesn't realize that if you pack the freezer like that and block that thing in the back, it's not going to freeze the stuff. You have to have air circulating for it to freeze in that freezer. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's cute, Jim. You think those are rational people? EBT people carts are a sight to behold. I work at 2 colleges, and a 35-year-old single childless man told me he gets $300 a month from SNAP. What? So these averages are low because elderly get only $23 a month in SNAP, for example. So what? So you're saying that the older you are, they give you less because they figure you don't need to eat as much because you're old? More food in that refrigerator than in mine. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. 3 suspects knock a man to the ground and repeatedly punch and kick him while trying to steal his e-bike and kittens. The victim fought back, but the men got away with his cell phone. A few suspects were later seen running through a nearby neighborhood. The victim went to the hospital with a broken facial bone. The cats were not harmed.
SUV pulls up. 3 guys get out, and it doesn't take long. They start swinging, knocking a man to the ground. They keep punching, kicking, while one of them goes to their real target. It's an e-bike. The kittens are in a basket attached to the back. They can't get away. They can only watch as the victim keeps fighting back. The men will only get his cell phone before leaving. That couple of them are spotted a short time later running through a nearby neighborhood. SUV pulls up. 3 guys get out, and it doesn't take long.
Why would they steal kittens? I don't know. Well, okay, so that's everything I had in my bookmarks. That's everything I had in my bookmarks. So let's see what's going on real quick here. Oh, I was saying Republicans are now trying to sneak a backdoor national abortion ban into their government funding bill. This is such a fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. Not only Gen Z is not conservative as Con Inc. portrays it, whatever, to extend represent Gen Z doesn't even like the Republican Party. Trump made MAGA cool again. Con Inc. made MAGA boomer again. All right. Give me a minute here. I'm going to have to open some links. Oh, wait, no, I saw these. Damn it. Hold on. Open up some tabs. Some of these I don't know. Oh. Give me 1 second. I'm just opening some tabs here. One second. Open the tabs. Sorry. No. Where'd I go? There. All right. Where are we at here? I'm all the way over here. All right. Let's see. All right. Sorry about that, guys. You see Bella's foot. Okay. Let me fix that. Sorry, I was opening tabs, so I did not see any of these comments. I still got 2 hours to go. I know I had opened up a bunch of tabs. I got a bunch of tabs open now, so let's get Bella's stuff fixed here. Let me have to do. Okay. There's no more free stuff for you. That's right. All right. Let's see. Jim ain't telling us shit. What's up? I know. I'm sorry. Buffering. Sorry. Buffering. I had to open up a bunch of tabs, but here we go. She's not a U.S. citizen. She doesn't have citizenship. She's a Colombian national across the Arizona border. So this is a daycare worker. Oh, wait. We saw this. This is old. My bad. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Damn it. Share screen. Meet Ross Wilsner, who was arrested in Colorado for reportedly carrying out a dozen armed robberies at gas station convenience stores with either a knife or a gun. A judge dismissed all the charges against him due to competency concerns. This dangerous criminal is now back on the streets. Why does this keep happening? This person. We need to denaturalize violent criminals and deport them. Yes. All right. And this. Georgia police officer under investigation after confronting and misgendering a man pretending to be a woman using the women's bathroom at a public library. There are women and little girls in here, and I have to protect them. This officer is a hero. Look at this thing that was in the bathroom. Police launched internal investigation into transgender bathroom incident.
The restroom, the women's restroom, like I have been for months, if not years, never had any issues.
Sarah Swinson is a regular at the Tucker Reed Kofer Library. She says after she used the ladies' room on October 20th, a DeKalb police officer on hand for early voting confronted her.
He says,
"That's a man."
Sarah, so misgendering me right away. You're not a woman. That's obvious.
Swinson says she tried explaining to the officer that she's a transgender woman, but he got angry.
This is a police matter. There are women and little girls in there, and I have to protect them.
She says it ended up causing a scene in the middle of the library, and she tried to de-escalate.
Finally, I just nodded, and he walked off, and I was very thankful.
The next day, she emailed library staff, who she says reached out to DeKalb County Police.
The library filed the complaint on my behalf.
There aren't any Georgia laws banning transgender people from using bathrooms aligning with their gender identity. DeKalb PD says its internal affairs unit is actively investigating the incident, but offering few details. A spokesperson said the department, quote, remains dedicated to treating all members of our community with dignity, respect, and professionalism.
Oh, what about the girls and the women that were in there that this creep was by? A police cause a scene protecting women and little girls from a deranged man. Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, this is the person. Well, what do you know? Oh, yeah, this is an update. This was that. I don't know. A Miami-Dade sheriff's officer died after he was brutally attacked while responding to a traffic crash in Miami-Dade. The sheriff was responding to a call from earlier. Yeah, so this is that thing we watched earlier about the sheriff deputy that was killed.
The hospital. So this is 117th. The hospital. So this is 117th Avenue and Bird Road. So we have those road closures. We also have 120th where the scene is, 120th and the Turnpike, 122nd Avenue from 120th Street to 128th Street. 128th Street is closed between 122nd Avenue and 125th Avenue. Caroline went over this a little while ago, but if you're just listening now, all of those road closures are still in place. Our Roy Ramos is also at the scene. He ran into a lot of traffic on the way. The hospital. So this is 117th Avenue and Bird Road.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. University of Central Florida criminal justice graduate and son of a retired Miami-Dade detective earned accolades like Officer of the Month in July 23 for first theft apprehensions, and on August 23rd, commendation for seizing 13 illegal weapons during a traffic stop. Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy was reportedly ambushed and shot in the neck by what officers are calling a targeted attack in Kendall, Florida. Deputy was rushed to the hospital. Investigators search for the suspect. Attack was not an ambush. Okay, we'll see. I don't know. Rest in peace, Officer Armillo. I agree with this. It's not okay, not in any way, shape, or form. Really dark in South Florida, and it's our duty as citizens and future jurors to make sure Devin Jarmillo and his family see justice. With all the cops there, many can commit crimes anywhere else. I know exactly where that is. It's so sad.
I want to start out by saying that today is not okay. What happened today in Miami-Dade County and to our deputy was not okay.
Why? I mean, and this is not a shot at women at all. I'm not saying women can't do the job, but have you noticed that almost every major, when you see any of these things with police departments, it's always led by a woman? In New York, what was it? In Portland, in California, in Boston, in Philly, in Cleveland. What is going on? Why is it all women?
And today will never be okay. I ask our community to pray for the family of our fallen deputy, to pray for all of us, because we're a family and we are hurting. I ask this community to pray for our community. Pray so that we can find a way that things like this never happen again. Our deputy, Devin Jaramillo, responded to a traffic crash. And when he responded there, he was brutally attacked and he was murdered. Samaritans called 911 and deputies responded to provide first aid. And they worked him until he was transported here to this hospital and he succumbed to his injuries. He's not only a deputy, he's a son, he is a brother, and he is a friend. I want to thank all of our fellow law enforcement agencies that have stepped up today to help us, to support us, to send words of encouragement. The next few days are going to be very difficult for us, and we will still continue to make this county safe. But I remind you all, as my final word here, what happened to our deputy is not okay. He gave the ultimate sacrifice, his life, defending us, defending you. And we need to understand as a society and as a community that that is just unacceptable. We will not accept that ever. I am grateful for the words of support, and I thank everybody again who has in their own way reached out to show their support and love. And I'm grateful to the men and women who provide the safety to our community every single day. Thank you very much.
You want to use women as potential fields. Sheriffs are elected. Yeah, I know. I know sheriffs are elected, but I think the sheriff of Miami-Dade got removed by the governor. I'm gonna have to look into it. Is that she's Cuban Puerto Rican type? I can't place this chick. Joe, didn't DeSantis remove the governor? Or, I mean, not the governor. Remove the sheriff of Miami-Dade, or was that Broward County? I know that he removed a sheriff, and I was wondering if this one got appointed, or was like the next in line or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is she a cop or a priest? I know he removed a sheriff. Here we go. This is this proud American stormed out of his truck to take down Antifa terrorists attempting to block the road outside of ICE Portland. This is what's being done. The left BS looks like. I support this man 100%. Miami-Dade had 2 removed. Broward had 1. So was she appointed then, or was she elected?
Oh, look at that weird shit, you fat piece of fuck! Get the fuck out of here! You inbred hick little loser! Get in your big dick truck and
I bet you that guy wouldn't have been saying all that. The guy calling others inbred. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this. 6. Use the truck, Luke. Yeah. The other BSO was not a chief. Okay. Yes, the good people in this world are on your side, Anthony. We are with you on your journey. Move forth and prosper. You left Miami before she got the position? Okay. DeSantis is pissed at all the sheriffs. Yeah. 6 teens arrested for shooting paintball guns at homes and setting off fireworks in front yards. Teens. They started terrorizing the Houston neighborhood Monday night and were caught when they returned the next evening. All 6 students face felony charges of criminal mischief. Investigators found them with paintball guns, smoke grenades, and fireworks. Cash Porter, Pierce Aspinall, Noah Abassayan, Ryan Wagoner, Alexander Michael Ramirez, Jonathan Casey Hopkins Crenshaw were all charged as adults. Some have been released on personal recognizance bond, while others remain in jail.
Surveillance captures teen assailants firing off paintball guns in the street, aiming at homes before launching off a firework in a yard. Another video shows a student colliding with an SUV, left seriously injured. That is just some of the rivalry chaos this week between Memorial and Stratford High School ahead of Friday's big game. Neighbor's home was damaged by the paintball attack. Investigators caught the teens red-handed last night, recovering several paintball guns, smoke grenades, and fireworks. Probable cause court video shows 3 of the teens facing a judge this afternoon.
They're all seniors at Memorial High School.
There's surveillance video of this occurring. The complainant gave a description of the vehicle y'all were in. Shortly thereafter, y'all are found in that vehicle, a truck, and all of y'all are in the vehicle.
I don't know. I don't know if that's. I mean, felonies for shooting paintball guns at each other, and I mean, felonies. I mean, the firework thing. I don't know. Yes, Sheila Marie, you will be welcome. Byron Donalds. Yeah, you need to move to the state of Florida and Byron Donalds. 10 years? Why not? I don't know. I mean, what did they damage anything? If they damage stuff, I could see it. But usually, if it's criminal damage property, it's got to be over $1,000 for it to be a felony. I thought. I don't know. But Texas has some weird laws. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, yeah. Here's a career criminals murder national kart racing champion Tyler Weaver in front of his fiancee during a targeted North Carolina home invasion. Quintez Watkins and Jaquavius Craig are charged with first-degree murder. Weaver was a two-time 2018 Maxis kart racing national champion. He was shot multiple times. Yeah. Literally done with nothing. Give them community service painting houses. 1,000 houses? They damaged 1,000 houses? Well, that's a lot of houses. His fiancee, Nevaeh Quintero, escaped and called police. Both suspects are being held at the Rutherford County Detention Center. Watkins has prior arrest for assault and deadly weapon, felony possession of firearm by a felon, meth trafficking, possession of cocaine, heroin and opium, habitual assault. Craig has faced multiple felonies, including assault with intent to kill, fleeing arrest, armed robbery, felony breaking and entering, assault on a female. Several of Craig's cases in Cleveland County, North Carolina, were dismissed due to insufficient evidence. Let's see.
The best parts of you.
Oh, I can't. No, I can't. It's music. So this is the person that got killed. That's his mother and him, maybe. Or maybe that's his girlfriend, or fiance, whatever. Oh, okay. Man attempts to flee police custody in a U-Haul truck.
You got 5 seconds. Open the door. Open the door.
He said take off.
Good hit. He's able to correct it. We're going to go for another. Get him. Yep.
Is that the correct I want you to do?
He's probably going to be done here. Another great hit.
The truck was disabled near the Puyallup Fairgrounds, and the suspect gave up. Turns out this 31-year-old suspect originally did not want to identify himself since he had several felony warrants for ID theft and theft first degree. He was arrested and booked on new charges of possession of cocaine, possession of meth, obstructing and making false statements, DUI, eluding, and reckless endangerment.
Wow.
You got 5 seconds. Open the door.
You got 5 seconds to get out of the vehicle. We got this story. Wait, Maryland, where are we at here? Maryland leaders sue Trump administration over FBI headquarters. What is going on here? Close ad. Is that my ad blocker almost working? But now it's another ad?
From pulling plans to move FBI headquarters to Greenbelt and keeping it in D.C.
Lionel Donovan is live in Prince George's County. Lionel, what's at stake here?
Good evening, ladies. That is the question that was actually brought up by Maryland leadership today. They talked about how the FBI headquarters in Greenbelt, Maryland, represents billions of dollars of economic opportunity for Prince George's County. Now, today, Maryland Governor Wes Moore didn't mince words when discussing the lawsuit. He described Trump's actions to move the FBI headquarters to the Ronald Reagan building as not only illegal, but it also, quote, lacks common sense.
And he has to follow the law, regardless of what he thinks.
Maryland leaders gathered in Prince George's County this afternoon to announce a new lawsuit aimed at keeping the FBI in Greenbelt. The site to build a new headquarters for the federal agency was announced in 2023 after a bitter fight between Maryland and Virginia. Congress set aside more than $1 billion for the project. But when Trump took office earlier this year, he announced that wouldn't happen.
They were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it.
Marylanders were counting on this project. Prince George's County was counting on this project. Local businesses were counting on this project. We invested because the federal government said it was coming.
Attorney General Anthony Brown says the president's decision to keep the FBI in D.C. ignores the entire federal selection process, a process lawmakers say was built around safety and security.
It checked all the boxes, proximity to downtown D.C., metro access, but most importantly, the type of national security, nationally secure campus that you could build to protect it against any type of attacks.
Now, Prince George's County leaders say giving up on the headquarters isn't an option.
Especially when we won this fair and square.
Won what? What do you think you won?
Now, Attorney General Brown says his case against the Trump administration is strong, and Governor Moore says capital has already been invested into the Greenbelt site, and that money will also be a part of the argument the state brings up in court. But for now, we're live in Prince George's County. Lionel Donovan, WUSA 9.
Lionel, thanks so much for that update.
I mean, what the fuck do they think? You can't force them to move the FBI headquarters. They're suing them for more than a decade. Government leaders have sought to move the FBI headquarters out of D.C.'s crumbling Hoover building. And so we want to save money. We don't want to spend billions of dollars on this thing. So, listen, okay. I want to show you guys. I found this guy's site. I've got to go to the bathroom. All right. And last time I went to the bathroom, I just left Bella on the screen, but people got upset and they said, oh shit, first, someone I saw this, Sheila said, Jim, we've got to start a Trump city or something that is impenetrable from blue. I think I'm traumatized from living in Washington. Puyallup is in Washington. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you for the 5. But I've got to pee. So I am going to go pee, but I'm going to play a video from this guy's channel. Play a video, obviously. Yes, I'm going to play this video from this guy's channel over here. All right. And let's see. Do you guys want to watch The Mark of Cain, The Bigfoot and Sasquatch, The Growing Earth, or Hollow Moon, or Bible Giants in the Bible? Yes, I got it. But did we lose Red Tie Trump? What do you mean? Get a bottle? I mean, Red Tie Trump. What do you mean? All right, we're going to play this video.
Jared Taylor. Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Jared Taylor. I am a historian and biblical expert. And today, we're going to talk about the Mark of Cain. So let's dive right in. Okay. So let's start off with the basics. Who is Cain? Well, according to the Bible, specifically Genesis chapter 4, Adam and Eve had 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Abel was a shepherd and Cain was a gardener. Now, one day they brought offerings to the Lord, Abel a lamb and Cain some of the fruits of his garden, and God was pleased with Abel's offering, but rejected Cain's offering. And so Cain was very angry, and he murdered his brother Abel. That's right. The first murder, the first ever, was committed by Cain against his brother Abel. Now, after committing this heinous crime, God came to Cain and asked him, "Where is your brother's blood that is upon you from the ground?" And Cain said, "I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And then God cursed him and put a mark on him, so that whoever found him would know that he was under a curse. And that, right there, is the origin of the Mark of Cain. Now, in the centuries since then, people have wondered what exactly this mark was. Some have said it was a physical mark, perhaps even black skin. Now, where did they get that idea? Well, from Adam and Eve until Noah, every single person was white. We know that because the Bible tells us so. However, after the flood, things changed. Genesis chapter 10, verse 32 tells us that the sons of Noah, specifically Ham, were the fathers of many peoples, and he was the father of Canaan. And some people have taken this verse, and others like it to mean that Ham was the father of all black people. Therefore, since Ham lived before Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, all of the black people in the world are descended from Ham, and therefore, by extension, all black people are cursed with the mark of Cain. That's what the Bible teaches. Braz. And that is the idea that has persisted through the century. Not only that, but supposedly the mark of Cain also causes people to be more inclined to sin and to commit crime. And so black people, because of the mark of Cain, are more likely to be criminals. Again, that's what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that people are sinners because they bear the mark of Cain and have fallen short of the glory of God. It does matter what race you are. All people sin. All people are sinners. And all people
I have to apologize to everybody. I didn't realize this video was like this. I thought it was about the Bible. It's muted. I'm muted again? I'm not muted now. You asked for Bigfoot. I guess Bigfoot would have been better, right? Let's go back here. Let's see. Let's see what Bigfoot is.
Hey there, welcome back to the channel. I'm here today with another amazing story for you. My name is Dr. Hibbity Jibbity. Now, don't ask me where I got that name. I was born with it. I have a PhD in cryptozoology and ancient alien morphology. That means the study of big monsters. And today we're going to be talking about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yeti. We're going to go through their origins, where they came from, why they're still here, if they're still here. Now first things first, the two names are interchangeable. Bigfoot and Sasquatch are basically the same thing. When you get up into Canada, British Columbia, Washington State, Oregon, Northern California, Nevada, Utah, even Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, there's sightings all over this country. The only difference between Bigfoot and Sasquatch is the word root. Bigfoot comes from a very scientific place. It comes from the word bipes, which is Latin for to feet. Sasquatch comes from the Old Taos, a native tribe that's, in California, Northern California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia. Sasquatch comes from Saxu, which is literally translated hair that covers the bottom. So a biped that has hair covering its bottom. But really what we're talking about is the big man, the hairy giant man-like creature. Now let's talk about Yeti. That's a whole different kettle of worms. That's a whole different monster. Now the Yeti is said to come from Tibet, Nepal area. This is a high-altitude dweller.
Yeah, I think that's what it's Africans being descendants of Cain. Is that from the Book of Mormon? I think it is from the Book of Mormon. It's also there's some other people that teach us stuff. I don't know. This is a channel called the You Don't Know Why Files. Anyway, we'll get back to the other stuff. This is enough of this. Called the You Don't Know Why Files. So it's like the Y Files, but it's not the Y Files. So we'll get back to the other stories. So back over here. This story. Man, what is with all these ads? Close ads. So for more than a decade, government leaders sought to move the FBI's workforce out of the crumbling D.C. building. The Biden administration selected Greenbelt. Rep. Glenn Ivey said, while he agrees the headquarters need to move out of the district, he emphasized it needs to keep the plans in Greenbelt. Greenbelt is a site ready to go. We went through a decade of vetting. We have money set aside to do it. Well, then use the money for something else. They're going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, Trump said. Though the site approximately 30 to 60 minutes from downtown D.C., depending on traffic, we're going to stop it. We're not going to let it happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is. Maryland earned the new FBI headquarters through a fair, transparent selection. How do you figure you earned it? No such thing as earning it. Congressman Steny Hoyer said the administration is openly defying Congress, the law, and the Constitution. Crucially, the Trump administration is undermining the FBI and its vital law enforcement. We'll see what happens. This is going to be a lawsuit, and so they're suing. They're suing. Maryland sues. They're all suing. It's contrary to the Y files. Yeah. It's great to play a video for a break. I'm 2.5 hours behind, just commenting to see if I caught a membership. I don't think you did. Did they bid? So I'm saying I don't think there was bids. The sooner my birth date dies, the better. Well, you were born in Maryland? Is that what we're talking about? Mm-hmm. They're suing under the no backsies ruling. Yeah. No backsies. So, yeah, I don't see how a judge thinks they're going to order the government that they have to build a building somewhere when they go, no, we changed our mind. All right. Then we got this is that judge. Jacob sold the birthright from Esau. The Jim update the goal. I updated the goal from when you donated the $5. From when you did this, Sheila, I did update the goal from that. I didn't see anything else didn't come in. I don't see anything else. Hey, what's this? Says Cali Prepper 76 says, good evening, Jim. I say, good evening to you too, Cali Prepper 76. That's a nice avatar you got there. So Judge McConnell is sharply rebuking the Trump administration, saying he was defying their order to make full SNAP payments. McConnell said Trump's Truth Social post is an admission that he's intended to defy the court order. It's like SNAP recipients are hungry as we sit here. Yeah, I know, Justice Jackson Brown 5, or Justice Brown Jackson 5 status. I had to go several days ago to get links. Yeah, because we ran out of stuff. We ran real long today. Yeah, I understand. I was planning on it. I was planning on it already going to be another hour. I figured someone was going to wait until it was going to run out and then hit another hour on there. But, yeah. It says, this is absolutely insane. Obama Judge John J. McConnell is ordering the Trump administration to pay the full amount of SNAP benefits for the month of November. That would total around $9 billion, actually $10.5 billion. What is with Kentucky? I don't know. It's crazy. Oh, you mean you want to move to Kentucky? Kentucky, I don't know. Not only is he trying to usurp the authority of the sole power of the executive to spend money appropriated by Congress, the judge is demanding Trump break several laws and violate the Constitution by going around Congress to find an additional $3 billion. Yeah, Trump needs to launch a project to cure breastfeeding cancer. I want to see how those white women oppose his actions. Something. This judge has ties too with the was making money on the stuff. This is Judge McConnell, an Obama-appointed judge, has ordered the Trump administration to come up with money. Defendants failed to consider the practical consequences according with the decision to only partially fund SNAP. Let's see what CNN says. CNN's probably like, oh, the judge told Trump.
Related to the government shutdown, food stamp benefits and funding for that program known as SNAP. CNN's Renee Marsh is here with more. Renee, what's your new reporting?
Right. So this federal judge in Rhode Island just moments ago ordered the Trump administration to make full November payments for the SNAP program and do it by tomorrow. Now, this judge told the administration's lawyers that they had not complied with his original order, which said that the administration had to, at the very least, disperse partial payments for the SNAP food assistance program by Wednesday. Well, Wednesday has come and gone, and many states and people who rely on this benefit still have a balance of zero on their cards. This judge was quite angry, and at one point he said people have gone far too long without and not making these payments for them even another day is simply unacceptable. He also went on to say without SNAP funding for the month of November, 16 million children are immediately at risk of going hungry. This should never happen in America. In fact, it is likely that SNAP recipients are hungry as we sit here. A lot of strong words from this federal judge. Again, he is ordering that the Trump administration release funds as far as SNAP goes to states by tomorrow. If you remember, the Trump administration said that they would make partial payments. The judge originally gave them the option to move around other money within the agency to fill the need to allow them to perhaps make full payments for the month of November, but the agency declined that. They said they would only use this emergency fund to make partial payments. Well, today, not only did the judge say that they need to make those payments by tomorrow, but he is saying that they need to make full payments. So whatever states were supposed to get in full, if the shutdown was not happening, that is the amount of money that they have to receive. Will it happen by tomorrow? That remains to be seen.
That's crazy. That's just crazy. Yeah, it's a judicial coup against the presidency and Congress. The shutdown is an insurrection. Yeah. Federal judges ordered Trump to fully fund SNAP in November. Several days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, really. But, you know, Obama judge scolds the DOJ lawyers, orders full SNAP benefits by tomorrow. And this was stayed by Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson Smith 5. And then we got this story, which is interesting. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. Article 3 supremacy nowadays. Fucking retards. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Exclusive Comcast hires bankers to explore bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Reuters says that Comcast has retained financial advisors and gained access to financial information as it explores a bid for the Warner Brothers Discovery studio and streaming business. According to 4 sources familiar with the matter, NBC's Universal's parent company has hired Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to evaluate a prospective offer. 2 of the sources said Comcast has also been granted access to the data room, which contains the financial information it would need to make a bid, according to 2 of the sources familiar with the matter. Spokesman for Comcast, Warner Brothers Discovery, and Goldman Sachs declined to comment. Comcast President Mike Cavanaugh previously told investors that the company is evaluating media assets that would be complementary to our existing business. He also appeared to dismiss analysts who are skeptical of Comcast winning regulatory approval, saying more things are viable than maybe some of the public commentary that's out there. Industry observers have questioned Comcast's ability to complete a merger, given President Trump's social media criticism of the company's chairman. Warner Brothers Discovery declined to answer questions related to the possible sale during the company's third quarter investor call. However, CEO David Zaslav touted the strength of its film and television studio. I predicted the HBO streaming Max service would reach 150 million subscribers by the end of the year. Yeah, who needs a president when you have district judges? The media company began evaluating its options after receiving a trio of unsolicited offers from Paramount Skydance to acquire the entire company. Netflix has hired Moels and Company, an investment bank, to advise Skydance on its successful bid for Paramount Global to evaluate prospective offer for Warner Brothers Discovery. So that's they're looking at that. And then 6-3. Three Supreme Court justices actually voted to allow people to lie about their biological sex on their passports. Yeah, breaking in a 6-3 vote, SCOTUS is temporarily blocking a lower court order and allowing the Trump administration to require that all new passports display a person's biological sex at birth. Displaying passport holders' sex at birth no more offends equal protection principles than displaying their country of birth, the court said in its unsigned order. In both cases, the government is merely attesting to a historical fact without subjecting anyone to differential treatment. This is a good ruling, actually. Yes, Mr. K, still going. Yes, and wow, we're only $9 away from another hour. Yeah, keep reminding people. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got 22 minutes to go, unless we hit the $9. Mm-hmm. It says football games kick off in 4.5 hours. Guess I'm going to miss that one. This case concerns executive branch policy requiring all new passports to display an individual's biological sex at birth. District Court for the District of Massachusetts preliminary enjoined the government from enforcing the policy. The First Circuit declined to stay the injunction. The government then filed a stay. Applying our familiar stay factors at the preliminary stage, we grant the application. Displaying passport holders' sex at birth no more offends equal protection principles than displaying their country of birth. In both cases, the government is merely attesting. Attesting to a historical fact without subjecting anyone to differential establish treatment. On this record, respondents have failed to establish that the government's choice to display biological sex lacks any purpose other than bare desire to harm a politically unpopular group. For those reasons, the government is likely to cede on the merits. That really is a good thing. The way your blind date, you could ask the date to see their passport. Yeah. Yes. Wow, we did it. Phil Zeus says, here's your $11. Your $10, I'm sorry. And then Dick Parker comes in with $1, says, here you go. And with that,
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Yes.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug. English, motherfucker, do you speak?
We are now only $73 away from an additional hour. That is correct. That is correct. I gotta hide this, do this, and then go. We are $73 away from a 7th additional hour. That's right. He's gonna pretend he didn't see it. No, I seen it. I don't do that. No, I speak American. Rolling on the floor laughing. Yes. I know. It's funny. It's funny. It is funny. So that's good. This Lady Bomber says, well, my batteries are getting low, my eyes are getting heavy, so I probably won't make it to the end. I tell you one thing though, there definitely might not be a show Sunday night on Jim's channel, because if I don't get to bed, I might not get to go to sleep at all. So I might have to go to sleep at Sunday night, because I'm going to have to be hanging out with my grandkids. So it's going to be fine though. It's going to be fine. Yes. Supreme Court allows Trump to mandate biological sex on passports. Liberal Justice Ketanji John Braxton 5 fumes. Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision on Thursday allows President Trump to enforce a new policy that has ended the use of X marker on passports. The High Court issued the decision in an unsigned order. President Trump signed an executive order shortly after his inauguration, which directs agencies like the State Department and Homeland Security to issue IDs, including passports, visas, and global entry cards, based solely on biological sex assigned at birth. What are you talking about? That's 8. What are you talking? Okay, good people. Jim's chat. May God bless you. Good night for me. Okay, Joe, have a great night. Grandpas take naps. Yeah, well, when the kids do. What do you mean? That's 8 hours total because we got to make it 2 free hours. Yes, I know. I can do math. I got math in my head. No. It's a total. We really get 2 additional hours with 6 paid. No. It will be 8 hours. Because it's 6 hours plus the 2 that were free. So that's 8 hours. So an 8-hour show. You know? Adios, amigos. He also knows how to use an abacus. Yes, I do. The reverse to prior allowances for self-selected genders, including X for unspecified. The anti-American ACLU represented transgender individuals who sued to Trump over the administration's passport policy. Dang, it hit 4 numbers on Fantasy 5. Oh, that's too bad. Well, I mean, 4 numbers is still something, ain't it? You win something. The president's choice to revert to a prior policy and rely on biological sex, a choice that bound the State Department, should be the last place for novel equal protection claims or Administrative Procedures Act. Thursday, the Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration passport policy, displaying passport holder sex is no more offending than country of birth. Liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson 5, with whom Justice Sotomayor and Kagan joined, dissented. As is becoming routine, the government seeks an emergency stay of a district court's preliminary injunction pending appeal. Also is becoming routine, the court misunderstands the assignment. Here, the balance of equities factors require the weighing of the harm to the government from not being able to proceed immediately with this allegedly unlawful policy against the harm to the individuals who would be subjected to the policy. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. In other words, there's 2 sexes, and our attorneys will continue to fight for the simple truth. I was talking to the chat. Sorry, I have addressed them properly. What do you mean? Okay. And the Federalist says, SCOTUS overrules the judge who blocked State Department from putting natural sex on passports. Supreme Court rules Trump administration can mandate passports to display Americans' birth sex. Oh, and then this story really pissed me off. Just in, former DOJ official employee who threw a sandwich at federal agent was found not guilty. Only 100? 5 numbers is 535? Well, that sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck. 100 is better than nothing, but 5 numbers would have been a lot better. Prosecutors have failed to get a grand jury to indict him on a felony assault and then filed a misdemeanor charge. Sean Dunn's attorney said in closing arguments the confrontation stemmed from his strongly held feelings about immigration enforcement. Oh, so if you have strongly held feelings about something, I guess it's okay. I guess if you have strongly held feelings, you can hit somebody.
Motherfucker! Oh! Oh! Oh!
fucking gun! He's fucking gun!
Motherfucker. Yeah, this guy should have, there's no reason, that's what you call, yeah. There's no way that guy should have been able to get off for that. Obviously wasn't a ham sandwich. Yeah, if it was a ham sandwich and that guy was Muslim, they could have charged him with a hate crime. Jim, do you know if Trump has won all his Supreme Court cases? I know it's like 24 wins. It's up there now. I think it's almost 30 now. I think it's like up to 30. And they're sitting on a couple for some reason. Like Amy Coney Barrett is sitting on this one about deploying the National Guard to Chicago. Was found not guilty by a D.C. jury. This is why you can't, an abacus is supposed to help you do math, ranger beads, help you remember how many steps you have taken, and help you know when you have gone 1K. Oh, okay. We had a 27 and needed 35. Oh, man. It's part of the meme war. Yeah. Couldn't hold a sandwich. Former DOJ lawyer was put on trial for throwing a sandwich at a federal agent. A man in a Salomon-covered T-shirt was caught on video throwing a sandwich at a federal officer in D.C. over the summer after President Trump deployed the National Guard to patrol the streets. The sandwich thrower was identified as 37-year-old Sean Charles Dunn, a DOJ trial attorney. The D.C. grand jury previously refused to indict Dunn on felony charges, so they downgraded to a misdemeanor. Dunn's defense attorney told the jurors that his client threw the sandwich as a harmless gesture. Insisted he threw the sandwich in protest, and it was not a violent attack. Touch any law enforcement, we will come after you. I learned that this defendant worked at the Department of Justice. No longer. He was fired. Harmeet Dillon said for the civil rights decision, also the man arrested for throwing a sandwich at the DOJ was a DOJ contractor, was immediately fired. You know, it's amazing to me how this stuff can go on. You know, same thing here. Ex-sandwich DOJ sandwich slinger learns fate after throwing sub at Border Patrol. I mean, he threw the sandwich and did all this. It's on video. Can you throw a sandwich at Pelosi? No, you would get arrested and charged. If you did it in D.C., they'd probably give you 10 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man who threw sandwich at federal agent in Washington found not guilty of assault charge. This is just emboldening people. It really is. This is just crazy. We got this story, which is that Kazakhstan is joining the Abraham Accords, according to U.S. officials.
Ever changed a tire before? Don't panic. I just wanted to help people by sharing dad advice on TikTok.
Oh. TikTok, 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 TikTok.
Do you think that the Iran regime hid some of the enriched uranium before the strikes?
No, you mean did they take it out of the deep one? No.
Because you were pretty clear you can't have a weapon. You're going to have to come to the talk. Something's going to happen.
I don't think they did. No, I think, first of all, it's very hard to do. It's very dangerous to do. It's very heavy, very, very heavy. It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give them much notice because they didn't know we were coming until just, then. And nobody thought we'd go after that site because everybody said that site is impenetrable. You can't, you're not going to be. This way they did. It's at the bottom of a mountain, and it's granite. Granite's the hardest stone, and it's granite. So, no, they didn't. But I do believe they had people there because you had cars. They were saying cars, and those were masons. Those were people working with concrete. They were trying to seal up the entrance to where the bomb would most likely go in. And they did that. They were working on that, and the bomb went through it like it was butter, like it was absolute butter.
Because I saw reports that there were 400 kilograms, 800 pounds that they moved, but I wonder if it's traceable. I mean, if they were to have moved,
they didn't move anything.
They didn't move anything.
You know what they moved themselves? They were all trying to live. They didn't move anything. They didn't think it was going to be actually doable what we did. And what we did was amazing. And we went, there were energy commissions that went there now. No, it's just uh, thousands of tons of rock in that room right now. That room, the whole place was just destroyed. And the other two also. Now, Israel was able to do damage, but we did the final damage. And we have the greatest submarines in the world. We launched 30 rockets from submarines. Every single one of them hit their target.
How will you know if he tries to start things up again? Because Iran just said that they are
Where's that
halting
light coming from?
cooperation with the UN nuclear watchdog.
That's going over there. All right.
The last thing they're going to be doing right now,
I had to
for
shut
a
the
period
light
of
off.
time
It's
at
too
least,
bright for
is
me.
nuclear. They've had it. They've been trying it for 25 years. The last thing they're going to do is nuclear. We had to hit them, though. They were close to getting a nuclear bomb, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I've heard from people inside Iran that the regime in Iran has executed more Iranian civilians in the past 48 hours than the number of Iranians who died in the 12-day war. So, I mean, you've got a regime that's been building ballistic missiles, building or trying to build a nuclear weapon. Why should we think that they're actually going to give up on this?
Well, they might not give up, but they're going to give up on it while they're exhausted. They are exhausted. They took hits like nobody's ever taken. And frankly, Israel is tied. They wanted to, it was the perfect time. We went in, we destroyed their nuclear capability, and we stopped. It was a beautiful thing. And they couldn't have gone on much further. And Israel was that was a very intense 12 days, very, very intense.
Has any other country suggested to you recently, as a result of this, that they want to join the Abraham Accords?
Yes. So we have some really great countries in there right now, and I think we're going to start loading them up because Iran was the primary problem. I actually thought Iran would. I actually thought we had a period of time where I thought Iran would join the Abraham Accords along with everybody else. And frankly, they would have been better off than where they are right now.
And what about the Abraham Accords? Would Syria enter?
Well, I don't know, but I did take off the sanctions at the request of some of the other countries in the area that are friends of ours. I took off the sanctions on Syria to give them a chance at, the sanctions are biting. They're very strong. And we have sanctions on Iran too. And, you take them off when I sort of gave the expression today, you get more sometimes with honey than you do with vinegar.
Yeah, that's right. You do. So Kazakhstan is expected to join the Abraham Accords. Abraham Accords first signed 20.
I didn't know who would even care about.
Sudan signed a U.S.-backed Abraham Accord declaration in 2021, but efforts to formalize the relations with Israel has been derailed by internal political unrest. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News political anchor Brett Baer that they would return to Washington on Thursday to announce the addition of another country to the accords. So that's a good thing, right? We are going to miss Trump when he's gone. So will the mainstream media. Yeah, he is. I worked at the state with federal funds and know they have field federal auditors. There's so much fraud to find there. Why doesn't the Department of Agriculture send out federal auditors to audit state with SNAP records like Washington who don't turn over to Rollins? They should. I hope they're on it, but I don't know. I don't have all the faith in the world that they're actually going to follow through on some of this stuff. So, it's crazy, but it is what it is. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is going to show the Abraham Accord is a club with many countries want to be a member of it, and we're going to step for turning the page with the war in Gaza, moving forward with peace and cooperation in the region. Yeah. So Kazakhstan joins the Abraham Accords following a trilateral phone call with Netanyahu and Trump. Trump to add Kazakhstan to the Israel Accords with Abraham Accords with Israel. Okay. And then you guys saw this, that Trump announced that he's going to war with the fats. He announces a major deal with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk to slash the cost of GLP-1 medication for diabetes and obesity. RFK says the American public will lose 125 million pounds by next year. They announced another major deal cut with to cut pharmaceutical costs for Americans with most favored nation pricing on popular drugs. The agreement represents a historic reduction in prices for Americans on the two drugs with the highest annual expenditures in the United States, both of which help adults struggling with diabetes, heart disease, obesity, and other conditions, Ozempic and Wegovy. The drugs will be available on TrumpRx.com, a federal government website that will help patients buy drugs directly from pharmaceutical companies without using insurance at massively discounted prices in line with what other countries pay for the same drugs. You wake up, it's snowing outside, and Jim's still after it. Thanks for the gifted membership. It's crazy. It's crazy. But Medicare and Medicaid will also cover these drugs at discounted prices. This is very, again, exciting. And we're bringing drug prices down to levels nobody thought was possible. Tremendous cuts, 200, 300, 500, 700%, a little bit more than that. It's almost 5:30 in Florida right now, Audra. So today I'm thrilled to announce that the two world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, have agreed to offer their most popular weight loss drugs. I call it fat drug. Remember, at drastic discounts.
A peace plan for Gaza, a ceasefire in place, but Hamas keeps choosing terror. And join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
This is very exciting because again we're bringing drug prices down to levels nobody ever thought was possible. Tremendous cuts, 200%, 300%, 500%, 700%, a little bit more than that. So today I'm thrilled to announce that the two world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, have agreed to offer their most popular GLP-1 weight loss drug. I call it the fat drug, remember? At drastic discounts.
Drastic discounts. That's what they're doing. Drastic discounts. So.
Should you rethink butter? It depends. Butter is not butter.
No. What are you doing to me with this crap? So Trump just signed a significant Medicaid and Medicare will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Copays for the Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $13.50 to $50. This is tremendous news. Health and Human Services Secretary said they're going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join.
Revitalize your thinning hair and transform your weak ponytail without expensive salon treatments or trendy tools, because
everybody will be able to get this drug, and it's going to change. We will lose the American public because of this agreement. We'll lose 125 million pounds by this time next year. So it is going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country.
That's crazy. So, oh, damn it. Jim's ad block blocks ads with other ads. Yeah, it does. It's weird, isn't it? I don't know what's going on. It's not working right. So let's see. Here we go. So 3 Chinese scholars from University of Michigan lab are charged in smuggling biological materials into the U.S. It's crazy. 3 scholars, Chinese scholars from the University of Michigan lab have been charged in connection with smuggling biological materials into the U.S. Those charged on Wednesday are X-Bay, 28, Fang Zhang, and Zhang, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Michigan. Biao Fef and Zhang were charged with conspiracy to smuggle biological materials in the U.S., and Zi Zhang was charged with making false statements to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The men had J-1 visas and were conducting research at the University of Michigan lab of the Zhangzhou. Both this year and last year, B and F. Zhang received multiple shipments containing concealed biological materials related to roundworms, which have been sent from China to the U.S. by Cheng Hong, a Chinese citizen, according to the criminal complaint. Smuggling into the U.S. Yeah, they were bringing in stuff, Han was a PhD program in the College of Life Sciences and Hengzhong University in Science and Technology in Wuhan. So they're smuggling shit in from Wuhan. Wuhan. Remember? The Wuhan lab? The Wuhan Center of Virology? He pleaded no contest to 3 counts of smuggling and 1 count of false statements, was sentenced and removed from the U.S. The university started an internal investigation into the lab after Han's arrest and removal. The 3 defendants refused to attend a mandatory meeting or participate in the investigation, resulting in their firing, which made them eligible for removal. They all booked a flight for October 16th from JFK to China. During a CBP inspection after they attempted to board the flight, Xi Zhang allegedly made false statements about Han, and Bai and F. Zhang allegedly told CBP that they had received packages from Han, including after her arrest or removal from the U.S. As a result, Bai, F. Zhang, and Z Zhang were all arrested and charged. Yeah, the meat market, right across from the lab. Allegedly attempting to smuggle materials under the guise of research is a serious crime. We will remain vigilant to threats. At some point, patterns become practice, and apparently these 3 men are part of a long and alarming pattern of criminal activities conducted by the Chinese Communist Party under the cover of the University of Michigan. At some point, we are thankful for the vigilance. We are thankful for the vigilance. 3 more researchers arrested for an alarming pattern of bringing stuff in that they shouldn't bring in. Attempting to smuggle biological materials under the guise of research. What's going on in Michigan? Xiu Bei, Feng Fo Sheng Sheng, and Sheng Chong Sheng Chong Sheng were charged. Then there's this. Appeals court lets Trump revive bid to overturn criminal conviction in a hush money case. It's a pangolin. Federal appeals court on Thursday let President Trump revive his bid to overturn his criminal conviction in the hush money case. The U.S. Second Circuit Court of Appeals is allowing Trump to argue before a lower court to move his case to federal court. Last year, Trump was convicted on 34 counts in New York State Court of falsifying business records for a hush money scheme to keep quiet his alleged affair with porn star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential election. A 3-judge panel on the appeals court ruled that it cannot be confident a lower court judge adequately considered Trump's arguments as he sought to move the case. The court bypassed what we consider to be important issues bearing on the ultimate issue of good cause. The judges said that they have no view on whether Trump's strategy should ultimately succeed, just that the lower judge needs to reconsider his prior rulings. We'll leave it to the able and experienced district judge to decide whether to solicit further briefing from the parties or hold a hearing to help resolve these issues. Ricky is stealing and eating my macaroni and cheese homemade. Stop it, Ricky. Stop it. Appeals court hands Trump legal win, orders review of hush money case over presidential immunity. Insult. He went back to his dog food. Uh-oh, that's not good. Will they test the package to see if they're carrying a dangerous virus or bacteria? They were. They know they were bringing biological material in. Oh, yeah, so... Three-judge panel overturned it. Second Circuit delivers major issue in Trump's criminal case. It was the antidote, man. Immigrant allegedly helped And this is remember this woman, Judge Hannah, something or other, Hannah something or other. So the immigrant that was helped by Wisconsin Judge Hannah to evade federal agents is sentenced to time served, and Eduardo Flores Ruiz reached a deal with prosecutors that he won't be contesting his deportation. That's an interesting tattoo on that guy's neck. See it? See it peeking out of his neck? An immigrant who was arrested and helped by a judge dodge federal agents has been sentenced to time served. U.S. District Judge Pamela Pepper sentenced 31-year-old Eduardo Flores Ruiz on Wednesday to Milwaukee after he reached a deal with prosecutors not to contest his deportation. Flores Ruiz has spent nearly 7 months in jail since he was arrested in April. Pepper warned him that he would face harsh penalties if he returns to the country. I hope you can find your way and make a better life back home rather than coming back here. Speaking through a translator, Flores Ruiz apologized for entering the United States, said he was grateful he had a chance to work in the country and promised never to return. And you're sure the tattoo on his neck said, "Do not resuscitate"? What, Kilmar gone? The outbreak monkeys? That was a while ago. The monkeys. They finally killed the last one. I saw that. You know, that the ones that they finally killed the last one yesterday, I think, or the day before. He decided to make a better life for himself and crossed the U.S. from Nogales, Mexico at age 18. The group of migrants he had joined was apprehended and deported immediately after crossing the border. A few days later, he re-entered the country and got lost in the Arizona desert for a month before finding a ride to Milwaukee. So he came into the country and was deported and then came back in again. That makes him a felon. U.S. learned he was in the country illegally after Milwaukee judge submitted his fingerprints to federal database. Milwaukee County Jail. Agents traveled to the county courthouse planning to arrest him. When he appeared, Judge Hannah Dugan, who presided over the case, learned the agents were in the building looking for Flores Ruiz and showed him out of her courtroom through a door typically used by deputies, jurors, and court staff. I hope she goes to jail. Dugan's arrest and indictments intensified a clash between Trump administration and local authorities over the Republican sweeping immigration crackdown. Why is it? She broke the law. Do we know the status of Kilmar or anyone here? What's going on? Yeah, Kilmar right now. Right now, they're trying to deport him to Liberia. They've asked the judge to basically get rid of the restraining order because he doesn't qualify for withholding. According to they looked into it and it's wrong. He doesn't have any. There's no reason to fear torture. And then there was some other lawsuit that he can't be part of because he was already part of a lawsuit that lost. So I don't know. He pleaded guilty in September to a federal charge and agreed not to fight deportation in a deal with federal prosecutors. Oh, they allegedly killed the last one? Thank you. I don't know. I mean, they also said they weren't contagious, so I don't know if you believe that. So, that. It says, more winning in spite of Rand Paul and Murkowski. The U.S. Senate defeats the Democrat effort to block President Trump from amping up military efforts against Venezuela, 49-51. Republicans who joined Democrats, Rand Paul and Lisa Murkowski. Of course. So, have you heard about the old comet that everybody's watching out in the source of 3i outlets, I believe? Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, I can't get a straight answer from anybody, and everything I see seems very weird. Like, I don't know. Is it a probe that they sent to the sent to our soul? Someone sent here to spy on us? I don't know. I don't know what it is. It seems like it's acting really weird. But listen. All right. I owe you guys an hour. All right. I owe you guys an hour, but I can't give it to you now. I'm about to pass out. I really appreciate all the donations. I really appreciate everything everyone gave. I hate to do this, but I'm about to go down for the count. I would like to go another hour and finish it right now, but I just don't think I'm going to make it. Let me try, I guess. Fuck it. I mean, we got 54 minutes left to go. I'm just worried somebody's going to try to make me go another. There's no way I can go another hour after this. I'll just tell you that right now. Yeah, Senate Republicans vote down legislation to limit Trump's ability to attack Venezuela. When will I be back? I just opened. Oh, sorry. I just opened another beer. What a guy. I would say I would try to do Sunday night and give you guys a free hour and just do an IOU. All right, that's what I'll do. I'll do an IOU. I'll do an IOU. What I'll do. Although it's up to Anthony. It's for Anthony to decide because Anthony is basically was the one who paid for almost a lot of this time. Yeah. Senate Republicans vote down legislation. Senate Republicans voted to reject the legislation Thursday would put a check on Donald Trump's ability to launch an attack against Venezuela. You can accept that? All right. If I stream Sunday night, it will be a 3-hour show to make up the extra hour. If I don't stream Sunday night, then Monday night will be a 3-hour show to make up the hour. But if I get to sleep now, I could get a couple hours of sleep. But I appreciate everybody. Let me see. Is anybody streaming? Anybody still streaming? Live? Anybody live? Anybody live? Yeah, someone is live. I'll do this. I want to send you guys over to Pat. If you guys are interested in watching someone, I'll send you over to Pat Dixon's show. He does a lot of stuff. P. Dixon. Okay. All right. Okay. And go check out Pat Dixon. Tell him I said hi. And when am I on next with Joe? On Thursdays, I go on with Joe every Thursday. Wait till Monday. That way we'll have some fresh news. Maybe we'll see. We'll see if I can do Sunday night. I'll do Sunday night. If not, it'll be Monday. But thanks, people. I really appreciate it. Please remember to like and subscribe, and come on back for Jim to tell you the news.